Hey there, everyone, and to today's Bad Apologetics show. This one's going to be on miracles, and it's also going to be touch a little bit on the resurrection miracle in particular at the end, and Gary Habermas's new evidence for it. So we've got a few of our special guests joining us today. So we've got Brian, who is going to help out with some of the statistics and miracle stuff, and Camille, who is going to help out with New Testament stuff as well. Initial impressions on some of these episodes, if anyone wants to share them. The first video that we're going to be looking at is an unbelievable episode, which has Craig Keener and this guy who's just made a documentary about miracles, and we'll look at a few cases that are brought up throughout that. The second video that we're going to review is a video with Sean McDowell or Josh McDowell. I always get confused between the two. The younger one, his son, and that's an interview with Craig Keener looking at a few of these miracle cases. And then the third one is that Gary Habermas video. And so, does anyone want to share some of their initial thoughts on maybe the unbelievable one first?
So I didn't actually watch the videos, but I did do some reading into some of the cases that we will be discussing because, well, that's our job, I suppose. And we'll get into the details, but I can't believe that apologists are appealing to this stuff. I think they should be embarrassed that they're just relying on these anecdotes of healings as evidence for their particular religious claims. I feel like that in the endeavor to make Christianity and apologetics and all that legitimate and credible, they wanted to build up and they have built up this sort of apologetics complex, and they have books and conferences and PhDs and all this stuff. But then somehow they're working against themselves by appealing to this really sort of fringe, disreputable sort of faith healings and alternative medicine sort of crowd, which I just don't understand it. Like, it's so strange. And yeah, part of me even wonders whether we should bother responding to this stuff, because I just see it as so lacking in substance. But I mean, people take this stuff seriously, so I guess we need to. But yeah, this is bad apologetics, like bad.
I think something that I certainly wanted to draw out throughout this episode as I started looking into some of these things is to really bring together, some of the clips of the actual healings where we have them, right? And the descriptions then that are provided by apologists after the fact, because the clips that the apologists themselves, when they describe it, it kind of lends this air of like medical sterility sometimes to the descriptions that makes it sound more impressive than it is. And then when you watch these videos and you see the kind of environments that they're in, the sort of the group psychology effects that are in place, the hysteria, the music blasting, and all this stuff pretty consistently. I mean, not in all cases, but I think that at least that's something when you put that together, a lot of people are going to say, oh yeah, I kind of see what's going on in some of these cases more so than if you were to just hear the description, and also seeing the interviews with some of these people where there's a lot of different details, and seeing like additional details that get introduced by the retelling of the stories and stuff. I think it's very interesting, especially as it applies to the resurrection, as we'll look at the end. I don't know if you two want to say anything, Brian or Camille, on this.
Yeah. So I have an interest in this because I like the kind of extraordinary claims and investigating those, and that includes things like alien abductions and things like that. And James is right that the evidence on a lot of these cases is really, really bad. I watched this video. I also watched the documentary that they put out, because I felt like if we were responding to the documentary, they could if we didn't watch it, at least one of us, that they could always write us off and say, well, they didn't even watch the documentary, so they can't really say. I mean, there's a little bit extra, and some of it actually undermines some of their case for some of these things. But I mean, you can see why these stories are powerful, and you can see why people really get motivated by them, and so I think it is important to respond to them because of that, and because that's because people like the stories, and it also highlights a way of thinking, and kind of it also is a teachable moment about, like, why don't we trust claims just by claims, right? And even if it seems like it has like, it has a peer-reviewed, journal article or things like that. Like, why don't we just simply, believe that? So I think that to me is where the value lies.
Yeah, and then it's probably worth saying as well. Oh, sorry, Camille, you go ahead. I was going to say we've just not had much sleep, me and you, and it's 1 a.m. for Brian as well. So we might all become a bit sleepy and strange throughout this. But yeah, go ahead, Camille. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm mainly interested in the Greco-Roman antiquity, and that where this intersects with my interests is obviously like early Christian history and origins of Christian beliefs. So I'm not like that interested in this topic per se. And of course, when I talk about it with Christians, I usually grant for the sake of arguments that naturalism is false and miracles do in fact happen, because granting that doesn't actually get Christians very far. I think something like the resurrection or Jesus walking on water is just not very probable, even if you just grant that miracles are a thing.
No, so Camille, it's all the naturalist bias. That's the only reason people don't believe. I know what you're talking about.
Once you have got it, opens up those probabilities.
That gets to the second point. Yeah, with God, everything is possible, right? So what's another demoniac being healed? It makes no difference. Well, no, but this gets actually to the second point, why I think it's it's actually okay to grant it, and you don't have to like have a conversation for 8 hours, which is probably what's going to happen today, about how miracles are not a thing, because a vast majority of people throughout history and today who are not convinced that Christianity is true are in fact theists. And I would say an overwhelming majority of them also think that miracles are a thing, that there are instances where the principles of physics are not upheld. And so, but just to briefly mention, like, I do think that the instances where what we considered to be laws of physics are violated are probably going to have a very low intrinsic probability, so prior probability. And I was thinking whether there are claims, which I do accept, that do have similarly low intrinsic probability. And I think there are actually claims like that. For example, the claims that the Earth is not flat. I think centuries ago, before we had all of the evidence that we have today, let's say like 3000 BC, it was very, very reasonable to believe that the Earth is flat based on the available evidence, meaning look around, it's flat, right? And if someone came to you and said, the Earth is actually spheroid, you shouldn't, like, it wouldn't be reasonable for people to believe it by then, because they didn't have any compelling evidence for that. And it's a claim which, given the background knowledge that they had at the moment, at that point in time, has a very, very low prior probability. Another example would be some of the findings of general relativity, like the idea that time passes at a different rate depending on the speed at which you're traveling. That's just completely mind-blowing, right? I think that's a claim that has a very low intrinsic probability as well, but I do accept it because there's a really good evidence. Or just think about the various findings in quantum physics, like the particle wave duality and these kinds. Like, those things are very much in conflict with our intuitions, which are mostly informed by our everyday experiences with mid-sized objects and trucks. But we do generally accept those kinds of claims because really good evidence has been provided to support them. So when I'm thinking about what kind of evidence would convince me of something like a miracle, I'm thinking the same kind of quality and quantity of evidence that we do have available for these kinds of claims. And it could be the case that this standard is actually extremely high, and it's reasonable to believe a miraculous claim on a much lower evidence. I'm just saying this is kind of the ballpark, right? Like, if you get to this level of quantity and quality of evidence, that should do it. But I don't know how it would look like. Like, for example, I think for some of the healing miracles, it would have to basically be the case that people would be able to produce them on demand for us to be justified in believing that they are actually happening. Because the kinds of claims that I was talking about, like what's the nature of the evidence? Well, it's experimental evidence, right? From labs, particle colliders, telescopes, and stuff like that. It's not like eyewitness testimony from rural Uganda. Like physicists don't write papers about how light bends in the gravitational field based on eyewitness testimonies of like priests and little girls in India. That's not how we do it. So yeah, that would be just my like preliminary remarks about how I think about these kinds of claims and whether they are claims that are similar like that I do already accept, and why.
So the first video. Oh, sorry. Did you want to come in and say something?
I was just going to add to something that Camille said there, which will, I think, come up a bit more later, which is that there is a strand of literature, which some of the papers that one of the institutes mentions here, that publishing about these reports of miracles, but they don't call them that. They're working within a framework where they're presenting what they're doing as if it's an alternate medical intervention. And so they call it proximal intercessory prayer. And they're evaluating using the language and at least superficially the tools of medicine, which, I mean, I think it's an abuse of science, but in some ways is insightful, because what it does show, and I think Brian made some notes to this effect as well, that he'll be sharing us with, is that if you assess, let's call it prayer, by the standards and criteria that we use for assessing other medical interventions, it fails completely, right? So building on what Camille said, I don't think that we have to apply any new standards or any particularly harsh criteria against miracles. If we're thinking of them in terms of a medical intervention, we can just evaluate them in the same way that we evaluate any other medical intervention and sort of see how they fare. And I think that that's actually a useful framework, because it's not. It's also what some of these people are actually presenting it in terms of. And so, well, yeah, let's see how it goes. And I guess what we will be arguing is it fails completely, but we will see going forward.
I also want to add that I don't think that at least the phrase, being able to produce miracles on demand, I think that might be misleading, because they'll simply say that you can't dictate what God's going to do and so on, because they have external agent. But in the sciences, we deal with rare events pretty often. I mean, it's not like, for example, gravity waves, right? You can't produce gravity waves on demand. And people actually thought it was impossible to even measure them until, they actually be able to build a device for that. So we deal with like kind of rare events that are not on demand, that are far more challenging to even in principle verify without any problems. And I like the idea of saying, okay, if we have those cases, why can't we do this with the miracle claims?
Yeah, maybe just to get bogged down into a really long discussion right at the very beginning, as is usually the case, there is like one very important point I want to make. I want to clarify. Like, I'm not saying that producing miracles on demand is something that is expected on Christianity, or that Christians should be able to do it for me to be convinced. I'm just saying that if that was the case, I would be convinced probably. But if it's the case that this is just not a thing on the Christian worldview and there are good reasons for it, then I'm okay, right? Like, I'm not telling Yahweh that this is what should be possible, right? I'm just disappointed.
It sounded like you
I'm
were
not
saying,
angry. I'm disappointed that this is.
It sounds like you were saying something like that would have to be the case in order for us to be epistemically permitted to believe in it, or something like that.
Yeah, but
which, I mean, maybe there's room for discussion on.
Yeah, but if a Christian tells me that's just not a thing on Christianity, right? This isn't a reasonable expectation on Christianity, I'm fine with that, right? So I'm not saying that this is expected or this is consistent with Christianity. I'm just saying if it was the case, I would be convinced. And if it's really true that this like level of evidence is unattainable on the Christian worldview for good reasons, then that just sucks for me, right? Because I'm not going to probably end up being convinced, and there will be consequences on the Christian worldview for that. So tough luck if that's not the thing.
So the first video then, let me bring this one up. And we'll just stop playing.
theologians for the film. Craig Keener is one of them. His 2-volume book on miracles was a benchmark contribution to research on miracle claims. He'll be explaining why he thinks there is enough evidence for a reasonable person to believe in miracles. So that's our subject today. Is there reliable evidence for modern miracle healings, or is the proof that's been sent in simply lacking at this point? We're going to talk this through with my 3 guests on the show. First of all, the director Elijah Stevens joins us. Elijah, thank you very much for this and for the documentary. Tell us a little bit of your background, what led you to want to make this particular documentary film?
Miracles have been a part of my life, at least claims of miracles since I was a young child. There are people in my life who gave money to ministers that I thought were cons. There were, I wondered if God was real. I don't want to give away too much from the movie. I served in a church for a while, and a very close friend of mine left the faith, said there's no God, there's no miracles. And I wanted to see if there was something like that, if there was good evidence to believe. And I wanted Christians to actually, the name of the movie is Send Proof, is that if you believe in miracles, to actually send in evidence and let these things be researched and become case studies, because I think.
So I want to pause at that point just to kind of comment on what I viewed in his description here is almost like he's not given us a ton of details, so maybe this is a little bit preemptive, but it sounds sort of a bit confirmation biasy already, so something that like Braxton has said recently when he's been commenting on deconstruction is, when people are taking apart some of these claims, you've sort of got to keep this core Christian basis in place and then sort of kind of seek out the evidence, right? That kind of reshapes your Christian commitments. And I think that a big part of what deconstruction is for people is the realization that you can't just assume these things. You have to sort of take the prejudice, take the commitments out of the equation completely and just assess the core claims, on their own merits without your desire to find evidence for things or anything like that. And it sounds like what's being described here is rather something different, where someone has a crisis of faith because someone that they thought was a Christian has left, and then they sort of seek out confirmatory evidence, but they don't really take off, that Christian. They seek what they're looking for, to confirm those beliefs, but they don't really go, I'm going to have to just set these, what I want to be true, to one side for a minute and really assess these from an objective standpoint. And so I think that that's a little bit revealing about the project from the start, but maybe we'll see more of that as we go on.
Well, yes. And again, from a medical point of view, or just a broader scientific point of view, you think about the epistemic approach being taken. If what we do is we start with a belief and ask just sort of people at large, give us the evidence, all the evidence you can find that supports this belief, that inevitably is only going to provide you with evidence one way. Now, there is some legitimacy to that, right? Because you might be asking for you might be studying a rare event or rare occurrences and seeing, can we find examples of that? But that could never be really definitive. All it could be is sort of suggestive. So he did actually use the word, I think, case studies, which I think is fair. It's fair to ask for what case studies can we find, but the issue would be how those are presented, right? So I think the issue with Craig Keener is that he presents case studies rather than just sort of interesting stories or cases, which I think they are. He presents them as evidence and has this attitude that the more of them there are, then the more evidence there is. Whereas I don't think it really works that way. What you want to do is take from the way it's done in science and medicine is you take case studies and then use them to construct hypotheses, which you then test more rigorously to try to control for various confounds that occur in natural case studies. And that's the side of it that is either never works or is either never done for miracles or like healing, or the few times that it has been done, studied rigorously, that gets a negative result. So I want to encourage people to sort of think of that, not like, because the narrative is that we skeptics have unfair standards for miracles or healing claims. But think of this in terms of if it was any other medical claim or just a general scientific claim, how would we investigate it?
Homeopathy or something.
Yeah. Like homeopathy would be a good example. And the argument is that, yeah, you can start with case studies, but you have to move beyond that. You wouldn't just believe these things on case studies alone. And that's effectively what we're being asked to do with miracles, as I think we'll see later.
Yeah, you can also find like in the literature a ranking of the different types of evidence in medical for medical evidence, and case studies are actually relatively low for that same reason. I mean, obviously, randomized controlled studies are way up there. So there is actually a hierarchy of these within the medical community, and case studies are really low. And Keener actually, he actually takes claims as evidence. I mean, and that's why he wrote like his 800-page book or whatever on miracle claims, and he sees that as evidence of miracles. And so I feel like he's been relatively credulous in this whole area.
I just thought I'd share your hierarchy of evidence thing here. I didn't know if you want to talk about that here or at a later point, but
we can talk about it later. I mean, basically, that was just a summary of that hierarchy, and it's just important to recognize that, because and we'll see it later on, where someone, Steve Novella, in an article on science-based medicine, mentions this, and there's a pattern of good studies coming out showing a negative effect, and so then they fall back on bad studies that don't show that are suggestive of an effect, and that pattern occurs in homeopathy, and it occurs in acupuncture as well. So there are direct parallels with this in other cases.
You learn a lot about reality one way or the other, and so that's kind of the call of the movie, and hopefully becomes a movement.
Craig and Michael both feature, and you've been trying to look at both perspectives on this. This isn't just a movie detailing the Christian perspective on this, is it?
Right. And I wanted healthy people in it that I thought they come across as learned and wise, and not to put the fringe people from both sides. I wanted to have a good conversation, and I hope it sparks good conversation, and people follow the truth wherever it leads, and critically think. And I wanted to highlight issues. I think each voice, we're all humans thrown into this life, and we have hard questions to ask, and each voice adds to that conversation a piece you're not going to see from your own worldview. And so it's very great to have both of them on.
Yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to the conversation.
And then just to quickly comment, I think there's a charitable way of interpreting him as saying, I wanted people who come across as learned and wise, as sort of, he doesn't want it just to degenerate into people on either side kind of shouting at each other or whatever. Though I also think there is as I was saying at the start, when you look at some of these cases of miracles, it doesn't look like, it looks like the kind of people that he's presenting as being, the most reasonable on the theist side are what I would perhaps consider to be some of the kind of like, low grade, cheap kind of salesman type people who, work people's emotions up and stuff like that. And okay, fair enough. He wants someone like Michael Shermer who's going to provide like a calm, reasoned response, maybe. But it does look to me like this could be almost like here's the skeptic, and we are really taking the skeptic seriously, but without really engaging with any of the criticisms, which is something we'll see throughout. Is I keep forgetting the guy's name, Elijah and Craig Keener. Their responses, for example, to just some preliminary amount of skepticism that Shermer kind of offers, and he hasn't even looked into a lot of these cases, it is just basically not to engage with some of his criticisms at all, or even a cursory glance into some of the details that they give, and then there might be issues about whether things that are asserted as facts are actually facts, or if there's other like confounding bits of information about people's medical history that might impact the kind of reports that we're seeing, and all of that stuff just goes ignored. And so it's like, okay, it might look like it's kind of like academic and the best that it can be, but I think a lot of that can be window dressing in this discourse as well. And it's like, well, let's not really look at the details and the problems that sit behind it.
Well, actually, to be fair, so I watched the documentary, and it does try to paint,
right, and that might be different.
A fairly, I mean, although it has its problems, I think he is actually trying to show a lot of different voices. It does reiterate this problem, and they say it in the documentary that the charlatans make the the search for legitimate miracles much harder. And so it tries to deal with that at least up front, which I think is actually pretty good. And they have not just Michael Shermer, but they have like John Loftus on making comments, and a few others. And so it does at least convey, I think, I mean, they're trying to tell a story and everything else. It's not a philosophical treatise, but it does try to convey the kind of skeptical side of things relatively well, I think. And so, but I mean, obviously it will have its feeling, but it does mention and try to deal with the fact that there are con men out there, and so he's trying to, at least in the documentary, show how he's trying to look for the best evidence for this, and not just take someone's word for it, and not just take the anecdotes, and as kind of a legitimate attempt. And he's frustrated in a lot of places, and he says that in the documentary, where he's like, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be to find this evidence, and he has some various reasons for it that they may talk about, but that's at least to try to address somewhat of the documentary.
I maybe to make the criticism that I'm trying to make a bit more precise, it's something like it seems like this could be the sort of like the narrative devices that get used to kind of like legitimize, we were really skeptical. So if we're telling you, so if we're telling you there's been a case for miracle, it really is legit. But then when you actually watch the videos of the institutes and stuff that they refer to, I mean, it looks the exact same as the kind of hucksterism, like we'll look at the GMRI and some of the, which is the institute that he's kind of advocating for, right, in this documentary, and it doesn't look like that's this really high standard of discourse or something. That it looks more like, at least to me as an outsider, it looks almost like a cult-like community, some of the things that are going on in that environment. And I think that's an issue then when it's presented in, with a nice kind of liberal British presenter or whatever saying, yes, so what do you think about miracles? And he's like, we want to raise the standard of discourse and make sure that we're really looking into these. And then you actually look at it and it's like, Hava Shababa, in the name of Jesus. Yeah, we, all that kind of stuff.
With Michael and Craig on the show in just a moment. Why don't we take just a moment, though, to hear and watch a little bit of the promo for Send Proof.
So yeah, before that, then let's talk about the GMRI, and I've got a promotion video for the GMRI, which is the institution to look at as well.
What's that stand for?
Let me just bring that up. Let me
Global something. Medical Research Institute.
Right. Yeah. Global Medical
Bridging
Research.
the gap between science and faith. That's a very interesting way to describe it. Do you want to share their website, Nathan? Or maybe that's what
I've got the website up now. I was just getting it.
So I looked at a couple of papers that they had reference to, but I didn't really look around their whole website.
Yeah, so they have what did they have? Is it on the about? Oh yeah, they've got the submit testimony and donate buttons.
What I'm interested in is who is interested in scientific tests of prayer, because like most medical practitioners and scientists couldn't care less about this, and most Christians couldn't care less about this either. I mean, I guess there's a subset of people who are worried about it, but I don't really get it.
Wouldn't you care about it if it were true, though? I mean, like if this was an actual legitimate medical treatment that was even remotely repeatable in certain circumstances, wouldn't you want to know? I mean, you can always the fact that they don't take it seriously, I think, is indicative that the level of evidence is just not convincing.
Yes, I mean, I agree with that there's a meta point that, well, if it were true, then we'd want to know about it. But sort of, I'm just talking more in the actual sort of socio state of affairs in terms of like who's actually, like who's funding this, for example, like why? I don't know. I'm not necessarily expecting an answer here, but I just find it really strange. I can kind of get apologetics, but this isn't even really that. It's basically like complementary and alternative medicine, but for Christian healings.
But isn't
when we look at the video of the group, I think it will become a bit more apparent that this is sort of like an air of legitimacy maybe that sits around like a faith healing community. It looks like, from at least from the video that they put forward. But I think something that's very interesting here when they talk about their case reports, things like this that they include. For example, there are many more cases we have researched extensively and found intriguing, but which did not meet our rigorous requirements of before and after medical documentation of healing necessary to proceed with publication. It's like, I mean, is that sort of stuff generally included when people study other like medical things?
No.
You know, like honestly, guys, believe me, we're being rigorous. There were many cases that didn't.
We had some other cool examples, but they weren't rigorous enough to publish. Like no one puts
You,
that in.
you know what? You know what this reminds me of? The ending of the Gospel of John. There were so many additional signs that they wouldn't fill all the books in the world. Yeah.
Right, so I read both of these papers. We can get back to these later, maybe when they come up. But yeah.
What is healing? It's learning relationship. It's learning how to receive these moments. We call them words of knowledge or prophetic insights, where all of a sudden.
You see, and that was completely unintentional. But see what he's done. We call them words of knowledge or prophetic insights, like because that's not layering people's experience of what's taking place there with a theory, right? That's theologically laden and stuff.
I'm just reading this little caption here, or whatever you call it. Can you go back to that? His little blurb thing that appeared. Yeah. So 17 years he's prayed for hundreds of thousands of people in over 30 countries and has seen thousands of people healed. That's not a very good success rate. I mean, I know some treatments aren't effective all the time, but like so what, 1% is not fantastic, especially then you'd want to factor in the baseline, remission rate. I don't know. I mean, this is a point that will come up again and again. It's that it's only the successes that ever pay attention to. Whereas what you would want to do, again, for any treatment, you look at how often is it administered and how often does a good result come from it. And then you compare that to some baseline. But if you pray for hundreds of thousands and observe thousands of healings, and of course, this is just from his say-so, right? But that still doesn't sound very good to me. Now, you might say, well, it's still better than nothing, right? But just like on the face of it, the claim is that, they can work great wonders in the name of God. But like only 1% of the time, apparently, there's just a dissonance there that doesn't come across in some of the rhetoric. Again, even just taking at face value what they're saying here, I just find it strange.
Yeah, it would be really good to know what's the rate of chance, and like
about
imagine,
1%.
It also depends on what you are praying about, right? Like if you are praying about things that have fairly high remission rates, for example, then this, like how many amputees are in the hundreds of thousands, that would be really impressive. And also imagine if there was a person who prayed for hundreds of thousands of people and literally 0 people were healed afterwards. That would be a miracle. That would actually be like really difficult to explain naturalistically, right? But praying for hundreds of thousands of people, especially if in most cases you are praying about things like headaches or back pain, and then you are relying on self-reporting to basically gather data about how many people were actually healed. Okay. Next.
Knowledge or prophetic insights, where all of a sudden God's telling you or showing you, you're getting an impression or feel something, what he wants to do. And that knowledge creates faith, and you see people get healed.
Doctors see prayer and faith of patients as a good thing. It's a good thing in that it helps them be relaxed and calm and also to accept what they're going through. But it's really not seen as an essential part of medical practice. It is maybe a coincidence that someone who's being prayed for gets well. But it's not.
You see, and something I was focusing on during this is imagine if what they're saying isn't true, and there's this kid who's got some kind of problem, with his walking, whether it's musculoskeletal or whatever, who knows, and then that kid's being put in front of crowds of people who are cheering him on to try and walk around with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Even if this was a legitimate medical intervention, you don't do that on stage like this, like with everyone watching. Like this is so unethical. It really upsets me. Like again, if you imagine that this was an actual medical intervention and it was done like this,
when I started looking at that, you've got the doctor again talking in a nice British accent in front, which kind of sounds like it legitimizes it. But then when I was looking at these images, I feel kind of sick in my gut, seeing all these people like, yay, and there's this kid like trying to walk and falling over. It just, leaves a really bad taste for me.
Generally accepted that that's a primary mode of treatment or an effective mode of treating a patient.
I realized we need to verify, document the healings that's taking place. We have all this documents. We have all these numbers of people that's been healed, but we hadn't been able to verify it. As a result of that, there's a new entity that's coming into being. It's called Global Medical Research Institute, or Global MRI.
What I love about what we're trying to do here is we are introducing people to our Heavenly Father. This is a big God we serve. He loves us, and he's still in the healing business.
One of the essential goals of the Global Medical Research Institute,
even some of these that they've got in the background where it looks like the communities of people have been convinced of it, like this one with the foot, but then you see him later and clearly the foot is still deformed in the shoe and he's struggling walking and stuff, and yet everyone's like, yeah, he's been healed. But I'm like, what?
Yeah, I hope they get informed consent for putting these patients on, these. I mean, I assume that they would, right? But it's just that the way that these things aren't just done, right, for healing purposes. They're also done for to give a spectacle, and that really rubs me the wrong way. It seems really manipulative and abusive when they're promising these sorts of treatments, even if they don't see it that way. I'm not saying that these people who are doing this think that they're lying. I mean, there are some like that, right? But I'm not making that claim here. But I'm saying, irrespective of their motives, I think that this is exploitative.
On their website, they say, when they're called for new testimonies, they say, we're always looking for new testimonies. Do you have any testimony that is medically verified? Which is like fishing for kind of positive claims, right? And so, could you imagine a similar claim written about, say, like homeopathic remedy for cancer? I mean, if you took our remedy and improved, we want to hear from you. Otherwise, don't bother writing in. I mean, regardless of the contents of any of the studies, I mean, this kind of fishing for positive results, for me, is a huge red flag and casts doubt on the entire enterprise and that whole institution.
Yeah,
you just don't do that in the sciences. So.
Our good friend Caleb Jackson, who is an up-and-coming apologist, is writing a book about miracles, and he called for testimonies on Facebook, and people are actually responding to him. I was thinking I'm going to catfish him, but I decided against it eventually. But yeah, this is pretty common, and it's just imagine if it was done with anything else, right? People would be immediately see red flags.
Yeah, I'm going to post a website and ask for testimony for people who didn't get a miracle. Right, just kind of balance it out, make sure that to see what the negative rate is, just in comparison.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think this will come up later when we talk about what exactly Hume's claims are on miracles and stuff like that. But it's true, how do we kind of contrastively compare those? Okay, we've got the evidence in favor. Now, what about the testimony kind of against, right? So if we've got testimony in favor and testimony against, what's the amount and distribution of those, and how do they kind of sit on the scales with each other?
Is to develop processes for medical verification. In other words, we want to be able to look at cases, look at individuals who've been treated, and actually be able to verify according to the language and standards of medical science.
You can see that his foot in the shoe is clearly still the wrong sort of shape in there, which
that those cures and those improvements in health occurred. And to do that, what we're going to have to do is establish the processes by which we design these studies in rigorous, careful, statistical ways so that changes can be detected reliably. We're going to have to establish human subjects committees and medical review boards and confidentiality protections to protect the rights and protect the confidentiality of the individuals and the patients who are being treated by Christian spiritual healing methodologies. And we're also going to have to make sure that when we collect data, it's done in an unbiased fashion.
The advisory board of the Institute is really a multidiscipline team. We have Josh and Candy Brown, Josh Brown has a PhD in brain science, and Candy has her PhD in religious studies. And both of them are professors at the University of Indiana. And Brenda Jones on the committee is a nurse practitioner, and she's also been a midwife. And right now she's getting her PhD in health sciences. So we have a wide range of expertises that we're bringing to this endeavor.
Now, the next stage when you do these research projects is that one has to, in fact, conduct it in a way and write it up in a way that fits it in with the rest of medical communication and practice. In other words, we need to write the articles and submit the articles and have them published in peer-reviewed scientific journals.
And again, imagine any other. It's like when you kind of take the blinders off of Christianity, and you imagine any other practice saying, like, basically, we need your money so we can like legitimize what our fringe community does with the practices that of the established medical community. It's sort of like, I don't know. It's the resources and the time that these people have, you know, when they have PhDs to do this stuff, and then there's just on the other side, there's like 4 guys who have some free time on their weekend to like combat, you know, the full-time employment.
That's what I mean, because, you know, I mean, there are a few people like Steve Novella, for example, who does some good work on this sort of stuff, but very few medical doctors or scientists take their time to respond to this sort of stuff, not just in the health domain, but in other areas as well, because it's disreputable. Many of them see it that way, and they've got better things to do, and etc. So, like, there's no institutes who are interested. Okay, that might be a slight exaggeration because there is Michael Shermer and the Skeptics, but they're not nearly as big as these sort of institutes, right? So the scales are drastically sort of misbalanced about people putting out the stuff versus responding to it.
The Institute for the Naturalization of Medicine or something.
Well, yeah, we call that medicine, but yeah. And again,
if you've got cases of natural healing, send them in.
I asked the question, why are they doing this? They didn't really explain it. They said that he sort of realized that they needed to. But I'm like, well, why? You clearly already believe that this is already happening. You're not doing it to convince yourselves. You're not going to convince the medical establishment. I don't think that that's what they're trying to do. So, like, I'm legitimately curious as to why they're putting all the effort into doing this. This is not going to be cheap. This sort of stuff is expensive.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly why I think they are doing it. They are doing it so that the next time there is a skeptic or there is a person doubting faith, they will be able to point their finger to those studies and ask them, have you read all those studies?
Yeah.
Have you engaged with them? They are written in this very professional medical lingo.
Yeah.
And unless and until you went through all of them, it's not reasonable for you to doubt, and it's not reasonable for you to disbelieve.
That's already happened, actually. I mean, in my discussion with John McClatchy, he, like, when I said like there haven't been any verified miracles, he was like, well, have you seen these 2? And 2 of them are on this. I mean, there's actually from where I can see, only about 3 of them. So, and the same 3 citations keep getting sent around, and I'm sure we'll be dealing with those. But so that actually has happened. I mean, where I said, like, yeah, I'm not convinced there hasn't been evidence, and they're like, well, have you read these things? So I had to go back and actually read those papers.
And it doesn't even matter really whether the content is any good. It's just about gumming the machinery. You know, it's just basically raising the costs of engaging in this kind of discussion.
Right. Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think there's a similar case that happens with Keener's book. And I refer to it as kind of an argument by big books. And essentially, if you can cite a book with lots of pages,
Habermas, who will see at the end.
And Habermas does it. He hasn't even written his book, right? You know, we can't even go there and look at it. But at least with Keener's, I'm like, you know, so you start being skeptical of miracles, and people say, well, have you read Keener's book? It's like 800 pages. And same thing happens with Balcom's book, you know, the Eyewitnesses one, right? And I think they use it as a conversation stopper, or a way of saying, well, you know, my beliefs must be legitimate because someone wrote 800 pages about it, as if like the number of pages seems to matter. But I think they use that also to, you know, kind of like gumming up the works and just kind of a conversation stopper, but also kind of they feel like that's something that's legitimate, that if someone were to write a big 800-page book, then it's good, and if it's 1,600 pages, it's twice as good.
Yeah, for non-believers, it could be more like, unless you've read this book, you don't know what you're talking about. When you say that you think it's really implausible that like an omnibenevolent God would create, I don't know, cancer, And with believers, it could be more of a case, oh, surely it must be true because there are scholars who have written like hundreds and hundreds of books with hundreds and hundreds of pages, and they spend their entire lives looking into it, so I don't have to, I can just offload that intellectual effort on them, and that's fine, right? I'm wondering, like, what are some of the aspects of my life that also work like this, where it's just the case that
Well,
I'm
bad
relying on
apologetics.
expertise of sorry?
Bad
Come again?
Apologetics. Just drop the link to the Bad Apologetics playlist whenever someone makes those claims. You just say, well, look, there's a thorough review of all of this stuff in Bad Apologetics. Here's the link.
Which is funny because the response is often, oh, I'm not watching an 8-hour video, but like we're supposed to read an 800-page book, which takes a lot longer than 8 hours. Like I don't know, it's an odd dichotomy there between what one's willing to do, it seems, depending on your priors. But
when those papers are accepted and published in a peer-reviewed journal, it gives them a level of acceptance in the medical community that enables other physicians, medical establishments, insurance companies, and others to recognize that the science is being done on
insurance companies, they want to get this covered by insurance? I can't believe he said that. Oh gosh.
I mean, America,
crazy.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Standards as science that might be done to prove the effects of a new cancer treatment, a pill, or a pharmaceutical agent, or a new X-ray treatment. So what does a new scientific field do? What it does is it actually creates an academic society for those who are interested in this issue. It creates a medical research journal of its own that in fact has its own standards and people with peer review who at least understand and are sympathetic to the issues being addressed. And so,
so he's basically saying they just need to build a community of people who already agree with them so that they can get the stuff peer reviewed. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what the alternate medicine communities do. They have their own journals where they publish this stuff. Wow, okay, this guy's being pretty transparent about why he's doing this.
Yeah,
this is an unlisted video.
There's a kind of an area which is somewhat related, and it's Chinese medicine. Like here in this country, we don't really have an issue with this faith-based Christian practices, but there is a big issue with Chinese medicine, where it seems to be the case that there is actually an organized effort to get Chinese medicine recognized as a legitimate component of the public healthcare system, because it's a way to sift money out of it. And there are documented cases where essentially the Chinese state pressured, took specific action to network with people, establish partnership, establish organizations, fund them, and so on, so that, for example, a public hospital in a major city here could set up a center that practices Chinese medicine. And with Chinese medicine, because there is this business incentive, there's this business motive, essentially, that's backed by the Chinese state, by the government. There is an entire industry of producing what appears to be scientific confirmation of these practices, right? And I'm sure, like, some of it might turn out to be like medically viable just randomly, like on random chance, right? I think if we went through the Hippocratic corpus, we would probably find one or two things that are actually effective, because that's what you would expect statistically, right? But that's massively fishy, and this really sounds similar. I think, like, I'm very concerned how this could be abused in a country where a faith-based political platform, or a political platform that's supported by people that are deeply religious themselves, gets into positions where they can actually influence the system, so that these outputs that are essentially trying to generate scientific support are not being evaluated fairly. So that there is like a built-in institutional bias, because I think this is clearly the case with the Chinese alternative medicine, right? And maybe next couple of years, we are going to see something like that in the US. We are probably going to see it in countries like Hungary or Poland, which are already like in deep trouble when it comes to authoritarianism, right? Yeah, this is really troubling.
I think acupuncture may already be acceptable for insurance companies, and so is chiropractic as well. That's another one that kind of rides the line between legitimate physical therapy and new age woo and unsupported claims, and that's difficult. You actually do see in acupuncture studies above non-random, but a lot of that is because the amount of attention that a patient gets in kind of an acupuncture setting is way closer than you would get with just a regular doctor. But, you know, there are people who are kind of hands-on. You know, you have an hour-long appointment, you have that kind of personal attention, and that has been shown to have positive effects in a lot of ways. But of course, all the careful studies that, and I particularly love the double-blind acupuncture studies because they're brilliant. Like how do you make it double blind, right? You know, they have these special pens that where they can't tell whether the needle's actually in there or not, and they can show that it doesn't matter where you stick the needles at all. You get the same level of effect, which is interesting.
Well, yeah. Well, this is something that's uniquely interesting to medicine, right? Because it's if you can induce that placebo effect reliably through kind of like wooey BS, then maybe it's like maybe there's a place for it if it, you know, helps people with chronic conditions in certain, but you know, to live better lives or something. But then
at that point,
how do you integrate that into the medical community? Yeah.
No, that would just be a therapy, right? Like that would be essentially like a psychological therapy. Yeah, like if you could reliably induce placebo to have a positive benefit, either like psychologically or physically, there's a place for it. It's called psychology, you know.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say is why is there this tendency to then like legitimize what's going on with this kind of like mystical natural core, you know, this extra element over and above the kind of psychosomatic healing effects or whatever of placebo? I don't know.
Because it's being used as evidence for supernatural claims. That's a no-brainer, right?
Meetings, which will enable people interested in this area to congregate. We're also going to enable people to build their careers. We're going to offer postdoctoral fellowships, for example. We're going to offer opportunities for people to develop their academic research careers in this area.
And you know, that's a meta point about the apologetics industrial complex thing as well. We're going to use this money to enable people to basically like get more and more PhDs and to build careers in this area and stuff like that. I mean, this isn't any of our careers in this area. This is just a weekend spent
Who has money to find
investigating
postdocs in faith healing? Like, it's crazy. I just can't believe this.
The Templeton Religious Trust. No, okay.
You're in the wrong area, James.
I just believe that there needs to be a bridging the gap between Christian faith for Christian spiritual healing and medical science. And we're trying to bridge that gap through studying the phenomena, studying the numbers of the people who have been healed through the Global Medical Research Institute, so that we can have a better understanding of the mechanisms.
If there isn't a God, where does the yellow brick road go?
God is using behind these, what we call sovereign healings.
You need to harness God's healing power with all the skills and technology in modern medicine. And if there was no greater mission, I can't think of one right now, than putting that all together. And this is a mission that we think is just so vital. And the time is right just now so that we can walk it out.
We are introducing people to our Heavenly Father. And we are, above all, ambassadors of Christ to show people who our Father is and that He's a God who loves us and endeavors to communicate with us. And what better way to show that than to demonstrate that Jesus is alive and well, that the Spirit that created the stars and the moon and that created us is in the universe today and it is available to us and wants to heal us. What better way can we show people the love of our Heavenly Father?
This is a vision whose time has come.
I can think of a lot of better ways, actually.
All of it.
Yeah, well, and I want to say, like, the real reasons always come out right at the end, right? She's basically summarizing why they are doing this.
Well, there you go. Right. I asked too soon. Yeah, that was pretty clear about why they're doing it.
We're going to require a lot of people working together, but we welcome you to join us in this.
You can advance the cause of science and the glory of God and the name of Jesus Christ. If you're a doctor, if you're a minister, if you're just a lay person and God used you, then help us to make this possible. So be a part of the team.
So let's put an end to all that nonsense. and we can go back to the Unbelievable Show. No, I think
Yeah,
the next...
I like the idea of a midichlorian research institute, or like for the Institute for Jedi Studies. Like it would be just as like factual, but at least it would be a lot more fun. Get someone to study to pay you so you can study the Jedi lore.
Yeah, but the problem is that you would probably genuinely get worse results, because people, like, it's required, at least at some level, that people actually buy into it for it to stimulate the psychosomatic effects, right? So I don't think you would be able to reproduce it with just completely bullshit religion that nobody
What do you
actually
mean bullshit
believes
religion?
in.
What are you talking about? How dare you asperge my faith? There are a lot of Jedis around.
All right.
Jesus
But yeah, I
loves me,
mean,
this I know, because the modal ontological argument tells me so.
I mean, like, if this is going to happen, then at least make it happen for all of the religions, right? Like, if the same infrastructure is set up for Christians, Muslims, Hindus, all kinds of different deities, and there's a parity in effectiveness, then that will be interesting, right? Because one conclusion is that there is a naturalistic explanation for it, basically, and that what explains why it works for everyone. Or you would have to start explaining it from within the religious worldviews, which you can do. But then conversations get really interesting, right?
Right. So we can control for this, right? So what we need to do is get people praying in different languages, but saying the same words, right? And then you just substitute the name of the deity that you're praying in the name of in a different language, so that the person doesn't know who you're praying for. And then we see if praying in the name of Allah versus Jesus versus Krishna versus whoever else makes a difference. Now I'd like to see that study done.
Krishna, you invented a new Hindu god.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean,
I think,
you know, yeah, so
yeah,
Krishna. I couldn't decide which one, so I just invented one. Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting, because when you get into these like theological reasons, right, about why it doesn't matter which name of which god that you use, then as well, you see these increasingly ad hoc stories. But at least, you know, maybe something like that could push people towards a healthier form of pluralism, maybe, rather than the in-group out-group type mentality that might be in some of the unhealthy. So maybe that's a positive result still.
Or it could actually push people more into the unhealthy spiritual warfare angle, that there are actually demons active in the world, and that's actually evidence that it's getting serious. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think a lot of milquetoast Christians who think that there might be some genuine miracles in their religious traditions, but they tend to dismiss these same claims coming from other traditions. They might actually be like more reasonable, because they are less likely to buy into actual like demons being active in the world and harming people or pretending to heal them so that they can like deceive them, stuff like that. Yeah. So careful with that.
I think Keener actually makes that point. He says, like, you know, the issue with miracles in other religions is perfectly consistent with the Christian worldview, because it includes things like, you know, other agents other than God that can perform miracles, which of course then, you know, it makes it so, okay, so now you have a bigger job. How do you tell the difference between a demon healing you and God actually healing you? How do you measure that? You know, how do you know?
Yeah.
And because, I mean, it could be, you know, if you pray to God and on that day God decided no miracles today for me, and then but the demons are like, oh, you know what, I'll do it, and that will make it, you know, just be a pain. So how do you tell the difference? And I think by admitting that there's other agents involved, they suddenly made their experimental process to tell nearly impossible.
Yeah,
and
that
also
undermines any appeals to historic. Maybe you were going to say this, Camille. Any appeals to historical miracles pretty much moot, because you could just say, well, yeah, some demon or Satan raised Jesus to make us, you know, move away from the true Judaism or something. I mean, without theological resources,
works for other miracles as well. Yeah, there are trickster gods. Gods are capricious.
This was actually Ian Mills, who's a Christian and a New Testament scholar. His reason for rejecting, you know, that the historical method should permit supernatural explanations in, because you know you can always introduce like more simple supernatural entities as a cause for anything, and that always just becomes the inference to the best explanation. You know, that demons, like with the correct desires, whatever, to produce whatever historical evidence you have, produced it, and it just
What's
then
that? What's that
destroys your
sketch?
ability.
How to explain all the world's problems? What's the name
Oh
of
yeah,
the
Peep
supernatural
Show.
being? What's the name of the supernatural beings in that sketch? Do you know?
Oh, he says
That
the
are
Ormises
responsible.
or something.
Yeah, we
Ormises.
have to make it. We have to make it a meme, because I think they actually like genuinely stumbled into a really good point about abductive reasoning. Yeah, that you can just like gather the data points and create basically bake them into your explanation, and then say, I have like a really simple parsimonious
How do you
explanation
explain
for
all the world's problems?
all
Well,
of the
there's
world's
complex
problems.
historical, economic, and I couldn't possibly exactly.
I mean, there are hundreds of millions of people who claim to have experienced divine healing. Are you going to dismiss all of that?
The doctor said, there is nothing we can do. You're blind, and you're going to be blind for the rest of your life.
So you spent 13 years blind. Tell me about the night when everything changed.
There you go. That's the promo for Send Proof. And by the way, it's sendproof.com if you want to see the documentary. I understand, Elijah, that some people have been mishearing that as sin proof, which, well, yeah, I guess don't confuse it with whatever documentary sin proof is. You're looking for Send Proof. But let's talk to Michael now. Michael Shermer has been a guest several times on Unbelievable over the years, quite frequently on these kinds of issues around supernatural claims and so on. Michael, you were part of this documentary. It's not always a good experience when skeptics go on Christian documentaries. Sometimes they feel like they've been hoodwinked a bit afterwards, but you've been good enough to come on this show to talk about it. So
I mean, the subject that you want to study, in this case, miracles. What do you mean by a miracle? And, you know, depending on the answer I get here from Greg or Elijah, then I guess we could go from there. But that seems to me the crux of the problem. Once you've defined it in some operational definition way, something that we can measure, quantify, test, if we can do that, then it's kind of in the realm of science, probably. But if not, then it's not really in the realm of science. It's kind of in the realm of religion. You know, and I recognize religious truths as being slightly different than scientific truths, or actually quite a bit different, in the sense that, you know, people may hold certain beliefs that they treat as true, but they're more mythically true or religiously true, you know, just part of our dogma. This is what we believe. You know, we're Catholic or we're Protestant or we're Hindu or whatever. This is, you know, what we believe. This is our truth. And in that, in a sense, if it's not an empirical claim, you know, if somebody says, I just accept this because it's mythically true for my religion, I'm not claiming I can prove it. Well, then that would be a different realm, if you see what I'm saying.
But in this documentary, I suppose the whole point is that Elijah is striving for some kind of empirical proof.
That's right, right.
Ultimately, do you think it passes muster? Have you ever seen anything that looks close to perhaps providing some kind of empirical proof for supernatural healing?
I watched the film, but I didn't have time to, you know, like fact check the different claims in there, which would take quite a bit of work. You know, like, you know, the doctor holds up the X-ray. You know, what X-ray was that? When was that shot? You know, before or after? What was the follow up on this particular story? 6 months later, a year? You guys would all reject. You know, if I rattle off the miracle healings of, you know, Satya Sai Baba in India, you guys would all go, oh, come on, you know, this guy's doing magic tricks. He's palming the ashes. You know, he's doing this, he's doing that. The kind of things that Penn and Teller do as entertainment. And most Christians reject the miracles of other religions. So there is a process going on in everybody's mind where most of you are skeptical, like me, of most of the claims you hear. So what, you know, Elijah's after there is, well, you know, here's a handful of ones that we just can't explain. They don't fall into the realm of obvious con artist or magician. And yet the medical doctors say, well, we don't have an explanation for it. Okay, so does mystery equal magic or miracle? You know, so that's a core question that a scientist would ask. You know, because, you know, medicine's not a perfect science, and, you know, lots of things happen inside the body that nobody understands. We just have no idea why this guy got better and that person didn't. You know, cancers go into remission. Why? Well, I don't know. No one knows. Sometimes they do. And sometimes we can pinpoint it. You know, it was because of this treatment or whatever. But sometimes we can't. And what do you do with that? That's the problem.
And I'm sure, in a way, so much will depend on the assumptions, the worldview that someone brings to the same evidence potentially. And Craig Keener, let's introduce you at this point. You have become one of the go-to people in the world, really, when it comes to research for miracle claims. You wrote that massive 2-volume miracle book on both on New Testament miracle claims and modern miracle claims. If people want to search through the Unbelievable archives, they'll find a show from several years ago, which we did for that at the time. But tell us what your response is to this new documentary from Elijah. You're in it. You've obviously watched it. Is it kind of consonant with what you've been trying to do in your research on miracles?
I think it takes it beyond what I'm able to do. I'm not a medical doctor. So I've been able to use the research methods that are research methods in my own discipline, historiographic research methods and so on. But for scientific evidence, I think what Global Medical Research Institute is doing is really important. And so sending the proof is really important. But again, as Michael pointed out, you know, there's the issue of defining.
Can I say something? Using the methods of historiography to establish whether miracles are real or not is it's like using the methods of criminal investigation or investigative journalism to do ancient history. Again,
chain of custody, Camille.
Yeah.
J. Warner Wallace joke.
Miracles, and there's the issue of establishing what level of evidence will be sufficient for what you're talking about. So
I want to mention as well, I mean, I think Justin generally does an okay job, you know, of keeping his biases out of these questions and stuff, but it sometimes the questions are insightful into how he as a Christian thinks about these things. And so I want to mention in the question that he asked, he says, you know, obviously there's going to be a worldview difference. And so, you know, whether or not you're a Christian or a theist is going to open up as to whether you think that miracles are happening or not. Now, I suppose it's true that potentially attributing the cause to a divine, the cause of some phenomena to a divine agent, right? That's going to be the case on theism, but atheism is pretty much going to rule that out. But the phenomena themselves, right? Those are permitted on atheism and natural, and that's the difference. That's the kind of subtle slipping in and out there of whether are we trying to explain is the thing that we have to explain the phenomena, right, that's been reported, or is the thing that we have to explain the explanation, which is God, right? And then it's like, well, yeah, because you can't have this on an atheist worldview because there is no God to cause it. And it's like, no, you can't just assume the explanation isn't the thing that we have to explain. It's the phenomena, and it's, you know, the universe having a natural disposition to do it.
Yes, and that's why I'm actually not really sure what Keenan means here when he says it depends on the threshold or the standard of evidence or something that you need. And because I think that the question Michael Shermer asked, I think, was actually about the definition of a miracle, but closely related to that is going to be, how can you determine that a miracle has taken place? If we think of a miracle as just something that's inexplicable, well, then naturalists can certainly believe in miracles, right? There's plenty of things we don't understand. But typically the claim is actually, no, miracle is some sort of divine intervention, or in this case, sort of divine healing. So the question would then be, how can you ever establish, regardless of your worldview, like what epistemic means can you deploy to establish that God has acted in the world? Like that seems to me to be a fundamental problem. Well, you can observe things happen in the world. Like I could see the Red Sea parting, but how would I know that God did that, as opposed to aliens, as opposed to trickster deities, as opposed to mass hallucination, you know, and probably other things you could think of, right? Potentially there's going to be ways to adjudicate that, but it's going to be tricky, especially when we're moving outside the realm of natural explanations and we're willing to countenance various magical forces or supernatural forces or deities or trickster gods or whatever. And there are many people who do believe in either miracles or supernatural paranormal phenomena who are not theists, or at least not theists in any sort of classical, like, Christian sense. Plenty of them at the New Age festivals. I've talked to some of them, right? So this idea that it's about naturalism or atheism, I think, is not true, not primarily at least. And also this idea about how skeptical or like how much evidence you need, I don't think it's really about that either, not predominantly. It's about just like fundamentally, how could you show that it was God? Like, what logic are you using to establish that that was the cause of something? Because if you say that a miracle is something that's divinely caused, that's a causal claim, and causal claims are tricky at the best of times. And when you're dealing with things that are outside the natural world, I think it's especially hard. So I think that it's a fundamentally an epistemic sort of philosophical methodological issue here that's not really about whether you're a theist or an atheist, and it's not really about like what your just sort of absolute level of evidence is. And it's sort of, and Shermer, I think's initial comments are sort of getting at some of that, and Keena's and the responses here are just about, oh well, it's a worldview issue and it depends how much evidence you want. I think that that's almost beside the point, which is one of the frustrations I have, is that there's so little discussion had about just, well, how could you know that God did something, like in principle? Like, what method do you use to figure that out?
Yeah, so I recall there are two things here that, and I agree with everything that you just said, James. For me, when I look at claims like this or alien abductions or any of that, I see it almost as a two-stage process. The first stage is this: is there even anything to the story? I mean, even to look at even in more detail, and then the next stage would be like, how do we explain it if we can even get to that first, the first one? How could we design an experiment that get that the causal part and so on? And I find that none of these claims, either the alien abduction claims or the miracle healing claims, ever rise even to the level of that first step of just saying, is there even a there? Like, even if there's something to look at before we even get to the causal part. But I do agree that they show a profound lack of imagination in designing experiments that could even in principle show that an agent is involved in any way. I mean, you could come up with like some experimental setup that would test to see whether an agent is involved in 1% of the cases in this particular treatment. I mean, you could imagine that. I mean, physicists do this all the time with rare events and setting up a situation where they can tell the difference between kind of the rule out the random and rule out like a million other possible explanations. And the theists seem to not even try to come up with ways of testing. I mean, even James's proposal to have the prayer studies done in different languages where they wouldn't even know. I mean, that doesn't take much thought to be like, okay, how would we tell the difference? And they don't even attempt to do that. And I think that's really telling.
So in terms of successful theistic, because there's going to be a lot of talk about, well, what we need to do is look at these cases and talk about inference to the best explanation, right, of the cause. And Gregory Dawes in his book here has talks about a bunch of the issues for what makes something the best explanation, and what are the kind of issues that sit behind proposed theistic explanations. And so there's a good overview, though, of the kinds of things he proposes here. I'm not sure if you can see it. And so the explanatory virtues that he basically posits are like testability. Can the hypothesis yield testable predictions or not? So theists need to specify what the divine goals and intentions are. If they do so, their explanations will be testable. However, when theists do this, they tend to fail the tests. Background knowledge. Is the hypothesis consistent with facts independent of those it is trying to explain? So divine agency is not consistent with what we know about human agency. Human agents are embodied, finite, and temporally limited. Past success. Does the hypothesis fit within a tradition that has a track record of explanatory success? So naturalism is a far more successful research tradition than theism. It yields enormous benefits in terms of insights and technology. Theism has to play catch up. Simplicity. Is the hypothesis readily falsifiable? Does it rely on as few auxiliary hypotheses as possible? Theists have a tendency to tack on auxiliary hypotheses to explain away uncomfortable information. This is particularly apparent in responses to the problem of evil and pain. Ontological economy. Does the hypothesis rely on well-understood ontological entities and processes? Does it have sufficient reason to posit novel ontological entities? Theism posits a whole range of novel ontological entities and processes: atemporal thought, non-physical action. It's not clear that these posits give us any compensating explanatory benefits. And then informativeness. Does the hypothesis specify a causal mechanism from which precise effects can be deduced? Because the divine agent is deeply mysterious as compared with human agents or natural processes, natural mechanistic processes, we do not know what to expect from it. This makes theistic explanations deeply uninformative and occasionally accommodationistic. And I think that those virtues are pretty good. In terms of actually precisifying what's meant, by this, well, we need to just infer to the best explanation, right? But basically on all of these points, which almost all philosophers can agree to, I mean, even a lot of these points are things that Swinburne actually raises. It's just that he sort of assesses the case for theism is different. So he'll say, well, actually, for example, like theism has a higher prior probability because it's a simpler theory, and by simple I mean this or something. But he basically does sign up to the same explanatory virtues in what he's trying to do. And we find, at least in the cases of these miracles, and when these guys are talking about inference to the best explanation, that they fall down on all these accounts. They don't really have good accounts for any of these things, like or why God's desires are such, that he wants to help someone with a bad back get better, but it is fine not acting in other cases that he knows about where people haven't asked for it and stuff like that. And then the mechanisms behind it, informativeness, testability, like all these things are lacking.
I think one of the key points in his book is that theistic explanations are intentional explanations. So explanations that involve agency of some kind of actor, right? Which makes them more similar to the kinds of explanations that are offered, for example, in history, when we are studying decisions of people, as compared to explanations in natural sciences, where we are dealing with impersonal forces. And he points out that when it comes to intentional explanations, one thing that's extremely important is having some kind of background knowledge about what's a plausible behavior for the agent in question to do. And he says that when it comes, for example, to history, we can do that pretty well because we have a lot of historical information about the kinds of motivations, beliefs, desires of specific people or groups of people, for example, people living in a certain civilization at a certain period in time. And even if we don't have that, there is a lot of things that we can say just in virtue of people generally sharing some features of human psychology. But this gets very tricky when it comes to theistic explanations, because where do these beliefs about God's desires, motivations come from? Like, the source of that information is going to be extremely problematic. It's going to be boiled down to essentially either intuitions, which are like, they don't come into existence out of nothing, right? There's a story about why different people have different intuitions about that, or it's just going to be based on religious texts, and they also have a complicated, like, there's a story about why the texts say what they say as opposed to something else. And also, you know, when it comes to talking about God's motivations, about his desires, about his goals and stuff like that, yeah, it's just not very disciplined. It doesn't seem that, like, theology is very disciplined about that. A lot of the terms are vague, which means that you can always bake into it the data that you want to explain. And there are a lot of attributes that are apparently in friction, and you can just appeal to any one at any given point to explain whatever you want, right? So you can say, for example, that God is all-loving, and given that he's all-loving, he would desire to do something that we would identify as loving, given, like, what we mean by love. But at the same time, he's a potter, so he can do whatever he wants with his clay, and that's how you explain other phenomena, right? So it's like vague, it's infinitely malleable, so you can always just you just have stuff to say to make it look like you are actually offering an explanation. And that's why these religions are still around, right? They are very successful memes.
If you look at you know, these explanations, they tend to be post hoc, right? You know, they're kind of after the fact, and that's where the malleable comes in. But I would imagine that with some imagination, you could come up with experiments that would be able to tell, even if there was a lot of uncertainty in terms of the motivation of an agent, to tell the difference between an agent-based effect and a random effect, or other one, right? You could design an experiment that tries to, you know, make that distinction, but they never even try. They don't even attempt to try to design an experiment to make specific predictions ahead of time. And that's why they rely on these case studies, because these are all post hoc, right? They're all after the fact.
So something that Dawes talks about when he comes to talking about theistic intentional explanations is that, you know, one of the ways that in history, for example, that we go about, I mean it's contentious whether or not, you know, we should sort of permit intentional explanations as like a valid form of explanation. But you're saying, you know, we sort of need it in certain subjects, maybe like history or whatever. And then there's certain kind of heuristics that you have to apply to an intentional explanation. So usually it's something like assuming that the person is like rational, for example. So then when you give God, the theistic God, even some kind of bare dispositions, right? Like, for example, that he's omnipotent, he's omniscient, he desires for people to come to believe in him, then it's not very, it's very easy to talk about why some proposed theistic intentional explanation isn't a genuine theistic intentional explanation, because there's like a better way that it could have been done, basically. So in the cases of a lot of these miracles, it's like, well, if God is really behind that, as you know, he desired to cause this miracle in just this way, well, wouldn't it have been better if he did it in this way, because it would have caused more people to believe, or it would have, and it's just very easy to do that, I think, in all these cases where theists are proposing, you know, this God desired to heal this person but not this person in this case. You get some quite kind of weak source, it's so other people could believe, right? But then it's like, well, if God desires these other people to believe, like, why doesn't he just answer their prayers or heal them directly, or even appear to them directly? Like, are they genuinely,
well, God has sufficient reasons for doing it in the way that he did, you know, he knows the whole plan and we don't, right? So that sort of answer can be applied anywhere, and it's why I think theistic explanations are pretty much never useful or never good, because I mean, when you have to resort to that, you have no explanation, it seems to me.
I think the problem as well with the potentially there's like morally sufficient reasons that actually justify all this is that, you know, potentially there are like morally insufficient reasons that actually make it even worse than we actually know, you know, given all our facts as well. Like it cuts both ways, that one.
And also maybe one last point about what they were saying just before we interrupted the video. So that was this obvious talking point brought up, that the kind of evidential standard that a claim would have to meet in order to convince a person is going to depend on that person's existing worldview, which, like, usually the rhetoric behind it is to say something to the effect of, well,
it's your anti-supernatural bias.
Yeah, naturalists reject miracles a priori, so the evidential standard is very high, right? But I think what I would like to know is, what's the evidential standard that ought to convince an agnostic, someone who doesn't have any prior beliefs about whether miracles are in fact possible or are in fact happening? I think that's a very important question to ask, right? Because usually the way how this rhetoric is set up is to paint a picture that there are these two opposing camps, and everyone fits either into one or the other. So either you reject that miracles are possible in the first place, or you accept that they are possible and that they do in fact happen. And the people in the first camp are going to have their evidential standard very, very high. A Christian would probably say unreasonably high. And people in the other camp are going to have the evidential standard set much, much lower, right? But I'm just asking, like, what if you're an agnostic? And this is something that I always point out. This is one of the reasons, for example, when I talk about the resurrection, why I just grant miracles, because I think, like, on the neutral ground, if you don't presuppose either that miracles do in fact happen, and if you don't presuppose that they don't happen, if you are just open-minded, then the claim that a specific miracle happened is still not going to be very intrinsically probable. So your evidential standard is going to be very high. Like I have this bottle, which brings me to the sponsor of today's video. Like I have this can, and like what's the probability? What's the intrinsic probability that in the next 5 minutes the can is going to start supernaturally levitating across the room? And how is my assessment of that intrinsic probability going to be different depending on whether I'm a theist or atheist? I think in both cases, the intrinsic probability is going to be very, very small. And whether I'm a theist or an atheist is not going to make a much difference. It's probably going to be at least a little bit higher for a theist, but still very low, right? So in either case, the evidential standard would have to be pretty high. Like if I see it, if I for example have the visual experience that I see it flying, that's not going to cut it, because there are naturalistic explanations for me seeing a can flying across the room, right?
Here's a quote.
There's
a quote from the movie itself that actually is exactly what Camille is just saying. Craig Keener says, and this is actually in the movie, it's not in the YouTube video. Craig Keener says, if someone is inflexibly against the possibility of miracles, they will always find their way around it. But for an open-minded agnostic saying maybe they happen, maybe they don't, there's plenty of evidence available. So I believe he believes that the evidence they show.
Is there enough evidence, and how much is enough for an agnostic, for open-minded?
Well, it's just plenty of evidence.
Well, I'd say plenty is enough.
Is enough, right? Yeah, that's what he's saying, and I think he thinks that the evidence shown in this documentary is enough to convince an agnostic, right? So he actually at least addresses that.
Well, let's look at their evidence.
Well, maybe I think that what they're saying just it's not well thought through, because I think what it amounts to is something like this. So if we have these, supposing the kind of improbable event, the set of improbable events that there are, right? If you're a theist, then the proportion of those that are caused by God is going to be higher than they are on naturalism. But then the actual expectedness of any of these improbable events, right, is just as intrinsically improbable on theism or naturalism. This is the question that Doug asked that I think is quite good. You know, when you see someone foaming at the mouth on the street, do you say epilepsy or do you say demons, for example? It's basically
maybe
the same.
not
right?
just as expected, right? It's a little bit more
Maybe,
expected
maybe a bit different
on like specific theisms, right? And I can imagine there are probably Christians who, if they saw a person, you know, frothing at their mouth, like lying on the floor, their first thought would be a demonic possession, right? Like even Christians living today, if you think about villagers in rural Uganda who were just converted to some insane like evangelicalism 10 years ago, who have no education and they don't have like any background knowledge about epilepsy and like naturalistic explanations of these kinds of phenomena. Of course, this is going to be like the most probable explanation for them immediately, just based on them observing those symptoms, right?
You know, if it's part of your experience, you know, or part of your evidence that you've already looked at, that there's plenty of evidence for what we call miracles, then you're going to be more open to new ones, and your level of expectation will be correspondingly a bit lower than if this is like completely out of our experience. You know, nobody ever experiences these things. I wouldn't say, for example, that something has to be medically unique to be a miracle, because if God did something twice, well, then you'd say, well, it's not medically unique. Look, it happened twice. And I just bring that one up because there was a case where a girl, I think she was 9 years old, she was praying for healing. She'd just been tested. She had auditory nerve damage. She was deaf without her hearing aid, and she was.
I think there's going to be this probabilistic problem for the more miracles you believe in as well, because each one of them is presumably an independent event. Like there isn't actually like a regularity behind it, because it's just the divine action, right, on any given occasion. So each one's an independent event. And
each divine act is a brute fact, as far as I'm concerned, the way that it's typically regarded. Unless you can,
so it's like the worst case possible for like.
Yeah. Well, unless you can provide an account as to that unifies them, such that if God would do this, then it would follow he would do these other things. But because God is omnipotent and omniscient, and his plans are typically so far from our own, I think it's rarely possible to do that. And even Christians typically sort of admit this sort of thing. And yeah, therefore, I think that it's essentially that every phenomena requires it's a new postulate that, well, God did this and God did this. Now, you might argue that that's similar under naturalism. For example, we could say, well, it was spontaneous remission, which is always a possibility for most conditions, at least. There's some rate of spontaneous remission, a lot of medical conditions. And you could say, well, for each postulated miracle, I could say it was spontaneous remission in that case, that case, that case. One difference, so at least at the outset, that seems no worse an explanation than God did a miracle, because I postulate one thing in each case, just like the theist does. But what I would say is that it's already part of our background knowledge that spontaneous remissions do happen. And at least there's an idea that we have some idea of some of the mechanisms. Maybe in some cases we are very ignorant, but usually we've got at least some ideas in terms of basic biology that we could, potentially put up there. Whereas in the case of God, like prior to the investigation, presumably there's no assumption that like theists and atheists presumably have part of their shared knowledge that spontaneous remission is a thing, right? Whereas that's not going to be true for miracle claims. So it seems to me that just postulating a spontaneous remission in basically all of these cases is going to be a somewhat better explanation, even though it's still kind of ad hoc. It's no more ad hoc, I think, than the miracle explanation, and it's more consistent with things that we already believe. Plus, of course, there's a further issue of theological concerns about, well, why is God doing this, given that he doesn't help other people and he's supposed to be all loving? Like, there's further problems you get into there that you just don't have for a spontaneous remission case. So the point I'm making here is that the fact that you have to postulate a unique divine action in each case is so much of a disadvantage that it, in my view, basically destroys the case by itself, even if there's no good naturalistic explanation, because you can just postulate spontaneous remission or like medically otherwise unknown natural healing powers, which again is ad hoc, but I don't see how it's more ad hoc than a novel divine action in each miracle case.
I think an interesting question, if anyone ever gets to talk to Keener, for example, would be, do you believe in spontaneous remission and miracles? And then suppose he answers yes to that, it would be, well, then why don't you go with spontaneous remission also for this small subset of cases? Like, what's the difference? And is the difference just that someone prayed beforehand, right? Because then it
Yes.
seems kind of like post hoc ergo proc hoc, right? Sort of.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what he says, because he says that it's tied to the religious context, that it's within, so it's in those cases where someone has been prayed for, and then we see some particular result, and Keener said that.
And to clarify, like Keener's, that would be the question to ask: is does he believe in spontaneous remission that isn't the result of divine action and miracles that are? Yeah, and I think he would say yes, but I could be wrong about that.
Well, the issue then there is, does praying increase the probability of a healing, right? Because presumably we want to say God can heal irrespective of prayers, and we have to consider the number of prayers that didn't result in healing. So if he's going to use that as an argument, that's basically an empirical claim that could be tested. But you need to consider all of the false positives and false negatives as well, like all four possibilities. And it seems like that he doesn't do that. He only looks for the one square that he wants.
Yep, that's exactly right, and I think they show very little imagination in trying to test these things. They make these empirical claims, and in some cases they imply certain things like prayer should increase the probability of healings, some kind of effect, but they show no attempt to try to actually test that empirical claim.
I think if you ask the question to Keener, like if you ask him, do you believe in spontaneous remissions? If yes, why don't you use that as an explanation for these cases? Like an answer that he might give, and that's an answer I've seen people give, is that they'll say something like, look, we have medical knowledge that basically tells us that there is limits on how spontaneous remission occurs. For example, it can only occur at a certain rate. And if the healing that is observed is, for example, very rapid, it's much, much faster than what we have established spontaneous remission to be able to do.
Like a limb growing back.
Yeah. So that would be an extreme case, right? But for some reason, Yahweh never chooses to do that. And there are books about why not, which I'm sure the reasoning is airtight and not at the very least post hoc, right? No, but the people would say, look, we, for example, know that spontaneous remission could only happen at this rate. And if it happens faster, then it's not a good explanation because it actually violates what we have established using medical science. Therefore, it's reasonable to believe that it's not a spontaneous remission and it's actually a supernatural event.
Yeah, well, that's the argument that's effectively made in the papers that I looked at, which we can talk about. And I think that in principle you can make that argument. The issue as always comes down to the details, right? Because you have to establish that the knowledge about the rate and other factors of spontaneous remission is sufficiently well established that rejecting that would be too much of a cost. And it seldom is, right? We often, for a lot of these conditions, we don't actually have good knowledge about that. At least that's been my experience trying to research some of these things. And also, I never hear, the most you'll get is like a citation which says, well, we'll get into this later, but like typically people get better from this condition within 2 years, whereas this case was like 10 years. It's like, well, does that mean that it can't happen? Like, so how, like, it seems to me that you would need pretty strong, a pretty strong basis for the impossibility or very low probability of, say, a spontaneous remission in order to say that we can reject that in favor of a miracle. Obviously, there's going to be an issue of priors there, but at least the amount of evidence is going to have to be, I would say, sizable. Not and again, the question is, has that been provided, and is there an effort to investigate that? And I contend that there often isn't.
In the cases that they cite, I think they do try to find the cases where, at least to their eye, they show that it would be impossible to have happened.
Yeah, we can talk about those specific papers because I've looked into those specifically. But talking more generally, I think that this is an issue.
That's all true, but that's not the point that I wanted to make, right? So the point that I wanted to make is that you have this answer given that in these cases, a spontaneous remission is not a good explanation because we have actually established using medical science that there are limits to what spontaneous remission, for example, is capable of doing, and this lies outside of the scope of that. And what bugs me about this response is that it actually plays on science being very rigorous and being interested in discovering causal mechanisms of the processes that we study. because it's only in virtue of that we are able to determine what are the limits of what something like spontaneous remission can and cannot do. But you don't have an equivalent of that on theism, on the supernatural explanation, right? Like, people don't study, and there are no ways of establishing what the causal mechanisms are for supernatural intervention. Therefore, we can never establish what the limitations are of that as an explanation. So, like, the two alternatives are like they are not playing on the same playing field, right? Like, that science is basically at a disadvantage because it's very rigorous, essentially, while on the supernaturalistic explanation, you can just make whatever up. You can give it a label that you borrowed from Greek philosophy, probably, and there you go, right? You have an explanation that doesn't have any causal mechanisms proposed. Those are unknown. They are mysteries.
Sympathies.
And there you
give
go.
Something a sympathy for it has a sympathy for healing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was healed, and it was an instant healing, and the audiologist said, I have no explanation for this. But one of the responses to that, and this wasn't from Michael, but from somebody else, one of the responses to that was, well, look, we've got 6 other cases of this in the archives of world medicine where auditory nerve damage disappeared. But I think the conjunction with prayer, the fact that it's so rare, and that we don't have an explanation for how it works. We also don't know the contexts of those others, because medical documentation usually doesn't mention
the conjunction with prayer,
something like that. We have different criteria of evidence used in different disciplines, but in historiography, law, journalism, sociology, anthropology, and so on, one of those criteria is eyewitness evidence. And there was a Pew Forum survey in 2006 that suggests that we've got hundreds of millions of people throughout the world claiming to have experienced divine healing. Now, again, as Michael pointed out, none of us would say all those are really healing. But to me, what it does, it means that we can't start with Hume's premise of uniform human experience to say, human experiences. I mean, personally, I don't think even Hume would start with that premise today and say, okay, well, since uniform human experience is against this, we're not going to accept miracle claims. We're not going to trust miracles.
So I think it might be worth, maybe, I didn't expect it at this point, but going into, I mean, okay, first off, you don't need to accept what Hume has to say about miracles to reject miracles, right? I mean, for example, Oppie in his book Arguing About Gods rejects what Hume has to say about miracles. Sobel in Logic and Theism rejects, a lot of atheists basically reject what
well, why is Keener talking about Hume? Shermer asked him what is a miracle, and now he's rambling on about Hume and this particular case. He doesn't even seem to be able to answer a basic question, like, how do you conceptualize a miracle? And then how do we work out if one occurred?
You have to mention Hume or they take your apologist card. Right?
Yeah, it seems like seriously. Like, it's always the apologist to bring up Hume. Not always, but like Shermer didn't say anything about
no one
Hume.
else has bring up Hume.
Yeah, David Hume is to these people as Richard Dawkins is to young Earth creationists. Or Charles, what was his first name? Charles Darwin. Sorry, I should have another Red Bull. Yeah, they always bring up, right?
So I'm just trying to find in where is it? Yeah, so here we go. This is what I'm looking for. This shouldn't be too long, but it's just it sort of frustrates me because people, consistently people consistently sort of misrepresent what Hume has to say. So just quickly, is Hume's argument either circular or question pegging? From the start, Hume's treatment of miracles has been charged with being either circular or question pegging. One of his 18th century critics, William Samuel Powell, made this charge succinctly. But nature, we are told, is uniform and unvaried in her operations. This either presumes the point of the question or touches not those events which is supposed to be out of the course of nature. Some 50 years ago, C.S. Lewis offered essentially the same criticism in these words. Now, of course, we must agree with Hume that if there is absolutely uniform experience against miracles, if, in other words, they have never happened, why then they never have? Unfortunately, we know the experience against them to be uniform only if we know that all reports of them are false. And we can know all the reports to be false only if we know already that miracles have never occurred. In fact, we are arguing in a circle. It takes only a few words to explain what is wrong with the circularity criticism. Hume nowhere argues, either explicitly or implicitly, that we know all reports of miracles are false, because we know that no such experiences have occurred. This almost gets the direction of Hume's argument backwards. Hume begins with the claim about testimony. On the one side, we have wide and unproblematic testimony to the effect that people step into water, that when people step into water, they do not remain on its surface. On the other side, we have isolated reports of people walking across the surface of water. Given testimony of the first kind, how are we to evaluate testimony of the second sort? The testimony of the first sort does not show that the testimony of the second sort is false. It does, however, create a strong presumption, unless countered, a decisively strong presumption in favor of its falsehood. That is Hume's argument, and there is nothing circular or question-begging about it. Those who think otherwise are in all likelihood working under the misapprehension that Hume's reasoning is being driven by an a priori argument against the very possibility of miracles occurring. If so, the mistake about circularity is being pushed from behind by the further mistake of attributing an a priori argument to Hume where there is none. So there's just a little bit for, yeah. I mean, there's lots of facets to what Hume's saying. But
the debate about whether miracles do occur is not actually doesn't actually overlap perfectly with the theism versus non-theism debate, because there have always actually been theists who hold to the positions that no miracles happen, and they actually have justifications for believing that. They, for example, appeal to rational intuitions about a perfect being basically designing and operating a universe so that it obeys a certain set of physical laws without any exceptions. Like, these people, they have an intuition that a miracle would be a violation of these regularities, and that would be like unfit for a god to do. Like, a perfect being would, they see beauty basically in the physical laws being not being violated, essentially. Sounds a bit autistic, right? Like, sounds like a watchmaker that finds beauty in the clock being regular motions of the different parts of the mechanism and stuff like that. But this is seriously an argument that was very powerful in certain theological spaces at some periods in time, like 19th century Germany, for example. Like, half of the theologians, at least, were advancing this argument.
I mean, kind of Swinburne, right? With the regularities of nature need a personal explanation or whatever.
Yeah, there were Christians, seriously, who argued that, like, the resurrection isn't actually a supernatural event, because for exactly this reason, right? Like they were Christians. They actually believed that in the Christian God, and they believe in Jesus' messiahship. They just had a rational intuition about miracles not occurring, because that's like the universe where miracles don't happen is actually a being that designs a universe where miracles don't happen is a greater being. And if God is the greatest being, then there would be no miracles.
I think I've heard John Lennox say something similar, actually, that when he says it's not a violation of a law of nature, he says, like, there could be sometimes, he says it's God injecting something into the system, but he also says, like, there could be like these meta laws or something, you know, that are running sort of behind
that's the obvious response to that. Yeah,
Keener says that too. He said it's where in kind of defining miracles, it says it's not a violation of physical law. It's the injection of the agent coming in, and I think it makes it mistakes the nature of natural law as being prescriptive as opposed to descriptive, and that's, you know, a failure. So they see it as, you know, oh, it's not a violation if something else outside is coming in.
Well, the way I like to put it is that laws of nature is typically understood in physical sciences, and I would say philosophy of science, although there's some dispute there. They don't come with ceteris paribus clauses. They don't say this is what happens unless God decides to do something. No one says laws of nature like that. So I find that it's a bit of an odd way to think about it. But I mean, ultimately, I don't really care if they say that it's a higher law or not. If it's due to God's agency that's outside of the normal operation that would occur sans God's agency in response to, say, human invocation, then, I mean, that's good enough.
Yeah, like these theologians that I'm talking about, they were arguing against violating these regularities, right? So they would say that there aren't these meta laws.
Yeah.
Because,
so,
you know, that then these regularities wouldn't obtain. And like these meta laws on theism would have to be like psychological laws of that govern Yahweh's
God.
mentality, essentially.
God's like a
right?
behaviorist deity.
Yeah. Like you could do like Skinner's psychology on Yahweh, you know. Like have very precise scientific descriptions of his like motivations and desires and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's a thing, right? Like we have to include these people in the conversation, and it's important to keep that in mind, because you could, like, the next time someone asks you about miracles, you can just do this, and you can send him to argue with these people that like are Christians just as much as they are. They just think that either miracles have ceased or they have never been a thing in the first place, and that's like a perfectly legitimate theological position.
That's something that, I mean, we're not going to talk about too much, I suppose, today as well. But there's, set aside all of the kind of objections that we're going to make from philosophy or the evidence, whatever, right, around these individual claims. There's a massive theological debate within Christianity about whether we're in, assuming that Christianity is true, are we in a post-apostolic age where miracles have ceased? Does it actually even fit with the theology of Christianity to have miracles occurring, right?
Yeah, and
if not, then these miracle claims falsify the theology.
Yeah, and what's very often the case is that whether like the positions that people take on this are driven by their theology and by their specific interpretations of certain biblical passages. And those positions, I think, then determine or at least influence how convincing they find these reports, testimonies, and pieces of evidence, right? Like there are Christians that you could give the Greg Keener's book to read, and their conclusions about that would be essentially identical to mine, even though they are Christians. And the reason why they don't find it convincing, just as I don't, is because they hold to certain theological, like certain interpretations of various biblical passages that lead them to a conclusion that we are like we are in like a cessationist period, right? Where the gifts of the Holy Spirit have ceased and there are no miracles happening today, right, for the last 2,000 years, which is really interesting, right? Like if you think about it, whether you are convinced by these pieces of evidence or not could be determined, or at least heavily influenced by other things that you have in your like background knowledge.
Miracle claims, we're going to put the bar of evidence so high, and in a number of those cases, maybe not not in hundreds of millions, but at least in millions of cases, these were people who started with very different presuppositions, and sometimes were willing to abandon centuries of ancestral beliefs to become Christians because of what they experienced. There was another survey that was done where over half of physicians claimed to have witnessed things that they believed were miracles. So all that to say, I think that there are epistemological questions, and I think that there are other lines of evidence besides this. But
I mean, we've all in the West, we've abandoned centuries of ancestral belief in order to become naturalists. I mean, is that good evidence in favor of naturalism?
Yeah, I find that Christians only appeal to like Muslims or Hindus or whoever who convert to Christianity, and never the reverse, even though you can find such cases. I don't know what that shows. Surely whether particular people convert to a religion is going to be a very complicated set of variables that govern that. And you can't just sort of read off some epistemological conclusion from that. Like, does the fact that the Roman Empire eventually sort of converted to Christianity provide evidence of its truth? I don't really think that it does. Certainly not when we look at post-Constantine, right? Because there's a lot of political and social factors there. So I just don't find those appeals. To put this in a meta point, right? Keener has advanced a number of principles here. One of those that he advanced is the proximity of healing to prayer is relevant to assessing the cause. Another that he advanced is the number of people who convert on the basis of testimony. Those are two that come to mind. I think there were probably some others here, but the question is, are these relevant? Like, how do we know that these make it more or less likely that something was a miracle? And so it's not enough just to throw things out there, which I guess, given Keener's book, it's sort of what he does, right? But it's just a list of anecdotes. But how do you establish that these are relevant criteria? And what research methods, was sort of Brian saying, what research methods do you need to use?
You can make a parody argument of that and say, for example, that the color of the shirt that the person was wearing at the time is like a strong indicator whether the experience was a miracle or not. Like, that's a claim. How you, like, in order to verify whether this is like a good whether this is a good heuristic, whether this is like a good detector of what is and isn't a miracle, you would have to have some kind of like independent method of determining that. But if all of your like epistemology consists of these different detectors, then you have nothing, right? Basically.
His quoting also of polls, opinion polls, it really reiterates the fact that for Keener, claims are evidence for him, and that's convincing to him. And I'll just bring up also that if you polled medical professionals, especially ones that work in emergency rooms, a large percentage of them will say that the full moon has a major effect on the incoming number of patients. When study after study, I mean, when they've just done it, discounting, it's a very easy thing to do. You can show that the effect doesn't exist at all, and there's a pretty straightforward psychological reason why they would say, that this is the case. So that example alone pretty much invalidates the poll that Keener just quoted.
What's the psychological reason, out of curiosity?
A lot of it is that they'll just remember. So they come in with this idea that Friday the 13th or the full moon is somehow problem, and so then they look for it when it's a full moon today, and there's crazy stuff happening in the emergency room.
They're trying to make sense of why it happened to them, and so they pick these features out.
And so it's the same kind of thing with the healings. It's the counting the successes and throwing out all of the failures, and they're doing it kind of subconsciously. So they just remember the ones. I remember the full moon that had this. I remember that Friday the 13th was the day everything shut down for COVID, right? Which actually was the case. And so in March 2020, and so they look for these things, and they're memorable. So it kind of plays into the story making that people like, and kind of the narrative of their life, and so there are fairly straightforward reasons why you get this, but it's pretty it's a pretty strong effect. I mean, the full moon effect that they're claiming, and it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, so to build on that point, the principles that Keen is using, proximity of attributed cause, and also the number of people who claim this, those could be applied to many other things, has been said, but one that comes to mind is homeopathy. And I like the homeopathy comparison because it's basically the best example that I think we're ever going to get of something that cannot possibly work and has been demonstrated over and over again not to work. Now, how many people have reported that homeopathy has healed them of all sorts of conditions? I don't know that it's hundreds of millions, but it's definitely millions. There are so many cases of this, and people who still research it, right? There's funding there even for this somehow. So I think that criteria would be met. Now, the other one would be how many people were healed immediately subsequently to taking some sort of homeopathic remedy. Now, I don't know that. I haven't looked into it specifically, but again, given the number of case studies, I suspect that it's probably quite large as well. So the question here would be, I'd be interested to what would Keener say about that. Would he say that the evidence is just sort of better? There's even more people who have healings just after prayers than taking homeopathy? Or would he say that there are countervailing reasons to reject homeopathy despite the evidence being similarly good, in which case I would say, well, that's sort of a red flag that the evidence is really that relevant. If you can have this evidence and it still can be false, which is what I would tend to say. So again, what there seems to be is a lack of a kind of a control condition, effectively. So it's not surprising that we have these in science, right, which is to establish that in the null case where nothing is happening, how much of the evidence do you still see that you're using to validate your claim? How often do you still see this happen when there's no underlying effect? And what he seems to just completely be ignoring here is any of these sort of considerations, essentially the controls. If you're doing science without controls, you're not really doing science. Like at some point, there's different forms of controls. Not all scientific disciplines are experimental, but there are still ways to control for extraneous factors. And just Keener seems to be exhibiting a real just lack of concern for that at all here.
I think that there are epistemological questions, and I think that there are other lines of evidence besides this, but you would think, and you'd have the right to think, that if you've got all these claims, at least sometimes you're going to be able to work through and get before and after medical records. And again, that's something that's beyond my, I've gotten them sometimes from other people, but I'm not a doctor. So I'm really grateful for what GMRI is doing, and very grateful for Elijah trying to get more people to see evidence.
So briefly explain what Craig's talking about there, GMRRI. That's the institute where you're encouraging people to send in documentary evidence, and maybe talk about a couple of the cases that are particularly focused on in the documentary. I'm thinking of Bruce Van Natter, who had his intestines crushed, and you can.
So GMRI is the video that we watched earlier. That was their promo video, by the way.
So I guess we've just forgotten about Michael Shermer's question about like what is a miracle and how do you establish it. Now we're just going to talk about anecdotes. I don't understand this discussion. Like that seems to be a pretty basic thing to start with. I don't know. Maybe Sherman's going to bring it up again, but it just annoys me. Like, what is this?
Yeah, I think I got the impression that Sherman seemed kind of disinvested or disinterested, sort of, in actually pushing back a lot against these guys. He's like, yeah, you know,
you know how often he talks to people like this? Like, maybe not Christian apologists specifically, but like he's so jaded about this stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think it. I don't mean it to be a criticism of him, but I just got the interest. He's like, yeah, you've got some more you got some more crazy opinions. Cool. Here's my reasons that I don't buy what you've got to sell, and then they're just there to kind of like sell their film. Was the kind of vibe that I got from this whole thing.
Explain what happened there and the circumstances of his healing, and then another extraordinary story related to that later on in the documentary. But yeah, first of all, tell us first of all about this institute.
So they study prayer done in Jesus' name, and so they'll take someone who says, I have had a miracle. And first of all, they'll gather their medical records. And this is where science, I think, can speak to miracles. Was the person sick in the first place? Is the person cured now? What does the medical literature have to say? And then they take it and they go, well, this is extraordinary. Let's publish this. And so I do think there's a voice for the scientific community that the church finds quite valuable in almost,
So remember from what we watched, though, as well, is it that they're just innocently looking at medical cases and going, this is extraordinary, we're forced to publish that this is a miracle? Or is it the case that they've decided that miracles have happened and they're seeking those out, and then they're seeking to try and get people with PhDs to legitimize the conclusion that they've reached through established medical practices? Is it that way around, or is it the other way around, that they're just forced to the explanation, or that they're trying to force the explanation upon medicine, right?
Well, they said I think it was interesting. They said the church finds this helpful or useful. I wonder if science finds it helpful. The way you said it is, I don't know. I would say a revealing attitude there.
For the scientific community that the church finds quite valuable in almost, both Protestant and Catholics do the same thing. And so they found several cases. One was Bruce Vanetta. He had a semi-fall on him. They removed most of his intestines after prayer. He reports it growing back. Chris Gunderson was born with a paralyzed stomach. And I can't remember the name right now. It's escaping me. It's in the documentary.
The chronic pseudo-obstruction syndrome?
That's exactly it. Yeah, and so he gets prayer and is instantly able to eat. And when I'm talking to the researchers at GMRI, they say, "Look, Mayo Clinic says this does not repair itself." And so I think those are great cases. I also agree that this is a greater epistemological issue. If you believe in God or not, opens up the probability or not. You can even allow for miracles. If you think the resurrection happened, that's going to shift your worldview. But if you're inside the Christian worldview and there's
what does the resurrection have to do with the healing of someone who had obstruction? Like, it's just throwing things out there. Like, there's no what's the structure here? Look, so he just says someone was prayed for and then immediately they were able to eat, right? When previously they were not to. How do you know they were prayed for? How do you know they were immediately able to eat? What's the documentation there? Well, I mean, we can talk a bit about this more, perhaps. I don't know exactly when they go into most detail, but the point is, the most they usually establish is that the person was sick at one time, and then later at another time they were not sick, and that somewhere in between that they claimed to have prayed. That's all they can establish. They can't even establish that they actually did pray. Now, presumably, you wouldn't think people lie about this, but they could be mistaken about the time frame. Absolutely. But this is the point. That, like, that's immediately what I kind of want to know about this. Okay, what's the timeline? What exactly is being documented? And Shermer sort of mentioned this a little bit previously. It's like, well, we need to get the specifics here. And look, if he wants to present, like he wants to go for it now, this guy, Elijah, and give a case, okay. But instead of trying to do that, he just like throws out two in this vague way, and he says, "Oh well," and immediately they were able to do. And then he starts talking about resurrection. Like,
and we got the resurrection.
What is this? Yeah. Like, what are you doing? How can you follow any of this? It's just all stuff.
Also, how do we know?
Very frustrating.
How do we know that the original diagnosis was accurate?
No,
like, if the person will, if a doctor tells me you had a diagnosis, and what happened afterwards is like medically impossible given the diagnosis, the first thing that I'm going to think is, then the diagnosis was probably bunk, right? That's a better explanation of what happened, right? So how do you take
Yeah,
care
well,
of that?
when do we want to look at those two
Yeah,
papers?
I think
One of them was
this would be a good time. But I also
Yeah.
I want when we talk about the first one he brings up is the Bruce Van Natta one, and this is something that in the movie there's actually an interesting a little bit that's not in this video, and that is so he's telling the story about tracking down the evidence for these things and trying to get you know the pre and post studies and all this other stuff, right? And there's a point where they're talking about Bruce Van Natta, and he gets this call from GMRI because they're looking into this, and they're saying, well, you know, we have some bad news. We can't publish the Bruce Van Natta thing because the technique for verifying the length of his intestine, because the claim is that after the accident he had to have a lot removed and then it grew back, and which is supposedly impossible. But the technology for actually measuring the intestine this way doesn't actually exist, and so and that's why they can't publish it, right? But that's one of the things that he brings up in this video here, which surprises me, given that he had gotten the call of saying we can't publish this because we can't verify it. Exactly, he's assuming it's true, and that, well, yeah, we just can't verify it, and he doesn't seem to realize that undermines the original claim of the miracle anyway. And I think, you know, that's a major problem. But I think it's good to look at the specific cases.
Yeah, so that intestine regrowing case, I tried to look into that, but as you said, that one is not one they've published, so there's no documentation that I could find. One thing, and not being a medical doctor, but relying on, I have a biology degree, but not like a medical degree, so that's sort of general background plus the research that I do into these things. But it did seem to me that they said they relied on X-rays, and that's not the best way to image soft body tissue at the best of times. And one thing we do know is that I don't think you can regrow intestine. The lining of the intestine absolutely does regrow and is regularly replaced. So I was wondering whether there might have been a thickening and a healing of parts of the intestine subsequent to surgery, which perhaps didn't show up as well initially on whatever imaging technique that they used, and showed up a little better later, or possibly they even just did the scan slightly differently. And as you point out now, that the technique for measuring the length of the intestine is not really there anyway. This seems to me to be a sort of a natural explanation, that basically they observed a different length because of perhaps some natural healing plus the imaging technique not that reliable.
When they say that something like regrowing an intestine is impossible, I mean, as far as I read that, is that in the medical literature, there are no cases where you get significant regrowth of an intestine. But how many of those cases are as extreme as this guy surviving? And I could totally imagine a situation where the human body, under most circumstances, doesn't regrow something like an intestine, but then under like really large trauma, you do actually get some regrowth. I could easily see that sort of thing happening, and I think that happens even with some brain damage cases where, like, you know, the neurons don't tend to regrow, but if you really have a lot of damage, you do get a lot of rewiring that happens. And so there at least, I mean, I don't know whether this is, you know, exactly plausible, but it seems like it's possible, and something that, you know, would make it harder to measure, obviously, but it could be just the fact that we have an extreme case, and that's pretty much it. So and then you combine it with the lack of proper technology to scan, other confounders in terms of the thickness or the original measurement or any of that stuff, then, you know, you really don't have a strong case to make. And even they can't make the strong case. I mean, they admit that they can't make that strong case.
Yeah, so the approach that I typically take is to try to move from the story that you get to what the actual documented facts are. So in that case of the intestine, as far as I can tell, the documented facts are the guy had an accident and had a large part of his intestine removed. There was one, I think, an X-ray scan which where the intestine was measured by a doctor to be a certain length. I forget exactly how long. There was a subsequent scan sometime later, subsequent to prayers, at which it was reported to have been measured as slightly longer, like I think it was 1 meter versus 3 meters. So I think in those cases, I say I think because it's not published, right? But that's what I gather are the facts in that case.
Actually,
so
I
that's
think
what we
there's actually a small
No, go ahead.
correction to that. I think the original measurement was done under surgical technique. So like when they
Okay.
removed the intestine, they had a measurement then because they were
Okay,
inside,
right.
doing that. So that's the original measurement. And then the secondary measurement, the quote was something like it was approximately 6 feet as opposed to the original measurement of 3 feet. So the approximately is kind of carrying a lot of weight there, I think. And that's one of the problems, is that you can't have a precise measurement of that length.
Well, there you go. And
this is
sorry, go
kind
ahead,
of
Peter.
this is kind of analogous to the situation with the New Testament, right? Like what we are trying to establish, like what we are trying to explain, are essentially texts and some other things, right? Not the narrative that is described in these texts and like is constructed out of them, right? So in this case, the intestine regrowing would be analogous to maybe the empty tomb, right? Where like we don't have the empty tomb, we just have the text describing them.
Or the intestine regrowing might even be more like Jesus at fish with the disciples or something, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. So like what we actually need to explain is the content of the medical of the medical documentation, not the kind of narrative about what happened, which is constructed out of those medical documentations. Yeah, because like any explanation that is going to be consistent with the medical documentation is going to have the same explanatory power, even if it doesn't include the intestine actually regrowing, because that's not established, right? Like what's established are the papers that we actually have in our hands.
Yes, exactly. And the trick is, and I mean, Michael Sherman knows this all too well, right? That you have to dig a lot to get the actual objective facts of the matter. They're not typically presented to you like, look, here's the facts, and we think that this points to a miracle. It's, oh, the guy's intestine regrew. But that's not an established fact at all. That's their interpretation of a certain set of facts. And so it makes it very hard to investigate these sorts of claims, because you have to spend so much time trying to work out what is actually established. One advantage of them publishing these things in journal articles is that they do a lot of that work for you, which typically isn't done, right? So in that respect, it's sort of a good thing. So what was the other case that he mentioned? One of them was one of the journal articles.
Chris Gunderson.
Is there anything anyone wants to share or anything on that case? Just while we're on it, so we go.
I just want to share that you always have to ask what the minimal facts are about any of the miraculous claims, right?
Well, what's your naturalism, Camille? Is Myron into miracles?
Well, yeah, I just want to see. Like, the first thing that I have to know is whether he was a good person, because, like, unless he is, then his intestine is like,
Is he into magic? Is there anything no one wants to share anything on that one? That's okay. Gone. Okay, the second one then, Chris Gunderson.
So which one was he? I don't remember their names.
Chris Gunderson is a chronic pseudo-obstruction syndrome, and that's the one with the case report of gastroparesis healing 16 years of chronic syndrome resolved.
Okay, yeah. Hang on, that's the other one.
And so that has one of the peer-reviewed articles.
This is similarly a case of intestinal regrowing. Is that right, or is that incorrect?
No, although it relates to the intestines.
Okay.
Interestingly, quite a few of them do. Hang on, what am I trying to do here?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is there like some kind of theme that they're trying to pull out here of like this is because I mean, if anything, doesn't that cut against their case when it's the same thing happening over and over again? Then there
are actually two cases that are similar. But one of them is not in these articles here. There's another one about see, this isn't the one that they mentioned, right? So there's the gastroparesis, and then the other one was the chronic obstruction one, which are similar conditions, but they're actually different cases. But anyway, let's talk about this one. Because
can you zoom in a tiny bit more, James? Or...
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out the optimal level of zoom. How's that?
That seems okay to me.
Yeah. Okay. So this is sort of my talk through what I got out of this paper. So this was so the story here, we start with their story. The story is that there was this guy who had not been able to eat normally for, I think it was 16 years. Yeah. 16 years he was dependent on feeding through a tube, basically because his stomach was not able to hold food in the normal way. He would throw it up, and it would lead to severe discomfort. So this condition is called gastroparesis. So he was dependent on tube feeding. I don't know why I trouble it.
A feeding tube?
Yeah, feeding tube feeding. Yeah, for about 16 years until at one point in time he received prayer, and then according to the story, he was immediately able to start eating again, and then later on the tubes had removed, and this was documented. So that's the story, basically. This condition.
Nobody prayed for 16 years.
Okay, well, that's an immediate thought that how many times did they pray and that didn't happen? But I mean, that sort of thing is just not really convincing to a lot of Christians for reasons that I don't understand.
Keep knocking at the door.
Yeah, so let me just sort of work through what's in the paper, because there's a few things that are just sort of interesting. Now, one point to note about, I would say not all, but a lot of the conditions that are subject to these sorts of healings are not well understood, and this is one of them. Notice that here's a long-term study they're appealing to here. They say they found a range of etiologies, which means the cause of the condition, that included idiopathic, diabetes, post-surgical, and others. And idiopathic means they don't know what the cause is. So there's a wide range of reasons why this condition can occur, and many of the times we don't know why it occurs at all. So to me, already that's a red flag that when we don't understand the underlying biology, the range of possibilities, I would say, in terms of course of the disease is increased. And so for conditions which are sort of poorly understood, I think that requires a bit of extra caution here. And this, I guess, this is a different study, found 70% idiopathic. So that was one point that I noticed here. Now, there's another point to notice here, which is that this condition, gastroparesis, and similar conditions, at least in some patients, are known to sort of come and go. So you can have some people who are symptom-free for a long period of time, and then there can potentially be a relapse, or they can live normally for a while, and then the condition develops later in life, as it mentions here. In most cases, especially of idiopathic gastroparesis, standard medical therapy is not effective to completely resolve the condition, and despite some relatively symptom-free intervals, it remains a chronic lifelong condition. So this condition can spontaneously basically have flare-ups and come and go to some extent. So that also is a red flag. As to how can we establish that it was sort of cured here. So let's keep going here. So the case report, which is what they're discussing here, involves what they call proximal intercessory prayer. So that's someone praying for you, like in person, as opposed to what they call it, distal
PIP
prayer.
we need 20 units of PIP stat.
Yeah, well, it's sort of interesting how they medicalize it like that. But anyway, where are we? Hang on, what does it say here? When medical treatment was administered but not effective. Yeah. I love how they give a definition here. PIP refers to direct contact prayer, typically less than 15 minutes, frequently involving touch by placing hands on the recipient and sometimes embracing them in a hug, keeping the intercessor's eyes open to observe the results. This prayer is typically done in soft tones. The intercessor may petition God to heal, invite the Holy Spirit's anointing, and or command the healing and departure of evil spirits in Jesus' name. The observed effects of prayer vary wildly, from no apparent effect to remarkable improvement. I just think it's fascinating that they're describing this in a way that like it's an actual intervention, and that we're supposed to take this seriously when people are saying that they're petitioning.
Where is the spitting and rubbing the spit in the eyes, right?
The eyes.
Okay, so the guy here is a 23-year-old American male with a history of idiopathic gastroparesis. Remember, that means that they don't know why he has it, that cause is unknown.
Something that is interesting just to mention, though, is I mean, there are actually different reports. So obviously we have in the Gospels, the accounts of miracles, like the spitting and stuff, but also some of the reports will come across later, for example, where it's like, a priest was walking past someone in church and then they said, "Spirit of blindness, come out of her," or whatever. And it's like, is there any, does the mechanism matter? Maybe it's irrelevant to God because he's just, but then if you're going to say that it doesn't matter whether you pray or whether you call the spirit out of her or anything like that. Because God's kind of like omniscient, so he knows what's going on to interact. But then that's just going to raise further problems about why doesn't he do it in cases where people aren't, doing some kind of action like spirit of blindness come out of it or asking for it. Yes.
Well, yeah. Imagine if they wrote, PIP entails like a preacher violently shaking the person, crying, "The body of Christ compels you," slapping her across the face.
Well, that wouldn't get past the ethics review boards, would it? Anyway, yeah, I think it's really interesting the way they describe this, and they're explicitly linking it here to complementary and alternative medicines, which I think is an interesting bedfellows to have, because a lot of those people in that are not Christians. Anyway, so here's a timeline here, which is weirdly low resolution, but helpful for showing the actual events here. So the diagnosis was made when he was very young, and he was on a feeding tube for, which is a J tube here, for a very long time. So it was in 2011 here that they say received prayer and started to eat. The consultation where the doctor sort of verified that was, as you can see, now they write this dates in the stupid order here. So hang on, that's the 6th of the 11th, right? So that's about a month later. And to follow up, it's not clear when that is exactly, that they're still continuing to eat without complication. I guess that's as of the time of the study. I wish they put an actual date on that. Because the concern would be that if he relapses, then well, what implications does that have? Because again, we know, and I've been able to find other cases where people report that their symptoms go away for a while and then relapse. So that would be interesting to know. But in terms of what actually happened there, where did I want to focus on here? Yeah, so this is when the tube was inserted. So that was when he was fairly young. Okay, here we go. So the prognosis for recovery of function was poor. Apart from congenital gastroparesis or vagal nerve injury, a differential diagnosis of viral versus idiopathic gastroparesis might have been considered. Still, viral gastroparesis is unlikely because it generally resolves gradually after 2 years. In this case, the symptoms remain severe and refractory with no improvement up for 16 years. So this point is interesting because, as I've said, there are different causes of gastroparesis. And the idea here is that perhaps instead of congenital gastroparesis, which would mean it's an inherited condition, that perhaps it was developed after a viral infection, which is this viral gastroparesis, which happens sometimes. Now, according to the literature, that typically resolves gradually over a period of months to years. And that study that they referenced there, I think was 11 patients, and the longest time it took to resolve there was 2 years. So I wonder, is that the longest time it can take, or can it sometimes take longer? I mean, if we know from medical literature that it can sometimes take up to 2 years to resolve viral gastroparesis, could it take 5 years? Could it take 10? Do we know? Especially when that was a small sample size. Now, so that's one sort of question there. What is the bounds of what could have resolved naturally versus what couldn't have? Now, one thing that you might note is the time span here, that he began to eat fairly soon after receiving the prayer. Now, obviously, there's potential and expectation effect there, but one thing that I sort of immediately questioned is there's this period of 16 years where he's dependent on the tube for eating, right? How often did they try during that period to introduce oral feeding? Now, there's actually some evidence of that because we have some doctors' reports. I think I might share a different document has more information about that. But the question, my hypothesis is something like, if this is either viral gastroparesis or possibly just another form that can sometimes spontaneously remit or at least go into remission, may that have happened at some period of time during the 16 years and they simply not have known because they're not testing on a regular basis as to whether he can tolerate oral feedings. Of course, they tried that after this particularly profound prayer experience and found that he could tolerate oral feedings. So the fundamental problem here is what we know is that the healing was known to have taken place by a point after. The healing was documented after the prayer, but does that mean the prayer caused it? We don't actually know when the healing occurred. We only know that it was observed after the prayer, and because they weren't documenting throughout this period as to whether he was able to tolerate oral feedings. There were some times, but it wasn't like regularly. I'll show you that in a little bit. So I think that's a real big issue here. That do we know when the healing actually occurred? Do we know that it occurred after the prayer? That's the patient report, but it's sort of unclear to me how they would actually know that if he wasn't trying to tolerate oral prayer before that. There's some just sort of interesting things here. This is actually a reference to the abdomen case that we mentioned before, that's sort of quoted here, which I think is interesting because they don't actually have a citation, a publication there. And then we've got some like funny stuff like reporting patient accounts. This phenomenon is described by charismatics as manifestations of the Holy Spirit, which may or may not occur during the PIP. Okay. Yeah, so it says here, after receiving the prayer, his intolerance to oral feedings was completely resolved. He was able to tolerate the feedings and then taken off the tube shortly thereafter. The gastroenterologist, who was his primary physician, described the case as difficult to explain, but verified the symptoms had resolved and recommended removing the tubes. Is there anything else that I wanted to discuss here? Yes. So there's a bit in the discussion here that's of relevance here. So as it says, the etiology of the case remains unclear. So we don't know why he had the condition in the first place. A subset of patients with gastroparesis report sudden onset of symptoms after a viral syndrome. suggesting the diagnosis of post-viral gastroparesis. So that was one that I suggested before, but they reject that on the basis that typically, as I said, it resolves in a shorter period of time. As I said, that's based on a very small sample size, and I don't know that we can say that it never takes longer. It seems likely that in some cases it would if you only looked at 11 people in that, I think it was 11 in that study. The other thing is we don't know when the case actually resolved. All that we know is it had resolved by the time of after the prayer. It talks about the possibility of placebo effect. I think that the placebo may have contributed to the willingness to try oral feedings. I mean, clearly that's why they tried it. I don't think that can that could explain the case completely. Now, you do have to be careful here with some of these conditions that are somewhat subjective, because it's often not a case where they just can't eat, period, or they can eat normally. It's an issue of, well, they can, but they're going to feel nauseous, or they might vomit it up, or it's uncomfortable for them.
Explosive diarrhea.
Yeah, that sort of thing. So it can be kind of a bit more of a gray area. And this can be an issue with people who are blind or who have mobility problems, is that when they're put on stage, yeah, they can see to some extent, they can move to some extent, but it's not necessarily good for them or easy for them to do. And so you have to be careful with conditions like this. So the point is, his willingness to tolerate oral feeding, I suspect, may not have been as sudden as they sort of indicate here. Maybe he had to get used to it a little bit after the prayer, but I do suspect there was genuine improvement, because over a period of time, I think that it would have been very uncomfortable for him to continue feeding if the condition hadn't improved. But I think at the same time, we can be skeptical about whether it was really as simple as they say. We don't have documentation of that. There's an interesting claim here that prayer effects may be stronger when administered by those who espouse a theological worldview that accommodates an effect for prayer for healing. I don't know if there's a theological grounds for that. I like, does God only heal people who believe they can be healed? I guess the Bible kind of says that. I don't know. I just think that that's sort of an interesting remark to make.
But there would be good natural reasons right there.
Well, actually, yeah, I think Keener mentions that. And I think this might be later in the Unbelievable episode, but he mentions that the failure of some of the prayer studies happened because most of the people that they were able to get in the studies were a certain type of Protestant that didn't believe in miracles, and therefore, of course, the miracles are not going to happen for that. And I think that's interesting. Another thing I wanted to mention about kind of proximal prayer, kind of laying of hands on people. Steve Novella in the article he says there's another reason to study proximal prayer, in which he was actually talking about one of the later ones we're looking at. Studies of distant intercessory prayer have been essentially negative. We see the typical random scatter results expected of an ineffective treatment with no consistent pattern of positive results, and with the best studies being negative. And so he has said that, in his opinion, the study is this kind of, proximal studies represents a larger trend that he's seen before in clinical research, going backwards in quality after high quality studies yield negative results. And he's seen it with acupuncture, after the well-controlled trials were negative, some proponents decided that, quote, pragmatic or unblinded studies were better, because obviously they're going to give some results. And they say that he also sees this with homeopathy, where well-controlled studies are negative and then dismissed because treatments were not individualized. So this is, another reason to bring up that particular methodology, and that brings up that kind of methodology as well. And the thing is, like, if they're making these predictions about the time frame, like, someone is sick, there's prayer, and then they're healed, that is easily testable. And if you just have enough people, and there's generally enough people praying, so it just shows a really profound lack of imagination on the part of the people who claim they want to actually test this stuff. They just don't. They just want the positive results, and they want the authority that comes with a scientific paper that they kind of to justify it. They don't actually want to know it because they don't want to actually test it.
If I understand correctly what you mentioned before, it's the case that when people are praying at a distance, it's not effective, but when there's personal proximity, it is effective. Would that be a fair representation?
Yeah, or at least it's you're going to get so when you do the distance ones, right, you can do it on scale, and you can design the experiments with controls, and they pretty much show a negative result. Some of them actually show the opposite, like the patient actually getting worse. Sometimes when it's like semi-unblinded, so like they might know that they're in a prayer study, but they don't know, which one. So there's kind of a funny expectation effect there. But pretty much, there hasn't been a demonstration of the distant prayer. So and so if you're going to do the proximal prayer, right, that's going to be one-on-one. You're not going to be able to scale that, or it hasn't been scaled quite as easily, right? They could do it. There could be ways of designing an experiment that uses proximal prayer and is, and you have an n that's greater than 3, and that could be done, but they just don't want to do it, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, what would be a theological explanation for why distance prayer wouldn't work or work less often than a proximal prayer? Because I can...
Well, the people who believe in the apostolic stuff, they'll say there's textual basis for laying on of hands or something, maybe?
Yeah, but that just pushes the explanation one step further. No, but like if it was the case that, like, if it could be could be established empirically that the distance is a factor, then there's a really good naturalistic explanation for that, right? Which is that a proximal prayer is more significant for the patient, so they are more likely to remember it, to report it, to like form a mental link between that and some development in their condition. They are more easy, they are easier to be picked out by the cognitive biases of people involved, right?
That's exactly what happens with acupuncture too, because it's the idea of you're confounding it with getting personal attention, of having a lot of this kind of positive energy of the group kind of together. You're adding all these psychological elements to it that really confound the procedure that you're actually trying to test.
But it could also be the case, though, that God has revealed in the Bible that he has a desire specifically to heal people with the laying on of hands, but not in other cases. I mean, there's a good explanation.
Is that an explanation, though?
Yeah, God has a desire just to produce the effects that we observe.
All right.
I mean, it's still quite eminently testable, even if you are looking at proximal. There are ways of controlling for that, and the issue would be just doing the study. But Nathan, can I, if you can bring up the Word document just so that I can finish this out, because this actually shows.
Could you zoom in a bit?
Sort of medical history. Yeah. Let me know. Is that a good level?
Maybe a bit more. I think. Yeah, keep going.
Way bigger on my screen.
A tiny bit more. Yeah, that's about right.
All right. So what I'm going to focus on is that, so this is their supplementary information, which is often where you get the good stuff in papers, at least in my experience. And this is basically the medical records that they're basing this on. And what I'm interested in is the time frame here. So this is, so they've got these, this is sort of below, well, let me edit. Yeah, sorry about that. Hang on.
It's all right. So I'm saying dark mode Microsoft Word there, James, as well.
Oh yeah, hang on, what happened? I can't see it now.
Yeah, we can't see it either.
Oh, it's not that dark. I don't understand. But
it was in dark mode. That was what it was.
Yeah, well, it should be in dark mode, but it shouldn't be all black. Let me try that again. I don't know what happened there.
Oh yeah,
I just wanted to
for a bio break.
Okay, I reshared that. Okay. I just wanted to indicate which date corresponded to which text here, so I've just tried to bold that. Right. So yeah, so this is when they kind of initially I think implanted the tubes there. So that's in 95, right? So then there's a few periodic appointments subsequent to that, and this one here I want to focus on.
Sorry,
here.
what is this from again?
The supplementary information to the paper.
Okay,
which is the medical information. So the time frame here is that the healing took place, or the alleged healing, I suppose, took place in 2011, right? So what I'm interested in is what were the doctor's records prior to that, like the closest ones, and the one that's closest to that is from about 2 years prior, and so that's 2009, right? A bit over 2 years prior to the healing, and what we have goes up to here, right? So this I think is interesting because this is the closest we have to information about what his condition was prior to the healing. So it says, this is his mother reporting, nothing has changed. He is continuing to receive all of his caloric requirements via the feedings. He will chew some foods and spit them out. If he swallows, the food comes out his G tube, which, as I understand, is sort of the point of it when he does the gastric decompression. He generally only has to put his G tube to gravity drain at night. Yeah, so that's of anything that he has swallowed. He does not vomit, only rarely has heartburn, blah, blah, blah. Other treatments not working. So the point I wanted to make about this is that it doesn't appear that they're really trying oral feedings. It does mention, it's a little unclear what this means here. He will chew some foods and then spit them out. It sounds like he's not actually trying to. Well, yeah, I don't know if
swallow it. No, I mean, yeah, he doesn't like the process of swallowing, maybe because he in the past it's led to some of the negative outcomes for him.
Well, yeah, but I guess the point is, how do they know at this point, say, that he was not able to tolerate oral feedings when there seems to be no evidence that they were trying oral feedings?
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's saying when they did do it, but it comes out of his G tube, right? But so is the idea? Well, that's the point of it. That can be removed. So that's something that can be removed, and then he can feed. If he can feed without it, he's healed. Is that the idea?
I'm not entirely sure. Well, yes. I mean, that's what eventually happened. I don't know the precise. I don't know if you can block it or something, because he was feeding later before it was surgically removed. So maybe there's. I guess there's a way to.
But then with the prayer,
like what, or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is kind of strange, because then with the prayer, he doesn't have the G tube in when he has the prayer, right? Later on. Well,
so the tubes are in for about 16 years until they're removed following the prayer. But the issue is that he started eating after the prayer and apparently was able to tolerate oral feeding, which previously he hadn't. My question is, when was the last attempt they made to see if he could tolerate oral feeding? Chewing some food and spitting it out isn't a test of that. And it does say if he swallows, the food comes out of his G tube many hours later when he does gastric decompression. My understanding is that's the purpose of the G tube, because the stomach is not able to tolerate holding the food in it. But whether they actually attempted to orally feed in a normal way, despite the tubes being in, which they did later on after the healing, it is sort of unclear to me. So the long and the short of all that is that it seems plausible to me that there was a gradual remission, or at least diminution of symptoms of gastroparesis over the period when he was not orally feeding. And we don't really know when that happened because we don't have that information. But if they weren't trying to orally feed, then they wouldn't have found that out either. They found out when they attempted oral feeding following the experience they had of prayer. It seems unlikely to me that that was the only time that they had attempted prayer, but apparently this was the time, the first time that they sort of attempted oral feeding following that. And found out that his symptoms had remitted. I would contend that this is something that is known to happen in this condition and other conditions, that the time frame is longer than is typical, although I don't know that we really have good grounds on what can happen, as I said, because the only study that they cite involved pediatrics that and there were only 11 of them, and the longest was 2 years. We also don't know when he may have experienced a remission of his symptoms, because they weren't as far as I can tell, they weren't attempting refeeding. So that's my guess as to what might have happened. Essentially, a remission of symptoms, which does occur in these conditions, which occurred at some point prior to the healing.
But James, you don't have any evidence for that. Where's your evidence?
Camille.
Well, you're right. I don't.
The booming voice of God.
Well, yeah, exactly. God demands to know where his evidence.
Sorry?
No, I mean your microphone, Camille. I think the gain. I don't know if it's just me, but I think the gain's got up.
I didn't do it. I didn't touch it.
Yeah, suddenly Camille's really loud and everyone else got very quiet.
Yeah, it was like the booming voice of God. Like,
is it better now? Does it make a difference? Okay. Yeah, maybe I was too close. Sorry. Yeah, but this is actually like a fairly legitimate point, right? Like when you present an alternative explanation, the reaction is almost always pointing out that you don't have any independent evidence that would favor your alternative explanation over the explanation that's being offered. That's the famous lizard in the box analogy, right? Like there's a box, we don't know what's in it. We only know that it weighs 10 pounds. I say there's a lizard in it because it weighs 10 pounds. You say there could be a duck in it because ducks also can weigh 10 pounds. And to that, I reply, yeah, but what's your evidence that there's a duck in it? If you don't have any evidence that there's a duck in it, that means there's a lizard in it. And like this is the most consistent like response that I get from people when I talk to them, right? I would appear to my universal personal experience that every single time I look into any of these claims, I always find massive question marks, similar to the ones that James presented. And when I point these out, the response that I get every single time is some form of flawed reasoning, usually this, or some other like forms of flawed reasoning, like ad hoc, introducing ad hoc auxiliary hypotheses about what God is like and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree, Camille. This is similar to what a lot of responses I get with respect to talking about the resurrection in particular, where I say, well, I think that there was reburial and hallucinations and blah blah blah. They say, what was your evidence of those things? And I think that that response is a fundamental misunderstanding of the whole point of explanatory inference, which is to take a set of data and provide an explanation for it, and then compare the explanatory virtues. To say what's your evidence for it is just misunderstanding what we're doing here. But yeah, it is a common response in my experience as well.
Is there anything else?
Now you've gone quite quiet, Nathan, at least for me.
Oh, I think, yeah, I turned down the gain because when I tried to do the booming voice of Camille. So is there anything else you want to say on that particular case?
No, that's all I had to say on that case.
So I must have misunderstood which reference went with which. So sometimes they're hard to tell, and so I don't think this is the Chris Gunderson case, and I don't think I found the actual citation for that one. Then the one with the chronic pseudo obstruction syndrome.
Yeah, that's right. So I looked into that condition, but I couldn't find a citation for that, and it is confusing because they're quite similar conditions.
They are, yeah. And the time frame is very similar to like they had like 13 years or 16 years, right? It was like the time frame of the stories is very similar. In addition, so that's why I made that error.
I think it's plausibly similar in that case as well, from what I gathered, that it's a similar issue about these conditions having a wide variety of causes, and they can spontaneously become worse or better over time, and we don't really know what the sort of baseline for that is, and we also don't know what the time frame is for when their symptoms actually remitted. Typically, you don't continually test that.
Right.
So
did you guys have anything
they provide a citation for? Oh, sorry, I was just going to say that the other one is the blind study, which is different, and they haven't mentioned that yet. I don't know if you wanted to go into that now or wait until they mention it.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to get distracted by the chat as well. His comments are justified given the truth of his paradigm. If it's true, it's true. Okay.
Well, you could say that about Hitler, my friend. Like that's a really bad response.
I know, right? Okay, so do you want to talk about the Barbara Snyder thing now? Did you say, or something else?
Is that the Macular case? I don't remember the names of the people.
That one, that's the Macular case, and then and that doesn't come up in the Unbelievable episode until about 45 minutes in, when they talk about the Heidi Baker's ministry in Mozambique, and that's when they actually talk about that. That's about 45 minutes.
Well, that case wasn't in Mozambique though. What?
It was. It was.
It was.
But yeah,
I thought she was American.
She is, but she went to Mozambique for that. It's the study for therapeutic
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's
actually in the paper.
It does. Actually, the title actually has it. The study of therapeutic effects of proximal ancestry prayer on auditory and visual impairments in rural Mozambique by Candy Gunther Brown and et al.
Oh, hang on, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, that's not the same paper that I'm
that's
looking
not Barbara.
Here.
That's not the Barbara Snyder one. So the Barbara Snyder one, that one's earlier, right? So that one we can do now. It's the other one with the blindness. That's the one in Mozambique.
The one I'm looking at is case of instantaneous resolution of juvenile macular degeneration blindness. Okay,
right. Yeah, that one I think we can do now because I think they already mentioned that, and I don't think they mentioned that one again.
All right, well, let's dig into that one then. So, hang on, where's my share screen? So there's two gastrointestinal ones and two blindness ones. That's nice and confusing. All right, now this one, I found this one much more interesting. Hang on, let me just make sure I've got the other thing. Bear with me a second here. I've got to match the right files with everything because there's the SI for this as well. Yeah, okay, I will. Okay, yes. The SI for this is also very interesting. Let me zoom in a bit more. Oops, a little too much. How is that looking? That all right? Zoom wise? Yep. Okay, cool. So the story here is so there was a woman who lost her sight, or the majority of her central vision, as it says, over the course of a few months in 1959. So she was 18 at that time. And she was tested shortly thereafter, around 1960, and showed that she had very poor vision. So counting as legally blind. And sometime after that, I'm not sure why it was so long afterwards. I guess her vision continued to deteriorate. Anyway, she started using a cane, I think, and learned Braille and so forth. So she was declared legally blind. And then subsequent to that, she, in 1972, here it is, after having been blind for 12 years, the individual reported that she regained her vision instantaneously after having received a proximal intercessory prayer. I think it was from her husband. And then we have documentation for subsequent to that where, including in 1974 and then later from 2001 and 2017, showing that her vision has significantly improved since the earlier report. So here we do have evidence prior to and after the alleged healing. And prior, her vision was very poor. Afterwards, it's still impaired, but it's significantly better. So that's the basic story. And according to her, this part's not documented, but according to her, her vision came back pretty much immediately following the prayer. Okay, so that's the story. Now let's look into, let's look into the paper here. Now, the condition that it seems that she probably had is called Stargardt's disease. So the what happened to her, or at least it seems, was that she, let me be clear here. The claim is that she had degeneration of the macula, which is basically the region of the back of your eye where you have your most what's the one I'm looking for? Highest resolution vision. And there are many, the point is there are many causes of that that can give rise to degeneration of the macula. In this case, it's a juvenile, as it says here, juvenile macular degeneration. So that means that it starts at a child age. It's quite common to have macular degeneration in old age, but this is a different etiology because it begins much younger in life. For her, it was when she was about 18 years old. So I don't know that she was ever formally diagnosed with this. I'd have to double check that. She was diagnosed with macular degeneration. I don't know if she was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease, but that seems to best fit her particular symptomology, and I'll get into that in a moment. This is important. So as it says here, the age of onset varies, and typically it's presented around 10 to 20. So that kind of fits with when she experienced her vision loss. So typically there's a period of visual decline, which is gradual, and after that, usually their vision stabilizes and remains at that level. And there's no treatment for either of these conditions, and you don't really have spontaneous recovery from macular degeneration. Basically, there's no way that I'm aware of to repair the macula. There are, I think, gene therapies that are being investigated, but those are still at the experimental stage, and obviously this was far before that. So it seems to me that if she really did have juvenile degeneration of the macula, it shouldn't be possible for her to regain significant vision after that. It just doesn't really happen. But let's keep going. So let's see. Now here's, sorry, just before we get into that, oops. This condition here that we think she had, including in this paper here, Stargardt's disease, this is a genetically inherited condition. So there's often family history of that. There wasn't any family history in her case. Now that's not necessarily impossible because it's a recessive condition. But here's the real kicker. She had an identical twin sister. Can you believe it? And her identical twin sister had no vision loss. Now, that is weird. Remember, it's a genetically inherited condition. So typically you would, and it's basically a single gene as far as I understand. There's a single loci that's known that's responsible for this mutation that leads to the macular degeneration for this condition. It's not impossible that a monozygotic twin, which is identical twin, can have a different phenotype, in this case, the disease state, while having the same the same genetics, which is identical twin. It is possible and has been known in other cases because of basically factors of gene expression and regulation. To my knowledge, it's never been shown for this particular condition, though. And so what I would say is the lack of family history, but much more so the identical twin sister, raises real red flags as to whether or not she actually had this condition, because it's pretty implausible from my reading of it that you could have a genetically identical sister that doesn't also show the condition in this case. Not impossible, perhaps, but I would say it's a stretch. So that, to me, that's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. So let's keep going for the moment. Now, here's another issue. Remember that she was initially... she lost her visual acuity over the course of 3 months, and then she was diagnosed juvenile macular degeneration in 1960. Now, that's a long time ago. They managed to find her records for this. Well, I think we'll show some of those later from that time. But as they point out here, this case predates the availability of much of the ophthalmic, how do you pronounce that? Ophthalmic. There we go. Ophthalmic. Yeah. I'm used to saying ophthalmologist, but that's the adjective. Ophthalmic testing used for diagnosis. So this was 60 years ago. And I think that, well, let me actually just read on before I get to that. In the 1960s, an ophthalmoscope and or slit lamp were available to examine the retina. So basically the way that she was diagnosed with this condition is that some ophthalmologists looked at her retina and they observed these, what do they call them? I think they're called, there's another word for it. These flakes, is it called? Or flex? I forget the name. Hang on, I've got a paper of it somewhere. No, that's not it. Because there was, maybe I'll put I'll find it later. But they observed these particular markings on the macula, and that's how they diagnose it. Or at least they did at the time. I think they've got much more sophisticated methods at the time. So that was how the diagnosis was made. Okay. Yes, and this is, okay, it was her husband. So this is talking about, I like that it says that it was a hurried spiritual devotion practice and God continues to pray. Again, one wonders in their time of marriage how many times they prayed about this and whether this was the first time. But again, there's not really a lot one can say about that. Yeah, so this is what she describes, that they began to cry as he began to pray, had a hand on her shoulder. He prayed, "Oh God, you can restore eyesight tonight, Lord. I know you can do it. I pray you will do it tonight." The wife opened her eyes and she saw her husband kneeling in front of her, which was her first clear visual perception after almost 13 years of blindness. Remember that she was, although legally blind, she wasn't completely blind, as most people who, my understanding, who are legally blind can see something. She had macular degeneration, which means that her vision is going to be poor, particularly in the center of vision. She can, however, see some things. So I do have a concern about the initial perception of how much her vision was restored. If there is such an expectation that you may sort of perceive or imagine yourself that your vision has improved more than it has. Now, that can't explain the doctor's reports from later, but I think it can explain to some degree, essentially a placebo effect, her feeling that her vision had been so radically restored so suddenly. But the couple were not cessationalists, so they believed in this.
That's actually an interesting paragraph, because I don't understand what the relevance of that is. If you go through that,
they mentioned that in the other paper as well.
Yeah, you're back to booming a bit, Camille. Sorry, I don't know why this is happening.
Maybe it's when I go off mute.
Or maybe it could have been that, or it might have been when you were leaning in close. Or...
Yeah. Like, what's the relevance of that information?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we would expect it more or less if they did or didn't. Yeah, it's interesting that it's included here. Anyway, so let's keep going, because there's more things I want to draw out here. Let's see. So the first written documentation of her visual acuity after this incident was on a prescription pad in 1974. Too much World War II history. Everything's 1974. So bear in mind that this is, I think, about 2 years after the initial healing event. Now, this strikes me as quite strange. If you're legally blind and then suddenly your vision restores itself, you don't go to have it tested. I mean, maybe you're just like, well, it's cured, so I don't need to. But then she did get it tested in 1974, about 2 years later, and her visual acuity was 2100. So that's still quite poor, actually. 2020 is considered normal vision, so that's not very good. But as I say, it's a dramatic increase of what she scored before. As they point out there. Now here's a really interesting thing. She had another test in 2001, and the patient to get new glasses, and this time her corrected visual acuities were 2040, which is another substantial improvement. So it appears that in this case, the PIP actually had a gradual increase in its effectiveness over time. Like it has some effect in 1974, but there was an improvement in the effect in 2001. Now, to me, this is very suspicious, because that's not what you would expect for a miracle. You don't expect that it has a partial effect and then a greater effect 20 years later. At least that seems pretty ad hoc to me. It mentions here that her macula appear normal, so lacking the specks or whatever they're called that were the basis of her diagnosis in 1960. Now, again, as far as I know, there's no way that this can happen, that you can have these and then they go away, because they don't heal. as it says, this is not the same description as the more extensive changes noted in her initial evaluation in 1960. So that's the main basis of this, is that compared to the evaluation in 1960, the condition they evaluated her is not consistent with that. What did I want to say here? So in the discussion, it mentions here that they think that it was most likely based on the, sorry, I'm jumping around a bit, based on the history of her onset and the examination showing the degree of vision loss, it's most likely a severe case of Stargardt disease, which is what I said before. They mentioned psychosomatic conditions, which I don't think are as plausible, although that is possible. But I just want to stay on this thread here. They talk about the twin sister, which, as I say, is not expected at all if it's Stargardt disease. So they say, while identical twins often have concordant phenotype, for age-related macular degeneration, some twins are discordant, which means that some identical twins do have different age-related macular degeneration. Now, that's an argument from analogy, because age-related macular degeneration is different from this condition. Stargardt's condition is a specific, is caused by a specific mutation in a particular gene, right? So, whereas as far as I know, this is not caused by a single allele. So, as it says, this discordance is often associated with epigenetic factors such as DNA methylation, and may also play a potentially crucial role in the gene expression and pathogenesis of age-related macular degeneration. Genetic concordance studies for juvenile version, which is what she actually had, were not found. So we don't know for certain whether other people have observed this, where you can have someone who's genetically identical but doesn't show this juvenile version. But what I would say is that it is highly unexpected from what I've been able to determine for a genetic trait like this that has a specific gene locus. Not impossible, because, yeah, there are these epigenetic factors, but I would say it's suspicious. Now, what else did I want to say? Yeah, I think that we talked about that. Okay, now I want to, before sort of giving some conclusions here, I want to show the SI like I did last time, because there's a bit more information in there. And I'll tell you what, oops, that's the wrong button. I'll tell you what sort of I think about all this, but maybe you can sort of see where I'm leaning based on what I've said. Well, where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is their supplementary material, and just let me know how far I need to zoom. How's that?
Maybe one more.
A little more?
Yeah, tiny bit more than, yeah, there we go. That's okay.
Okay, so she lost her visual acuity over the course of 3 months. Now, that in itself I find odd. I wasn't able to get good data on this. From what I gather, it usually takes longer than that for the vision to be lost. But that may be within the realm of what happens. I'm not entirely sure.
Someone cursed her.
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, I'll get to that actually, because there's an interesting argument to be made there. So here we see her visual acuity assessed as 7/200, which is extremely poor, and that was when they reported the where is it? Yeah, here it is. In each eye there is a dense yellowish white area of atrophy involving each fovea. So that is the sort of what's used to diagnose this condition of the juvenile macular degeneration. Now, I don't quite know why it's 11 years later when they confirm legal blindness. I guess she was examined again for some other reason. And she reports 20/400. I'm not sure why this is over 400 when it's normally, when the others are over 200, but similarly, oops, sorry, zoomed too far. Similarly, she shows very poor visual acuity then. Now, here we have a record of a series of visual acuity tests that were done between 1971 and 1974. And this is sort of interest here because the, where is it? Yeah, the alleged healing, remember, occurred in 1972. They don't have a date here. Maybe they don't know exactly when. Anyway, so the test that the test that occurred soonest after that is the 1974 test that you can see recorded here, which is 20/100. So her vision from the last test that we have in 1971 went from 20/400 to 20/100, which is a significant improvement, but her vision was still significantly impaired. And then we observe in 2001 another test, which is 20/40, a further improvement. And then more recently, it's basically the same. And you can see here that this is actually, as far as I can tell, the original medical record for her I think that might be the 1961, or that appears to say 59, but anyway, around that time. Oh yeah, no, here it is, 1960. Well, don't know what that is. But yeah, so this is a 1960 visit. So it is good to see that they actually got the original medical records. Now, so the question that I have is, given the putative diagnosis here was Stargardt's disease. However, that is apparently contradicted, or at least evidence against that is the fact that she has an identical twin who doesn't share her condition, which is pretty unusual. So what is another possibility? So one possibility is that she did have Stargardt's disease, and for some unknown reason, her twin didn't have it, which is unusual, but not impossible, as far as I can tell. And that then God healed her, but only partly because her vision was still significantly impaired. And then later on, she healed a little bit more, but is still impaired. So that's one possible explanation. Another alternative explanation is that she was misdiagnosed in 1960. Clearly, she had some vision impairment, but it may not have been Stargardt's disease. So from a little bit of reading around, apparently these flecks, or whatever they call them on the eye, they can occur due to a wide variety of reasons. I'm not being an expert there, I can't give details, but they're not completely specific to this condition. So my best guess is that she had a vision impairment that was developed for other reasons, and there are forms of vision impairments that can spontaneously resolve. One that I read about, which was bilateral vision loss in a horse, would you believe it or not, it seems to have occurred as a result of some sort of swelling in the membrane surrounding the brain, which put pressure on the optical nerves, causing blindness, which then resolved after some period of time. Now, I have no idea, that's probably not what occurred in her case, but there are forms of blindness that can resolve, or vision impairment, not this sort of juvenile macular degeneration. But my hypothesis is that she never actually had that. It was a misdiagnosis based on the 1960 investigation, or doctor, who, using the equipment at the time, which they noted was was not nearly as good as what we have now, for whatever other reason, misdiagnosed her. She did have vision impairment, but it was caused by some other reason, which then gradually resolved over a period of time. And she, because we don't have tests for large, like I think it's 1971 we have a test, and then 1974, we don't know what the progression of her vision was during that period of time. All that we know is that the prayer happened in that time. She experienced her improvement as occurring at a sudden event, but I think we can plausibly explain that through an expectation effect and a placebo effect. She did have I think genuine recovery of vision, as the test seemed to indicate. But it wasn't so sudden or so dramatic as she perceived it to be. And that occurred through some resolution of her condition that's sort of not entirely known. But basically what I'm hinging this on is that the diagnosis seems suspicious given the evidence we have. And I suspect she was misdiagnosed. So I guess at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what's more likely: she was misdiagnosed and had a different condition which resolved over time, or the miracle played out in the way that I described, where you have to explain why her identical twin didn't have the condition, and also that her condition sort of resolved gradually. And sort of what I like to say is that you could say that her having the condition in the first place was a miracle in itself, because her identical twin didn't have it. And that's really weird if it was the Stargardt's disease. So if the healing was a miracle, her having that condition was also a miracle, I would argue. Anyway, that's my take on it.
Can you, I want to plot the results of those tests on a chart to show how it changed over time. So can you give me the first two data points?
Well, the first one in 1960 was 7/200. There's also this number. I don't know what that is.
7/200. Okay.
Then we have a figure from where was it? Oh yeah, 1971, which is 20/400.
Right.
I don't quite know how that compares to over 200, but there's probably some way you can convert that. And then the next one we have is from 1974, which is 20/100.
It's just 10/200, James. So
I don't know that it works like that.
I was making
And then the next one is
then in
2001, right?
Yeah, we got 20/40, and then that stays at that for the next one.
They really need to simplify the fractions, right?
Yeah.
So,
I'm no expert, so I'm not quite sure if you could just do that, but you'd have to check this.
So I mean, I think what it means is what you can see normally at 20 feet is the you see at 400.
Right. Okay.
So what a normal person, what a
normal person see at 400, you see it whichever way that makes for bad.
Yeah, that's right. But
can I share
I'm
my
not sure
screen?
how they can be compared to each other if the denominator is different, is the point.
So,
but yeah, something like that.
Yep.
this Excel spreadsheet wizardry. Look at this.
So
So
the
if
miracle
if-
takes place between the 71 and 74 there.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, this is when the miracle takes place in 1971, right?
72, yeah.
And well, yeah, in
Nice.
72. But the thing is that there was already an increase in 71 compared to 60. So what explains that? That was pre-miracle.
Well, I want to know what explains 74 to 2001. There was apparently another miracle that she doesn't report.
And also, so this would be the 20 to 40 result. Like, is it the case that this is still pretty bad? This is not like a normal person.
It's below normal vision.
Yeah,
so
I love the
again-
idea that God heals her, but doesn't heal her fully enough. It's like, you can have your
Well,
vision.
you can't
back,
get greedy
but-
now.
Yeah, well, we can also extrapolate this and calculate the year in which she's going to have supervision.
I don't think it works quite like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting exercise.
And just for completeness, this is actually the Maryland Ford case. So that's the and this was the woman in the very first clip we saw in the promo when she was talking about being able to see and so on. That's this case. I find it really hard to figure out which ones were which because of the similarities. So Barbara Snyder may be later. I'm not sure when they mentioned her at all, but then that's an MS case, and I don't think that there's a citation for that one as far as I know. But this one's Maryland Ford, and she worked in a church for that whole time, right? So if you're talking about the effectiveness of prayer, right? It's pretty conceivable that someone and many people had been praying for her, including her husband, across that entire time period, right? And then suddenly, there's just this one thing that's happened. That's the miracle. So the timeline is also messed up because of that.
Also, I don't think she's trustworthy, and the reason that I don't mean when I say that, I don't mean that she's lying, but there's a quote at the end of the paper which says,
typical skeptic here.
Hear me out here, right? So she says, "I was blind when my husband prayed for me. Then, just like that, in a moment, after years of darkness, I could see perfectly." Now, we know from the very documentary evidence provided in this paper that that's false, because when she was tested, well, unless she could see perfectly, but then it came back again, which, well, that would be just as much of a problem. She could not see perfectly. Her vision was still significantly impaired. So she is definitely exaggerating there or presenting her version of what she remembers, but the objective facts don't support that.
Yeah, she even claims that this is that was the first time she actually saw her husband. Like in actual face, and that.
Yeah, so I would like to appeal to all of the Christians in the audience. If you ever happen to be miraculously cured of blindness, please have yourself tested immediately. Don't wait 2 years.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It helps a lot for us skeptics to to find things out like this.
And I mean, just like think about it, right? Like if I was actually convinced that I was supernaturally cured, I would have myself tested like every 2 weeks just to have that track record, right? Like just to generate the medical documentation, right? Like this is something that I always think about. Like, how does the fact that the hypothesis is quite extraordinary square with how much attention the people involved pay to generating the paperwork, right? Like the track record of what's actually happening. I think there's a real mismatch between what's supposed to be happening and how much attention people pay to documenting it. Which again,
and that potentially lends support to the idea that the way that they perceive these events now may not be the way that they perceive them at the time.
Again, super easy to explain on naturalism.
Yeah, exactly. Because like the gastrointestinal case, like they saw a gastroenterologist periodically for that guy's condition. If it's suddenly resolved, wouldn't you go straight to him and say, "Doctor, it's healed"? Like the next day, not I think a couple of months later. I guess maybe he was busy, but especially in the case of the Macular Degeneration case, it was like 2 years later. Again, you would have think that, I don't know. I guess maybe you can think of reasons why that didn't happen, but it's similar to the
just got a lot on.
It's similar to the cases, Nathan, that we looked at about what was it? The
Like
out-of-body,
NDEs
not
and
out-of-body,
OBs.
NDEs, yes, which often weren't reported until years later. Like if you had this amazing experience, why didn't you write it down and talk about it just afterwards? Why wait months to years later? It's not impossible in individual cases, but particularly when you see this as a pattern, it starts to be a bit suspicious, I would say.
So yeah, the same thing happens with.
No, I just had an amazing idea. Let's do a Modian shift on this whole thing, and let's just publish a paper on the topic of like in the memory studies, where we use this as evidence, like positive evidence, for the hypothesis that people have their memories of these events distorted. Like we are going to say that the fact that they don't report it immediately is actually evidence for the fact that their like the way how they remember it is not actually representative of what happened. Because if it was, they would take care to present better documentation.
Carl Sagan talks about this in A Demon Haunted World a lot, especially with the alien abductions. And there was a famous case of Barney and Betty Hill. And over time, you could see, and that because they were seeing this therapist, they could actually track how the story changed. And one of the things I find really fascinating about that case is that our current depiction, kind of classic depiction of an alien with like the kind of almond head with the huge eyes and so on, came from that case. But it came as part of a revision of the story. The original description was different, and it was influenced, and they can tie it to an episode of Outer Limits and the timing of when the therapy session happened, and it matches this episode in Outer Limits in the exact same description. And so you can actually track how the story and the memory changed, and even tie it to popular kind of media. So.
Oh, what book is that? You got to be careful with these things, you know. You can't just pick up any old rubbish.
This skeptical book, yeah.
But I mean, so that's this institute's two best papers, right? The two best examples that we just looked at are the ones that they highlight on their website. And after reading those, I would say, yeah, they're interesting cases, kind of unusual. Right. But I've given what I think is a best guess sort of expert. As a non-medical doctor, there's probably a lot more things that an expert could say about these cases. Neither of them seem completely inexplicable to me. But what I would say is, suppose that I didn't have any explanation for them at all, and it was just I was just gobsmacked. Would we conclude that these were that this treatment, right? Coming back to what we were saying before, imagining intercessory prayer as a medical treatment, what would we conclude on the basis of these two case studies? We would say, well, maybe this is promising. I guess maybe you could do some more research into it. We wouldn't conclude that that actually it happened, right? Because you never make that conclusion on the basis of two case reports. Like that's the very starting point to, okay, well, let's do some more rigorous research. So even if I don't have an explanation, at best, this is some initial thought-provoking, let's do some more rigorous studies kind of level of evidence. That's how we would assess it in any other context. And so the claim that we're being ultra skeptical, I think, is just not true. We're applying the same standards that you would apply to any other medical intervention, which is that this is way too preliminary to make any particular conclusions.
Yeah, and the fact that there's only 2 or 3 after all this time,
yeah,
is also
this is the best they've got.
If this is the best they have, then that really speaks that there's not really a clear pattern. So I mean, and that's being generous.
So were there other cases? I mean, we've talked for the past like hour or so about these two. I mean, I think that's great because we've gone into tons of detail, but he did mention a few cases there. Are there other ones that we want to go into at this point, or should we play out a bit more of the video and come back to these?
Those are the only two that I found documentation on. I think there were some others. We talked a little bit about the intestine regrowing case, which I couldn't find details on. I think there was another blindness case that you mentioned. Blindness ones are particularly difficult. I don't know if you had more to share about that, Brian, but just generally, because as I said, many blind persons have a degree of visual acuity, and assessing whether that has actually changed needs to be done in a rigorous way. And some forms of blindness can potentially become better over time. It depends on the cause of it. So it's tricky.
Yeah, blindness is caused in so many, like blindness is really interesting because there's so many different causes of blindness and so many different components that can still be in place and work partially and stuff like that. It's pretty.
Yeah, their best study on that is the Mozambique one, and they get to that later on in the video.
Okay, let's play a bit more of this out then.
You go, well, maybe modern miracles don't occur. And if you are inside, you go, well, maybe this makes other conversations more probable. What about the resurrection? Stuff like that. And so I think it's helpful in the dialogue. It's not an ace of spades, if that makes sense.
And
Why would you go from, suppose that we did grant these two medical cases, right? An intestine grows back and macular degeneration, or sorry, like a vision cured or whatever. Well, then why would we jump to and God raises people from the dead? Why wouldn't we just think intercessory prayer heals living people? But
do they have any peer-reviewed case studies about resurrections after 3 days?
Well,
like, I think
he does talk later. Obviously they don't, but he does talk later about some cases, right, of dead people, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think, for example, the amount of time that has passed since the death of the person is a factor, like a very important factor, because basically the longer it is, the less likely it's going to be that you will be able to find a different explanation, right? So
that's in the next video. Actually, the next video, Keener
Okay.
talks about a case like that. It's not 3 days; it's like 3 hours, but without breathing.
Right.
So.
Yeah, it was a heart attack one, and and we'll talk about that.
You've obviously covered those two examples very briefly there, but obviously in much more depth in the documentary, and they are quite remarkable in the extraordinary change that is there in both cases. So the ability to digest and have essentially normal eating habits and so on, where there was absolutely no opportunity for that before. Doctors say they are astonished. Yeah. Now,
see how the narrative's evolving. Now 14,000 people have watched this, right? And Justin the host has just told them there was no possibility for eating before, and now there is. And yet when we read the case report, it was like he can eat and it gets drained out of the tube, and it, like there's a bit. This is sort of how these things
the stories get simplified and sensationalized. And we looked at this, Nathan, when we were talking about near-death experiences with Habermas himself doing that with respect to one of the studies, that he was sort of embellishing it in a way that made it sort of more impressive. It's basically just like these sorts of processes on display with the apologists themselves, which I find interesting.
And the demon was sent into 2,000 pigs who all ran off a cliff at the same time and drowned. Yeah.
Well, if the demon didn't possess them, then why did they run off the cliff? That's you have to
how do you
explain
how do you explain the pigs? You can't explain that on naturalism. What's your naturalistic explanation for why that 2,000 pigs just suddenly decided to drown themselves, right?
Sorry, Baver Dig, not quite correct. So someone's vision was partly cured. It was improved. It wasn't. It wasn't restored. Yeah, we don't want to make people complacent. Like just a little bit of
like in the videos. In the videos of the healings before, like when people were still walking, but they still had limps and stuff like that. It's like, God, he wants to heal them just enough, but he wants to leave that reminder. You wrestle with God and you come away with a limp, right?
not all doctors will necessarily use the word miracle, but certainly saying this is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this, and so on. So, Michael, where do you go? And I fully accept that you have not had the opportunity to review or do any research on these particular cases here, but you've seen the same documentary that the three of us have seen. So, what would be your overall response to the questions you'd be asking about those quite extraordinary kind of apparent miraculous healings that have been tested and so on?
Yeah, well, obviously, looking at the medical charts in detail and actually interviewing the doctor.
Obviously, so many things are coincidence. So we have to weigh a lot of factors to see, is there a theistic context to it that tends to predominate in the cases where we have these and so on. You need a lot of cases to be able to test that. But the issue that he raises about replicability is a real issue in the sense that, when we speak of God creating everything, and we speak of, as Christians, speak of God's handiwork being all around us, those are things that can be tested for replicability, but we may disagree on the explanation, levels of causation. But miracles as one-offs, so to speak, they're not replicable. And so they're not really testable by replicable means. You can't, ensure that you're going to have one the next time around. At the same time, there's all sorts of things we have to deal with that aren't replicable. Certainly in historiography, I have to deal with that. So we want to know how somebody died. We can't kill them again to ensure that. And that's why I brought up how in different disciplines, we have to use the epistemic approach that's suitable for that discipline. And so for miracles, I think a case study approach is much better, which is,
so just to
this is just crap. I mean, this is special pleading. This is absolute rubbish. They are claiming that there is a causal effect, and that should be observable at an aggregate level when appropriately controlled. You can't get around that if you're actually asserting a claim.
Yeah. Well, they
if
also
it's
say
not replicable.
Yeah.
If it's not replicable, then why bother praying before and think it's going to cure anyone? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's really pretty silly. And the thing is, like later on, they talk about how in Heidi Baker's ministry, like these miracles happen all the time. Like they'll say that, and so they'll say there are contexts where miracles kind of reliably, although not 100% obviously, but like reliably occur. And it's also telling that the better we're able to actually measure these things, the less we verify them. And I think that's something that he has to really contend with. I think Shermer actually makes a kind of a funny point at one point where he said, if you're going to give me evidence, like it'd be great if you can do it in Southern California and not in Mozambique. So
when they say, well, you need to go to like some of these third world countries to see what's happening, and it's like,
right.
why?
He's like, I don't want to go to some malaria-ridden country to see this. Why do you?
Yeah, there is this idea though, because I remember in Bible studies, like 3 years ago or something, when people would say, well, we don't really see these miracles, whatever. And I remember the vicar saying, well, yeah, my understanding is it tends to happen. I remember the vicar, a grown man on a full-time salary where it's his job to talk about these things, saying, it's my understanding that these things happen more in third world countries, like with demon possessions and things like that, but not so much and there's just no attempt to investigate, well, why might that be the case? Like those reports.
Right. I think it's that's one of the interesting things about and it's really true also for any of these healing miracles, is that but it's certainly true for UFOs, that the number of UFO claims has gone down once we put a camera in everyone's pocket, right? And so suddenly you increase the ability to document these particular supposedly rare events, and the number of events claims goes down. That's indicative of something that's not true, right? The closer you can look at it, the more it kind of retreats. And the same thing is true for these kind of healing claims. Kind of you get the better we're able to measure them, the more they retreat into the distance, and that's an indication of something that's just not true.
Maybe now it would be the time to point out the obvious fact that the miracles occurring in their proper religious milieu actually makes them less probable, not more, because it raises the probability of the competing explanation. No wonder evangelical Christians in rural Uganda are going to become convinced that they were miraculously healed. If that started happening in hospitals in Denmark, where the proper religious milieu doesn't exist, then that would be interesting. Or if it started happening in some isolated native community in the Pacific, where they don't have any concept of supernatural healing to begin with, because their religious system is very, very different. That would be interesting. But why is it surprising that it seems to me that religions always generate testimonies and reports and evidences of exactly the kinds of miracles that are important in that tradition, right? Like NDEs are coming from religious background, which includes dualism. Accounts of reincarnation, the stories of people who were able to recall their past lives, including details that they could not have learned otherwise, like abilities to speak foreign languages and stuff like that. That only seems to come out of environments where religions already exist that have reincarnation as a component. These rainbow bodies, these shrinking bodies, those reports are only coming from specific regions in Tibet. And I think that if there was a religion in which it was very, very important theologically for some reason that a person was able to breathe underwater, then we would start seeing testimonies, reports, and these claims being made about people doing exactly that, coming from regions where that religion was popular. And again, this is super easy to explain on naturalism.
Yeah, it's interesting that God doesn't seem to make use of the powers that he has. So you could say, well, look, God wants to appear in cases where people already have those relevant beliefs or that they are expecting him or whatever. But the thing is, I suppose you could say that God wants to do that, but he could as easily do the opposite. He could appear in cases and places where people wouldn't expect him at all, and where it's highly unexpected, and where it's contravening existing beliefs, which apparently happened with the resurrection, but putting that aside. And the thing is that God just sort of doesn't do that. Like, God could heal amputees, right? He could heal people so that their miracles regrew while they were in an MRI scanner or something. Like, he could do all of these things if he wanted to, but he just sort of chooses not to, and instead operates in ways that are very hard to distinguish from the sort of sociological and cognitive biases and memory distortions and things that we've been talking about. You can concoct theological reasons as to why God likes to operate that way, but I just find it very suspicious that God is not making use of the powers that he apparently has to do things that are far more spectacular, that could never be explained away by the sorts of methods that we've been talking about.
Well, you can't demand what God is going to do, James.
Yeah, well, that's the sort of counter, and I guess I can say, well, no, but I can demand what would be necessary to believe something on the basis of sufficient evidence. So, if God doesn't want to reveal himself sufficiently, then I'm not going to believe on the basis of those forms of evidence. And I'm not even sure that most Christians believe on the basis of these sorts of evidences either. It seems that they typically believe for other reasons. But yeah, to say that we should be convinced by these sorts of evidence, I would say is just yeah, it's hard to it's hard to take that seriously, I guess is what I would say. And then the response is, well, you can't tell what he should do. I think epistemic standards that are objective would say are the things that determine whether or not we should believe on the basis of particular evidence. And if God's not providing that evidence, then, well, I guess God doesn't want to. I'm not telling what he should do. I'm just saying he apparently doesn't want to do that. So
I do find it telling. I do find it telling that Keener says that the case study approach is much better than what he's able to do. He's really into the stories, and we've seen that the case study approach in medicine is one of the worst ways to establish any particular events are happening. They can kind of highlight unusual situations or particularly interesting ones, but they never provide the kind of, this is definitely the evidence for this particular effect. I do want to also from the movie, and this is not in the YouTube video. Elijah talks about the difficulty of testing, and he says that I didn't realize how difficult it would be to find evidence of miracle healings. He said if someone gets healed, you often can't. Yes, yeah, to find evidence, right? You often can't get back in contact with that person. He said it's almost as if a miracle happens, you have about 48 hours and then they're gone. Like you can't. And this gets to the why don't the people who get the miracles actually get tested?
They could have just found out.
Yeah, I know.
The eyewitnesses all over Palestine.
Exactly. And then he said, like, you need to collect records and have medical professional who can actually make sense of the data and have medical specialists who's willing to look at the data. And he says also, like, doctors don't like, if you got, say, a regrown kidney, of course, they don't show any evidence for a case like that. But if you came back with a regrown kidney, like no doctor is going to go back and try to look at the old data because he'd be accused of, or he or she would be accused of insurance fraud, right? That they didn't remove the kidney or something like that. And then Elijah also says there is this general trend of naturalism in which you are looked down upon if you believe that the supernatural can occur. So there's this whole culture at play where the medical community is working against finding
spiritual
truth.
Warfare.
Yes.
It's spiritual warfare.
The medical community is working against finding truth. That's a quote
because the conclusion is true before we've actually looked at the
evidence.
Evidence.
And I don't know, when I hear these kind of complaints about how hard it is to test, I just think about it seems pretty lame, honestly. I mean, given how easy it is to come up with experimental paradigms to test these things, and comparing it to finding, say, the evidence for the Higgs boson or gravity waves or black holes or the accelerating universe, each of those is far harder. And something like gravity waves is entirely fickle. I mean, compared to other things that, these kind of complaints like, oh, you have to get records, or, the doctors don't, are resistant to talking about it, just seem like lame excuses to me.
Or just compare it. Just compare it with progress in real medicine. Pharmaceutical companies are not complaining that this is hard. They just do the work because they know how to do it, right? And it works.
Yes, well, there are other people who complain about the fact that the standards are too difficult to meet and that there's a sort of a bias against their overall approach and worldview. And those are the complementary and alternative medical practitioners. This is exactly the same line of reasoning that they give. And Steve Novella was sort of mentioned that a little bit before. Yeah, they complain that the standards are not suited to finding these sorts of truths because they're just sort of in the spaces between the existing methods are sort of designed not to find. There's never seems a discussion of the methodological reasons as to why we have these standards in place. For example, how can you rule out medical fraud in cases where you're looking at apparent miracles? Like, I'm assuming that the documents that I looked at weren't fraudulent, and I don't have any reason to think that they were, but in some cases we might. So the fact that we want to be cautious of that is, I think, a relevant consideration, not just something to whine about, it's something to take seriously. Likewise, expectancy effects and placebo and spontaneous remission and all of these other factors that we have to worry about. The point of this is precisely because we care about truth and that there are other confounds that we want to ensure that we don't fall into. It's not because we don't put these things in place because we just really don't like miracles. I mean, I think that the history of science is sort of very clear about why we do things this way. And unless you can have a sort of in principle reason as to why we shouldn't do them, then just whining that they're hard is, I agree, just it's really lame and unconvincing.
You have to lower your standards, though, because these standards are getting in the way of establishing the conclusions that we already know are true prior to our investigation into the evidence, right?
Yeah, and that's what Craig Keener is saying. He's saying, look, case studies is what we should be looking at. My question to Craig Keener, I wouldn't believe in a medical treatment on the basis of case studies alone. So why should I believe in God on the basis of that? You're asking me to lower my standards for God relative to standard medical treatments. Why is God so lame that he can't meet the standards that pharmaceutical companies and universities can meet? Come on. If it's the God of the universe, can't he do a little bit better? And he's up his game.
So one thing to note as well is that they had a $250K US dollar budget for this movie as well, and didn't come up with like, I mean, I don't know, did they talk about any of the kind of explanations that we've gone into, Brian, in the movie from your recollection?
So what was the question again? I'm trying to say because
in the actual documentary,
right,
did they sort of, in the way that we've like just gone through the evidence, for example, and come up with plausible natural explanations?
No, not at all. I mean, mostly there were, the kind of skeptical voices were pretty much like Michael Shermer here, relatively abstract. Like they weren't about those particular cases, right? But they were about things like confirmation bias. They were about the kind of idea
for all the good that it's done to mention
controls,
those things.
right, exactly, right. I mean, they had those things. There was a lot of stuff about just the stories, right? And I can see that, like in a movie, you want to tell a compelling narrative, and these kind of healing stories tell a compelling narrative, which is one of the reasons why they spread so much, right? In that way. One of the things I also found really interesting, and again, this is not mentioned in this YouTube video, but it's mentioned in the movie, is that Elijah was getting real, or at least if we believe the story of the documentary, right? So he seemed to be getting really frustrated with the fact that he couldn't confirm as many of these things as he wanted to. Like he'd run into one dead end after another, and he talked about how challenging it was, and he said that he was going to give up, but there was some event with a pastor who called out his name from a distance, who said something about how he's making a movie. There was implication that somehow the pastor didn't know this and was somehow getting divine inspiration that this was the case, and that this movie was going to have a major impact and communicate to a lot of people and so on. And this kind of motivated him to kind of finish things and so on. And again, it was, I think, one of those examples of just the message getting just the story aspect of it, and just this kind of cognitive bias, or just these psychological motivators being primary compared to the actual evidence there. And they're assuming the result. They're assuming that the miracles actually happened before kind of looking at it, and it's just and that these kind of skeptics are being a bit too kind of overly skeptical.
I think something that's interesting about all this, in my view, is that 250K budget that they seem to have had for this, right? Because if on one Saturday evening, you know, James Fodor can go away and find all that out and have, you know, the some quite good plausible natural explanations of what happened and stuff. I mean, what happens if you give him 250K and 4 years to look at these things? You know, like why is there this difference? Well, yeah, I agree. Well,
well, that's what I was going to say, right? I was going to ask. Suppose you really cared about truth here. What would you do with, let's say, you're 50K? Let's even reduce it a bit. Okay, you would give 50K to someone like Michael Shermer to hire someone from the skeptics to spend months or however long. You can pay, you know, someone qualified a decent amount of time for 50K or 100K or whatever to do their best at debunking these. Say, find your best explanation, you know, do whatever you can. And then they can take the time to travel and talk to experts and so forth. That is what you would do if you really, really cared. You would put money into finding out what the best criticisms are.
Like the Randi Foundation, for example,
yeah, exactly.
A similar sort of thing.
Exactly
Actually, bringing up Michael Shermer and giving him money to do this, he was on a large panel. I think it was 2006, called Beyond Belief. I think there was you can get the videos on YouTube, and there was a question about us, like, you know, why don't we just like set, you know, because they're talking about marketing the scientists and how badly we do in terms of getting, you know, real science education out to the public, and they said, like, you know, why don't we just take something like the Microsoft Foundation, the Bill Gates Foundation, and throw, like, you know, a bunch of money at this problem and so on. And Michael Shermer was asked, yeah, I'll definitely do that. And my approach would be to go buy an island, and I'll be hanging out on that island and, like, you know, sending out my Skeptic magazine from there, right? You know, was his kind of response to how he would do it. So I'm not sure whether Michael Shermer might be the best one to be the most effective at. But
I mean, let's just imagine that these people actually paid, let's say, 50K to a skeptic to go and debunk it, and the skeptic would come out saying, yeah, I can debunk it. There is no competing explanation. How would that look, right? Because as far as I understand, this is maybe sort of what's happening in some cases. Like some of the miracle claims that are investigated by the Roman Catholic Church, they say they contracted like experts in relevant disciplines, like in medicine, physicians, to look into it. And in some cases, they say they can't explain it, right? And I'm just thinking, how does that actually look like on the ground? They have some Italian doctor who is like contracted by the Roman Catholic Church to tell them what they want to hear, basically.
Yeah, well, that's why I mean, obviously, actually doing this, you'd have to, you know, set things up.
Yeah, there would have to be documentation.
But the point that I was making is you don't just ask experts, right? Because experts are not usually in the business of developing explanations for these sorts of things, right? What you do is you hire someone to do that for you, and that person then is the one who talks to experts, and they actually are the one who puts the case together. They have to be motivated themselves to do that work. I think that's skeptical work that a lot of experts won't do, but they may provide insights. Like they'll be happy to talk to you, but they're not necessarily going to put their name to like they are saying this. And obviously you've got to find the right person to do that. But the point is, just as you find Christian scholars and apologists who are motivated to talk to experts and construct their own cases about miracles or resurrections or whatever, likewise you would find the corresponding person on the other side who's willing to do that, but for their own, you know, coming from their own worldview. And then you see how well they can do, right? You publicize it and you say, look, we've paid this money and they're going to do their best shot. And then, so there's a reason for them to want to do it, right? There's a reputational effect. They're going to try to do the best that they can. I think that in principle, that could be a very powerful way of actually trying to advance knowledge about this.
Right. Well, one of the problems also, but that James Randi talked about, was that scientists do really, really badly in the case where someone is being dishonest, because they live in a culture where it's assumed you're going to be, you know, honest about whatever effects you're going to be, you know, looking at. And so that way you don't really have to think about that aspect of it and just deal with like the controls and so on. And that, and one of the advantages he said that he had being a magician was that he would kind of dealt with dishonesty, because that's kind of his whole job, right? And there was a whole Uri Geller thing where he like fooled a bunch of scientists, kind of experts, who thought that he had telekinesis, but you know, they were simply being lied to. And so one does have to be careful about the types of claims that, you know, someone might be prepared to deal with. And some of these things, scientists might not be able to deal with effectively, simply because there may be a level of kind of cultural or lying or distortion that they're not accustomed to in the kind of standard scientific processes.
So I'm thinking let's try and push on a little bit through the video. I might skip around a little bit to where some of our notes and things are on it, but I think there's some
which
is why GMRI is doing things, and actually they look for things that are medically unique, so much narrower than I would look for, but trying to then go ahead and publish those in peer-reviewed journals and so on. And
just for my benefit, Greg, why, when they do that, why do you feel sympathetic to the view that what they're finding is evidence for supernatural healing rather than just extraordinary, somewhat unexplained events? What is specific about that data that suggests it isn't just a fluke, one of those 1 in a million things that just happens sometimes?
Yeah, anomalies occur, so it's important to look for an accumulation of anomalies. So you don't just have what could be a coincidence, but a coincidental, in a massive coincidences. There's something called the Lazarus syndrome, where I think, in terms of documented cases, where somebody, as far as anybody can tell, has been dead, and they come back to life over an hour later, and they found, the estimates I've seen have been like maybe 1 a year, but, and again, these aren't all medically documented, but in circles I know of people that I knew before I knew that they had stories like this. I've got.
What does "in the circles I know" mean here, right? Coming from Craig Keener.
There's a kind of people who like to collect miracle claims. I would.
Or the GMRI, right? And people like we're seeing in the GMRI where they're having these events that they stage where people come in.
What's in all these filing cabinets of his? And I wonder, is this his
miracle
office?
Reports.
Because it's horrifically disorganized. Look at these piles of books everywhere. I don't know how you could
break the bookshelf.
I think it's all the
miracle reports.
I think in the next video he talks about. I think there's some stories with his like in-laws families or something that has some of these cases. So that's what we may be referring to.
No, but let's hear it finish, because the question was a good one. So I'm curious as to what he says.
Did you want to comment on the accumulation of miracles? Because you should.
No, I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear that. Yeah, I think that's a dumb thing to say, but I want to hear him finish.
Like 10 of them in my immediate circle. So it's not just, unless we're burying a hugely inordinate proportion of people prematurely, these things actually do tend to happen in certain circles more than in others, and that's why for me it would be hard for me to see it as a coincidence. I had my brother whose PhD is in physics help me calculate the probabilities of that, and he was quite he gave me some really extraordinary probabilities on that just being a coincidence.
And giving physicists a bad name.
I'm sure he did.
Hang on,
let's
stay
happen in
focused
more
here.
communities rather than others. That's kind of surprising.
How did that answer the question? So the question was, how can you distinguish between an unusual event and a miracle? And he said something about his physicist friend calculated the probability of some unestablished claims.
Yeah,
what?
I think the claim is that he's making, I think, is that, and he doesn't explicitly come out and say that, but that he's basically making the claim that miracle effects are more common in a Christian religious context with prayer. So in kind of when he talks about certain circles more than others, that's exactly what he's saying. He's saying that it's, within Christian communities, you get more miracles than you have without that Christian context. And he said that sort of thing before. And so so that's why he's talking about an accumulation of anomalies is this idea that if you kind of add them all up, he's making this claim, right? He hasn't actually justified it, but he's making the claim that essentially if you add up all these weird anomalies, you find that they happen in certain contexts more than others, and that points to the kind of religious source to it.
Points to a psychological, sociological source, I would argue. So I want to hear Keener distinguish that from it. What he doesn't do is identify the competing hypotheses and explain how which is what the host here was asking him to do, essentially, is to compare hypotheses. And his answer was just to explain on his hypothesis, you would expect there to be more in certain circles. But under my hypothesis, you would expect that too, Keener, because I think it's a sociological, psychological effect.
Yeah. But he also doesn't show that it's actually true. Like he claims it, right? And he seems to be really swayed by anecdotal evidence. I mean, and that comes out in everything he says. If someone tells him a story and it agrees with his worldview, he immediately believes it, and that's pretty much enough for him.
It seems, I mean, it could be the case, and again, the case hasn't really been made, but it could be the case, plausibly, let's say, that it is really expected on Christian theism that you would have an increased number of miracle reports amongst Christian communities compared to other communities. But it's also really expected on evolution and naturalism, right? That you would have an increased number of miracle reports. So the likelihoods there are at least comparable, even if it's real, even if it looks really, really good on just theism. When you, as James said, he's not comparing it to anything else. So when you compare it to something else, it seems at least comparable. And then the priors probably, I mean, maybe he'd make a different case, but then the priors are just going to be lower for the theistic case, probably.
Well, you would expect that in the religious case that you would have more miracle claims, right? But I'm not quite sure why you would expect more kind of anomalous medical events in the Christian context. Now, I think that one of the things that you would definitely get is a reporting bias, meaning that you're going to get more anomalous medical events reported in a Christian context than you will otherwise, because people are just not going to report them.
But they're not looking for anomalous they're not looking for anomalous medical reports. They're looking for miracle claims. Non-believers typically don't report miracles. I mean, sometimes it happens, right? But there's a big selection effect that you mentioned, and so that's why I say that we expect that. It's not that we expect. I mean, I think that you can maybe make an argument about in terms of placebo effects that someone, if they're prayed over, is more likely to have an expected basis of that their vision improved or something, whereas someone who wasn't in that might. I don't know that that's an empirical claim, but I think the bigger issue is going to be the reporting aspect, particularly in the circles, as he says, that Craig Keener is in, where a lot of what he does is collect these reports, and he seems surprised that he finds so many examples when his job is to look for them, and obviously he has contacts with people who also know that and are reporting it for him. Like, I don't understand how many, Craig, would you expect to find, Craig Keener here, how many would he expect to find if there was no miracles? Right? How many of these sorts of reports would you expect to find? And
if
how many
just
does he
evolution
find?
and naturalism is true.
Yeah, exactly. Right. There's never a comparison, and that's my criticism, that there's no comparative attempted here.
Well, it's because he doesn't, as far as I can tell, see a difference between the claim and the actual event. And so he sees them as equivalent. So he would say that if you have a bunch of claims, that would not be explainable under naturalism, because the events are not explainable under naturalism. And that's the way he sees it. I see the same thing. We saw the same thing in McGrew's paper talking about the resurrection. You know, he was conflating the claims made. We have texts that say X with the actual events X. And when you do that, suddenly, you know, the kind of explanatory power of naturalism falls apart, because you're assuming that the events actually happen, as opposed to we have a whole bunch of claims.
That Elijah also brought up as well, it's the context that is key. And so it's not just that, you know, unusual things happen. It's that they seem to happen more often when at the moment someone prays. It's in the context of a prayer that it's significant. So what's your view on that?
Well, the counterfactual. What about the Christian families who pray for their loved one who's dying from cancer and they just die? Nothing happens from the prayer. That happens all the time. You know, Christian families of Christian soldiers coming back from Iraq, Afghanistan, lost limbs and so on, they get prayed for and they're not healed. Not just lost limbs, but all kinds of injuries. And, you know, so why are they not healed? If the context matters and we're defining a miracle as, you know, divine intervention, not just a highly improbable event, then how come there's no divine intervention there? And if the answer is, well, God works in mysterious ways, who knows? Well, you know, that's kind of a hand wave. That doesn't really help us understand the phenomenon.
He does not like this. This gets to Elijah, this hand wave.
Well, let's see.
Yeah. Elijah, go ahead.
Well, I think also calling a hand wave kind of undermines something. Is imagine you called a murderer and you saw him shoot a guy and he goes, well, I haven't shot anyone before in my life. Is that what we're trying to show is these are real examples. I can't explain the soldier come home. That makes perfect sense. But what I can say is there was a blind lady and she got prayer and her eyes opened up and she had macular degeneration.
I just want to say what a mess of an answer this one was. I mean, I almost don't want to make fun of him, but it's like that was such a terrible answer. First thing he says is like, basically, I'm upset that you called it a hand wave. And then he says, what we're trying to establish is our conclusion that God caused these things that are miraculous. We have miracles, so you're wrong, right?
Can I address the murder example? Because I hear this sort of appeal made a lot, and I think that it's fundamentally misconstrued. So let's consider. The claim is that, a bit of this is inference on my part, but I think that this is more or less the claim. The claim is that Jesus establishes a way to pray for people's healing in the New Testament, and God has a desire to heal people in more or less this sort of pattern, right? And particularly the faithful when they invoke Jesus' name and so forth. And so the claim is that happens when people do that and they invoke his name and so forth. So God has a reason in a context to do a particular thing. Now, Sherman's concern is, but in many other contexts, God still has that reason apparently, but doesn't do it. That's strange. Now let's compare it to the murderer case. If you just say murder in the abstract, this doesn't really apply. What we need to is apply a similar case where the murderer has a reason to murder, and we know that they sort of had the means to. So let's say that they killed. Because I don't know, it's a jealous lover thing, and they killed their ex-lover's new boyfriend or something because they were jealous. And maybe we added some more, because we've got a fair bit of context from the New Testament. So let's imagine we had a similar context there that allows us to understand the context of those motivations. Now, the similar case would be that actually she had, you know, the lover now had 2 new boyfriends, and the context was similar, but he killed one of them and not the other one, even though he had the opportunity to. Let's say that they were both there or something, right? You try to make it comparable, and then it would be a bit odd. Like, well, yeah, it seems that the motive that would have led him to do this action didn't in the case when we would have expected it to. So that would raise some questions, and you'd want an explanation for that, right? But that's precisely the point. The claim is that God has a particular motive, a particular modus operandi, if you like, of healings, but it doesn't actually seem to work in all of the cases where we would expect that motive and that context to apply. So again, the comparative case, I think, makes perfect sense, where if you apply that to the murder case, when if you establish a particular motive and the means and opportunity, and the murderer did it in one case but not the other case, I think that would raise doubts as to the motive, or raise doubts as to other facts of the matter. And so I think that the problem here is that I don't think he's properly considering what the objection is. The objection is that the established reasons for why God heals apply in a wide range of cases, and there's no explanation for why he does in some cases and not other. It seems ad hoc. And that's absolutely consistent with how we would reason in other cases. Yeah, but the point is that's not different to how you'd reason in a murderer case. If the facts were similar, you would reason similarly. Yeah, it actually, that does seem like there's something missing if the motive applies and the means apply, but he doesn't act in that way. That's the objection.
Yeah, and also it seems to be the case that, like, what the response to the objection is something to the effect that murder is relatively implausible. Like the prior probability that a person is a murderer in any given case is relatively low, and like, yeah, that's why we require like pretty high, that's why there is a relatively high standard of evidence to establish that someone is actually a murderer. Like, imagine if people were sentenced to jail or even execution for murder based on evidence that is as weak as we have been presented with so far. Like, what a dystopian nightmare, right?
Yeah, and building on that point as well, the claim is that the standards of science are too rigorous and they don't apply to these sort of one-off events that are rare. Okay, let's take standards from other disciplines. What about from medicine? Well, no, they can't meet that. What about from the legal system? No, there's no way they could establish this beyond reasonable doubt, right? What about history? No, they can't publish this sort of stuff in mainstream. Like they can't appeal to miracles, and the methods are not considered appropriate there. What discipline can they meet the standards for? I guess that's my question, apart from, I don't know, theology or whatever. So I don't get the whole objection that science is the wrong discipline, because no discipline has a standard that they can meet, that they can meet, it seems.
No, he I think he answered that. He said historiography.
Well, I don't think they can meet it in those sorts of cases, right? Because the historians don't take this seriously. But I guess that's where they would go, right? They would go to, but I don't know what historians accept any other miracle cases apart from certain ones that certain apologists want to argue for.
Evangelical New Testament.
Well, yeah.
He's going to, I think, go with a Craigian approach of elimination of different hypotheses next. I think is the next thing he says. So let's.
They can verify that before and afterwards, and I'm not sure it's rational to call those just coincidences. Like, you're assuming some type of causality there, and I think if you even allow for the possibility of something like the Christian God to exist, then you've got to take seriously that it could be his action, and then make an inference to the best explanation. And where I think the voice of science comes in the best is in eliminating hypotheses, not necessarily proving that's his voice. And so you can go back and go, well, there's 7 different hypotheses. Science can help us with 4, eliminating some, and then we've got 2 or 3, and we've got to critically think and go, what do I think is most likely the case? And I think that's the human situation, and we make that call all the time. We make it in court.
Yeah,
we make it. So if you allow,
it's like he understands broadly what he should be doing, right? But then that stands in place of him actually doing it. It's like as if just finally having a bit of a grasp of how we should reason about these things. And I'm not. I mean, there's of course debate about like explanationism versus Bayesianism or whatever, like in these cases in the philosophy literature around how you should actually go about doing these things. But that it's like, okay, suppose we agree with you now. Well, why is that the best explanation? You know, now you've got to actually provide some. Tell us about divine action, divine psychology, and ontological economy in terms of the kind of entities that are involved, or whether we're already signed up to some of these things. In that, like, do you also agree to some of the natural phenomena that are part of the naturalist explanation when you compare these explanations, or do you not agree that those are legitimate explanations at all? And so we actually need the theistic explanation in all these cases. Tell us how they compare. How does
yes? So think about what Sherma's done here. He's effectively asked, look, according to your explanation, we would expect miracles to occur actually in many more cases because God apparently has the reasons and the motivation and the context for him to perform miracles there, but he doesn't. So there's a plausibility issue there with your explanation. He's identified one aspect that seems to be accounted for poorly on the miracle explanation. The response we get is to say, well, what you have to do is you have to compare explanations and see which one's the best. And it's like,
right.
Yeah, that's what I just asked you about. Can you address the point and not just resort to this meta issue that is actually not really in contention? These responses just seem so, I don't know, juvenile to me. Like, it's like they haven't thought about these methodological issues clearly in a way that they can articulate. Look, okay, yes, here's what I'm doing. Here's the criteria. Here's why I follow them. Here's how it's established. That's what I'd like to see. And apologists can do this. Like Craig, not this Craig, the William Lane Craig. He could be pretty good at doing this with respect to William Lane Craig, with respect to some of his arguments. Like I would say, some of the more principled versions of minimal facts, I think, are much better at this. That at least try to play by these rules, right? And then the question there is assessing the explanations. But the point is that here it just seems a bit of a mess. They don't seem to know what they're doing. Sherma asks them pretty simple points about methodology, and then they just go on these rambling tangents where it's like, but. Yeah, so can you answer the question, please?
I think that this is actually, I think what we're seeing here are the fruits of apologetics in some ways, where to use a biblical analogy, it's kind of like the milk and the meat, right? Where I sort of think that these popular apologetics books will kind of will give people the milk. They'll briefly touch on some of these tools that should be used, but then that's a stand-in, that's sort of like a guise to make people think that they're actually using them then in the conclusions that they reach, where people haven't fully grasped or contended with, trying to actually use those tools then to flesh out explanations and compare them and the differences. Instead, it's like, no, trust me, like this is a legit methodology and it leads to the conclusion, and that's it all enough, right, to legitimize your reasoning process here, just to have the words inference to the best explanation, that legitimizes the inference that you're making, rather than actually being able to use inference to the best explanation and see, where it leads.
There is also a point I want to make. So he basically said, look, the way how we do it is that we have, let's say, 7 different possible explanations. 6 of them are naturalistic, which we can disconfirm using science. And then the 7th is the explanation that God did it. And the way how we proceed is that we use science, medical science in this case, to eliminate the 6. And we can't really confirm or disconfirm the last remaining one. But because we eliminated all of the alternatives, that must be the one, right? Or at least it's reasonable to believe that this is the one. It's the best explanation. And I'm just wondering, is it possible to do it the other way around? Like, is it possible to start by eliminating the theistic hypothesis? And I think no, because, and this is something that I've already mentioned, like this idea that argumentation to the best explanation consists of eliminating naturalism until all you have left is supernatural, preys on the fact that science is very rigorous and it's very interested in exactly understanding the underlying causal mechanisms, so that results of science informs us about what the exact boundaries of different explanations are, right? So you can then disconfirm them. But because theism is vague, purely defined, that you can't do it, right? Like, you can't start by eliminating the idea, the hypothesis that miracle did in fact happen. How would you do that?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of eliminating explanations because I think that that's almost impossible. I think it's sort of appealing almost to a sort of a naive falsificationist idea, which is that scientific hypotheses are sort of decisively refuted by particular experiments, which is just not really true, because you can always add you can always augment the hypothesis with further details. And so the issue is going to be one of comparative plausibility and explanatory scope. So for example, if I just say, oh, well, there was spontaneous remission, you could say that's implausible given our medical knowledge, but it's going to be very hard to establish that that's actually like impossible to definitively rule it out. And so the question, I think that you just led back to a case of which is a more plausible explanation and not can you rule it out sort of definitively.
Well, actually, I think you can do a bit better than that by designing, like using essentially the case studies to kind of say, okay, these are the sorts of situations where we would expect miracles to happen and what types of miracles we might see. Sometimes we have things that go into remission. So how do we rule that out? We have to come up with some kind of study, kind of like randomized control study, in order to test miracles. And I think with a little imagination, one can probably, control for things like spontaneous remission and background effects, and even some of the kind of unknown effects by a kind of suitably designed experiment. But they show no interest in doing this, and they're satisfied with the first bad study that confirms what they already believe, and it shows, because the second someone says, like, well, what happens in this other case, right? Essentially Mike Schirmer's complaint about prayer happening and prayer being done and nothing happening with it is part what you would have in any kind of controlled study, because you would have the case like all the prayer and which ones had effects and which ones didn't. That's kind of the basic thing, and they seemed unable to even grasp that idea, and it shows a certain unwillingness to actually try to find the truth and to rule out these alternatives. It's not enough to show that it's really rare. Maybe that's your kind of first motivation. Be like, oh, wow, this is a weird case. Maybe we can study this. And that's how a lot of science is done. Where it starts with like, oh, well, that's weird. And then we can, go and then start testing it. But they don't seem to even want to take that next step, because I don't know. I feel that maybe they realize that if they tried to, and it comes out negative, that it works kind of against their message, and maybe they even expect it to be negative or something like that, testing God or something like that. I'm not sure, but they do seem to be unwilling to try to do that.
So I think he's going to go on to make. He's going to go on now after he's said these things about inference to the best explanation and so forth, to basically mention a bunch of the cases that we've kind of touched on, like the more plausible ones, as kind of things that you can point to and say, well, what about this? What about this? I think is the next. So.
It's possible there's a person like God exists, but if not, you've blinded yourself to the reality or the possibility of miracles. You can't be objective. You can't say I'm an open-minded person if you can't allow for the possibility of it happening.
So, we talked about this at the start. I mean, I just referenced people back to there where we talked about the difference between the phenomena that we're trying to explain occurring and God being the cause of that phenomena, because it's not a given in the phenomena that God is the cause, right? It's the phenomena is just, that's the thing we've got to explain.
So you feel it's fair, once you've exhausted other possible natural explanations, to leave the God option on the table, it's okay for that to be an explanation. Obviously, some people may say, well, I'm just not willing to consider that because it's something I cannot measure by definition, which is something I cannot have a physical explanation for. But for you, that itself is a form of, dogmatism, because they're not willing to look at this specific way of understanding things.
Right, and you got to be skeptical of your skepticism. So if you go, I don't allow for God to exist, then you're not open-minded.
You've got to be skeptical of your skepticism of your skepticism.
Respond to his question. Yeah, skeptical skepticism is such a stupid catchphrase. Yeah, that's what skepticism is, right? That's what science does. That's why it puts controls in. And when we're asking you to have some skepticism about this explanation, because there seems to be these anomalies, like why is he healing sometimes and not others when the cases are similar, you just say, be skeptical of your skepticism.
Which basically thoughts. What it's, I honestly take that answer to mean thought stopping, right? It basically means like if you are having these questions and they're causing you doubts as a Christian, like stop those naughty thoughts. And in my view, skepticism is sort of self-referential. It's not like you have to have like all these infinitely intentional attitudes of skepticism that each refer to each other or something in order to be skeptical. I mean, skepticism adequately described also applies to, like being like, well, even when I say I'm being skeptical, am I just justifying my biases? Am I like that's just what it means. You don't have to be like skeptical of my skepticism, of my skepticism, of my skepticism.
Yeah, so being skeptical means implementing good methodological controls to ensure that you rule out or at least minimize the risk of extraneous factors, and therefore you establish the thing that you're particularly looking for. That's an example of skepticism. Refusal to do that, I think, is an example of dogmatism. When you're looking for one particular result and you won't introduce methods that would allow you to isolate other variables, that's dogmatism. So when Shermer asks, for questions of this sort, like how do you rule out these factors, and they just don't answer the question, I don't think it's Shermer who's being dogmatic. I think that it's them being dogmatic.
And if that's the one thing people could walk away with, is just, am I open-minded about miracles or not? But if you've pre-concluded there's no God, then you've already pre-concluded, I could show you cases of arms growing back, theoretically speaking, and you would not believe.
Sorry, this is what makes me think he doesn't quite understand what he's talking about with the inference to the best explanation stuff. Because if there's very good independent grounds to suppose that there is no God, and then we have these phenomena to be explained, and you're proposing God as an explanation, the best explanation isn't going to be something that goes against all of our other background knowledge, right?
So can we just make it a thing to always mention that, like, although it's not that popular these days, that deism or non-interventionist form of theism are a thing. Like, you can totally believe in God and still not be okay with miracles. It just really annoys me that this is always conflated. Likewise, atheism conflated with naturalism. You can think there's no God and still believe in, maybe not miracles if we define as divine action, but things outside the natural order you can certainly believe in. It's just like a lack of imagination. There's just like Christian fundamentalism and there's atheist naturalism, and there's just like no other worldviews apparently.
Also, the thing that I find annoying is whenever they say that you have this kind of big bias, right? And they'd say, well, I could show you, in this case, he said, I could show you cases of arms going back, theoretically speaking, and you would not believe it.
But you won't, though.
Right.
You won't,
exactly. You won't. Exactly. They always show this thing that's like, oh yeah, I could, if I showed you this amazing evidence, you wouldn't believe it. It's like, well, show me the evidence and see. I mean, at least, I think for me, getting a documented case of someone's arm going back would be, something like, wow, I would want to look into that. It would be kind of the first step of a, let's figure out, what's going on here. At least it's something to look at. But most of these cases, when, these miracle claims, and the same thing occurs with alien abductions or these other kind of fringe things. The second you dig a little bit, you find that that all the evidence kind of vaporizes this. It's really just not very good, and there's never anything that's like an arm going back or whatever. It's just never. They'll say I wouldn't believe in that case. It's like, oh well, maybe I wouldn't initially, but at least it'll get me to look at it. This stuff barely rises to the level of even being able to look at it.
And what's super ironic about it is that in the Old Testament there is actually a story in which something like very, very amazing, mainly an altar soaked with water being lit on fire just on command, but by the power of prayer, is actually used explicitly in a test to determine which God is real.
I think at 3750, I put that in where he said, so we'll come on to that maybe at that point in Kings. Camille spake from on high with the voice of God is back as well, Camille.
Sorry, that was just my daughter. I'm referring to First Kings 18, where it's specifically framed as a competition essentially between a prophet of Yahweh and prophets of Baal to determine which God is real and is actually effective in the world and does stuff. And the test is perform a miracle, which is actually very, very amazing, right? It's a light a wooden altar or like an altar with fuel on fire just by praying to the deity. And Elijah is actually mocking the deities. He's mocking Baal. He's saying, like, what is he doing? Is he sleeping? You can just do. I think it's perfectly fair to mock Christians every time when they pray and nothing happens, because there's a precedence for it in the Bible. Like, is
that's
Yahweh
not fair,
sleeping?
Camille. You can't use the Bible against Christians. Like, that's cheating.
Yeah, get two bulls for us. Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves. Let them cut it into pieces. I mean, that sometimes when I'm reading these Old Testament passages and I read these things, like it really creeps me out when it says things like that. But and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. I will prepare the other bull and put on the wood, but not set fire to it. Then you call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord, the God who answers by fire. He is God. Then all people said, what you say is good. Cut up some animals. Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, choose one of the bulls and prepare it first. Since there are so many of you, call on the name of your God, but do not light the fire. So they took the bull given them and prepared it. They cut it up. Then they called on the name of Baal from morning till noon. Baal, answer us, they shouted. But there was no response. No one answered. And they danced around the altar they had made. At noon, Elijah began to taunt them. Shout louder, he said. Surely he is God. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or traveling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened. So they shouted louder and slashed themselves with swords and spears, as was their custom, until their blood flowed. Midday passed, and they continued their frantic prophesying until the time for the evening sacrifice. But there was no response. No one answered. No one paid attention. Then Elijah said to the people, come here to me. They came to him, and he repaired the altar of the Lord, which had been torn down. Elijah took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes descended from Jacob, to whom the word of the Lord had come, saying, your name shall be Israel. With the stones he built an altar in the name of the Lord, and he dug a trench around it, large enough to hold 2 seahs of seed. He arranged the wood, cut the bull into pieces, and laid it on the wood. Then he said to them, fill 4 large jars of water, and pour it on the offering and on the wood. Do it again, he said, and they did it again. Do it a third time, he ordered, and they did it a third time. The water ran down around the altar and even filled the trench. At the time of the sacrifice, the prophet Elijah stepped forward and prayed, Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again. Then the fire of the Lord fell and burned up the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and the soil, and also licked up the water in the trench. When all the people saw this, they fell prostrate and cried, the Lord, he is God. The Lord, he is God.
Yeah. So is Yahweh just traveling? Is he sleeping when amputees are not healed?
I want to know why the Old Testament has better evidential standards than modern evangelical Christians, because this is at least some sort of experiment, right? I guess it's not blinded, but it's better than what we have now, which is just a case study selected from who knows how many that were sent in.
I know, but well, here's what I was thinking when I was reading that. You know, when it criticizes the prophets of Baal because they're like, you know, prophesying more and more fervently and cutting themselves as is their custom. I'm just thinking of Haman and Mashiach, I heal you in the name of Jesus. I heal you. Send in your case studies. I heal, you know, I'm thinking like, isn't that exactly the kind of thing that we're seeing amongst these particular Christian communities who believe in these sorts of miracles? I mean, they're not cutting themselves because that's not their custom, but equally is sort of absurd.
And I mean, like one of the reasons why the story is in the text in the first place is because the things that Elijah says, like the things that he mocks, were actually offered seriously as essentially explanations for the problem of evil, right? Like when people in the past ask themselves, why is it the case that bad things happen to us, even though we are in a covenant relationships with the gods? Like, why is it the case that when we pray, for example, nothing happens? One of the explanations that was offered is that the God that we are praying to is sleeping. And there are myths in which gods or a god is like goes to sleep so that then things happen that wouldn't happen if he was awake, right? Or they're actually traveling. Like in the Iliad, Zeus is traveling to Ethiopia, so he's not physically present at Mount Ida overseeing the Trojan Wars. And because he's absent, things can happen that he wouldn't otherwise allow, right? And the reason why the story is in the text is to basically put forward a polemic against it, like to basically show that this is not a good answer to the problem of evil, right? Because the real God doesn't sleep, doesn't travel, right? He sees everything. That's the reason why the story, like that's one of the things that the story is trying to communicate, right? But yeah, like when you take it at face value, what's going on with Yahweh, right? Sleepy Yahweh.
Sleepy Joe Biden. Let's play a bit more of this.
That you would come up with natural explanations. And so,
yeah, because a naturalistic explanation would always be preferred. Well, look, we're going to go to a short break, and I'm interested to see what Michael has to say in response to all this in just a moment's time. We're talking about Miracles, the new documentary by Elijah Stevens. It's called Send Proof. We're asking, is there evidence for modern miracles? Also joining me today, Michael Shermer and Craig Keener. Have you ever found yourself tongue-tied when someone asks? Okay, Craig, what are your thoughts on that?
First, I wanted to.
I mean, a quick meta point just on the adverts, have you ever found yourself tongue-tied when someone asks you to give a reason for your faith? And it's like, the whole apologetics thing as well, about you just don't really hear the same thing. For like, the reason we do this isn't because it's like, well, you claim to be an atheist and a naturalist, but Christians keep asking you, for questions that you just can't answer. So here's bad apologetics, so you can have hope in atheism being true. It's that difference, between the two. Well, it's like, obviously, if Christianity,
atheism's a religion, but for some reason we just don't have these sorts of same issues. It's just not a thing. You get tongue-tied in defending your atheism. Well, here's the book for you. I've never heard that. Also, you never have atheists or naturalists who come to you and like, oh, I'm doubting my atheism. Like, I really need your advice. I mean, they may ask questions about particular things, right? But it's not in that context where it's like, oh no, I'm doubting my faith again. Oh, you need it. And then you look at Cameron's videos where it's like, oh, doubt
I might live forever.
Stress go together.
Well, I think someone in the chat said this is church because it's Sunday, and so there you go. Atheist is a religion.
But to be completely fair, I've seen people refer theists to like Richard Carrier's blog, basically the same way, right? So there is some symmetry here.
I mean, it's not the referencing to other works. I mean, there is some. I agree, there's some symmetry, but I think the salient feature is the idea of like that it's problematic to question things or whatever. I mean, maybe there are in certain communities. I could be wrong, but you just don't tend to hear those sort of turns of phrase. Like if you're struggling with questions about your disbelief that God exists, like here's some answers for you.
Be present, and that's okay. Just to say, I don't know.
Okay, Craig, what are your thoughts on that?
First, I wanted to come back to what Michael said about non-healings. But that's something we all would agree on. In fact, in a biblical worldview, I mean, it says so-and-so begot so-and-so, and then they died. It's like pretty uniform throughout biblical teaching, everybody dies. And so, again, miracles not being replicable, being one-offs, that's just, that's what we're stuck with if we're going to investigate them. I think the study that you were citing, Michael, that's the STEP study. Is that the one?
No, it was Herbert Benson at Harvard that conducted that. That might have been like early 2000s. I forget the STEP study. I think that's a different one.
Okay. All right. If I'm not mistaken, the one that Herbert Benson conducted was when they were trying to recruit people, they were having trouble getting certain participants, that all the Protestant participants were from the Unity School of Christianity, which actually doesn't believe in miracles. And so, they had a limit. It's not the ideal way to conduct a prayer study to determine whether miracles.
Sure. You can't go to.
Wait. Hang on. In medical trials, do we usually care about whether people believe that the medicine is effective? I mean, maybe for
I think Shermer missed this point.
Usually I think it doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not. But apparently it does for miracles. You got to believe in it for it to work, friends. That's what we've learned today. That's unbelievable.
Actually, I think in medical studies, if the belief of the patient matters, I think that's a point against the.
Yeah, that'd usually be an exclusion criteria. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Shermer says, well, the reason, you're right, because you can't tell the families at home to stop praying for them. But I don't think that's actually the point that Keener was making. I think he was saying that they have to believe in the miracles in order for it to be effective. And so it's like, well, if they're praying for them, right, it shouldn't make a difference on Keener's hypothesis because they don't believe in them. I don't know. It's
the patient's family and say, okay, no praying for your guy because this is science. So it might have been prayed for anyway.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah,
and I was going to say, Craig, in relation to those kinds of studies, I mean, there's one variable you can't control for, and that is obviously God. So to what extent do you think it's even possible to do a study in which you're basically testing whether God does something or not? I mean, is that wise? I don't know.
You're supposed to get informed consent from all the participants. And if God doesn't sign that he's going to participate. But I mean, there's also the sense, I do think, we should look for evidence. And I think that there is evidence. But I also think, when we look at the Gospels, Jesus was happy to heal people, to do things demonstrably. But then when some people said, no, we want a sign from heaven, it's like, okay, we're not going to believe unless you do it this way. And God isn't obligated to jump through our hoops. And I think that once we say replicability, again, we are.
This is a massive problem with his explanation as well, because any evidence that disconfirms, he can just appeal to God isn't obligated to jump through our hoops for any disconfirmatory evidence.
Yeah, I guess the question would be, does Keener believe that there's any such thing as sort of objective epistemic standards? And if so, I would say, well, I'm not obligated to believe unless the evidence meets the standards that I'm conforming my beliefs to. And maybe you think those standards come from God or that they're something external. So I don't know. But either way, I'd just be interested there, because I just think this is a complete cop-out. Like, well, God doesn't have to meet our standards. Well, the standards are based on the objective factors that allow me to rule out alternate characteristics, right? I could just as well say the same thing about the magic pixies or the aliens, right? Well, they don't have to meet our standards. Like, it's ridiculously ad hoc and just a cop-out. And I don't know how Keener can't see that that's just a cop-out. He would not, no one would accept this in any other worldview that they don't already believe in. It's such an obvious cop-out.
I think there's even a stronger claim you can make there, because you're saying, this doesn't obligate you to believe as someone who's a disbeliever. But I think the even stronger accusation is someone who is a believer even permitted to believe based on the evidence?
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah.
You're beyond the nature of miracles. In terms of, there's confirmation bias, I think that can happen either way. I think a lot of times people will see something as a miracle because we're inclined to believe in miracles. You can also have confirmation bias to say, well, I'm inclined not to see this as a miracle because I just don't think those things happen.
Again, that's different, because the miracle is a particular kind of explanation being attributed to the event, right, that's occurred. So, and this is the problem with the slipping in and out again. Like it's not confirmation bias to say all of my background beliefs rule out that God is like a cause of anything, but there are improbable things that's not like a bias, right? You could be a perfectly rational Bayesian and say something like this. Like, it just has that hypothesis has such a low probability now, given all of the kinds of evidence that I've conditionalized on, in all the kinds of things that I believe. It's still irrationally defeasible, but then the rational thing to do would just be to go with some other hypothesis rather than God having caused it. So I just don't think he's right in what he's saying here.
Well, I think one of the things also, and this is a real striking contrast between science and what these guys are doing, is that it shouldn't matter what the skeptic says, right? They should have evidence that should convince a skeptic, and the response shouldn't be, oh, you're biased against this. I mean, and on my blog, I talk about 2 times where there was a published article, and that said that one of them was a faster than speed of light claim, and the other one was an accelerating universe claim back when it was first proposed. And those were 2 claims where, when I first read it, I was like, no, I don't believe this claim, right? And the response to the scientists, and there were other scientists who obviously didn't believe it or whatever, but the response to the scientists wasn't like, oh, you have like an anti faster than light bias or an anti accelerating universe bias, right? They like buckled down, and they did the work to try to propose tests that would actually test these various things to make sure that like the supernova were actually standard candles, and they could calibrate it in independent ways, that they could make sure that there wasn't a kind of experimental problems with the faster than light and so on. And in one of those cases, like the faster than light one, it was found that there was an experimental problem, and the effect disappeared. So I was kind of correct in my skepticism. In the other case, they extended the yardstick essentially for the distance, and they showed that the universe was actually accelerating, and they provided the way to connect it to the theoretical framework of general relativity. But the response wasn't like, oh, you people who don't believe this claim, you have this kind of bias against it. It was okay, if we look at this more carefully, the effect should get stronger if it's true. And that was true in one case and not true in the other case. But the response has never been, oh, you're just too skeptical. Sorry, this is the evidence we have. Right? They kind of give up, and they don't bother even wanting to test it.
It's just an ad hominem accusation.
Right. Yeah. Right. And the thing is, it should be enough to convince the skeptic. And if it's not, they should be able to propose ways that the evidence would get better if they looked at it more carefully. And the problem is, when they do that, the effect disappears. And so they don't seem to have any interest in actually doing that.
Or maybe one response, I guess, that there also is the to build it into the theological story why the evidence isn't convincing to skeptics, and sort of like say, God hates skeptics, or God wants us to use faith to choose, not it's like a moral decision rather than a rational decision. There's those sorts of theological stories.
But even there, you could, if God hates skeptics, you should be able to measure the effect in terms of the efficacy of prayer on skeptics versus non-skeptics.
Right. If it's genuinely happening.
Right. So that's the point.
And there are further problems for those responses as well, because it's like, which of those particular theological stories do you go with? Because you can bake that into, the story about the pixies or the machine elves who made the world or whatever, and they're testing people. They just want, they want certain people to go beyond the evidence. And so if you think it's not good enough, that's why.
In terms of anomalies, whether they're anomalies or whether they're explainable in some way, it helps if there's a pattern. They're not replicable, but if there's a pattern, like 9 times out of 10 where this happens, it's in the context of prayer, that should say something. Again, we need a whole lot of cases to be able to examine that. With the
That's what replicable
Bayes
means.
theorem, Thomas Bayes, I think, passed away before he was able to publish it, but Richard.
And it's not 9 times out of 10 in the presence of prayer, is it? From the things,
no,
he's saying he's right, yeah. If it were that 9 times out of 10 in the presence of prayer, but as it stands,
right. But he says that there's a pattern. They're not replicable, but if there's a pattern 9 times out of 10, I mean, that's exactly what replicable means. I mean, and so I don't understand what his problem is. I mean, I think the problem is that they're actually, haven't been able to be replicated, and that's what he means by replicable.
Keener says simultaneously that there are hundreds of millions of cases, but also that none of this can be replicated. I don't understand how it's possible for both those things to be true. If there's that many cases, there should be enough regularity to detect these things statistically, which is exactly the tools we've developed in science to do and to rule out other factors. It's all just ad hoc special pleading.
Maybe when he says that if 9 out of 10 cases were in the context of prayer, that should be significant. Like maybe what he's essentially saying is that, look, I've been collecting these stories where the context is prayer for so long that in my collection, it is the case that in 9 out of 10 cases, it is in the context of prayer, right? So,
or it doesn't even have to be his collection, or his memory, his recollection, right?
Or his like the network, the friends that he networks with as he's collecting these stories and stuff like that.
Also, it's not clear that that's unexpected under naturalism. If you think of socialization and expectancy and placebo effects are part of what's happening here, which I do, then this is perfectly consistent with the explanation. Again, no comparison being made here to what different explanations or worldviews would predict. I just can't believe how bad this is. Like I expect the cases to not be compelling, but I guess I expected there to be a bit more of a sort of intellectual structure and a framework that Keener's coming from. But I'm not seeing any evidence of that here. Like he's not even convinced me that he has any clarity himself about what the standards are or what the criteria are or anything.
Another question is that if it's not replicable, then why would you advise people to take this course of action to get a miraculous healing?
That's the inconsistency, right?
Yeah, because if running around in circles with your pants off, also correlates at just the same kind of rates with like these miraculous healings, then why not advise people to do that instead of pray? So yeah, that's part of the inconsistency of what he's saying.
I think that inconsistency can be explained really easily if you become very cynical and you say that these people don't actually care about whether people are healed or not. Like efficacy is actually not the point. The point is arguing for the resurrection of Jesus specifically, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Like they don't care
you're right.
about this.
But that's just so transparent. Yeah, because once you establish that there's that tension, it just becomes so transparent that that's why they're doing this, right? And then it's like, yeah, this is clearly just motivated reasoning. There's nothing else motivating it other than I'm committed to the conclusion. I've got to make it work. Because the only sort of good motivation there could be would be, well, we can figure out whether prayer is any good for actually helping people to get better, to heal or whatever, right? That would be like a good independent reason. But that's not the independent reason because there's no regularity. And so it's just being purely motivated by the desire to get the conclusion to work.
Oh, I don't think that's cynical, because at least the woman in that video that we watched from the Institute, whatever it's called, explicitly told us that that's what they're doing and that's the point of it. So I don't know that that's cynical at the point where they're just explicitly saying, hey, that's what we're here for.
Price, his friend, they were both ministers and mathematicians, but Richard Price, his friend, actually published the Bayes theorem, and if I'm not mistaken, first deployed it actually to challenge Hume's probability claim regarding miracles. So I'm not an expert in Bayesian theory, and actually Michael is probably a lot stronger in it than I am, but yeah, some of those probability
well,
claims.
the idea is just to kind of try to put some numbers on it, which may or may not be applicable in one-off events like that. So then you end up evaluating the quality of the evidence, the eyewitness accounts, and who was reporting it and what their background was, and so on. And so just to bring up a bad example that for which I think all of you would agree is not an example, Peter Popoff's miraculous cures, which you can watch on TV, which have all been debunked. James Randi.
And you obviously referenced that Peter Popoff story. In fact, you interviewed James Randi about it himself before he passed away. Yeah. So firstly, maybe deal with that, the fact that obviously there are many charlatans out there and so on. How does that affect the way we should weigh the evidence? And secondly, what do you do with those anomalies, as Craig and Michael have called them, and what makes them worth thinking they might be true as opposed to just unknowns, really?
Sure. First of all, I love James Randi. He added so much to the conversation, and I think we all benefit from that man. And he lived and helped a lot of people. And so I just want to say that. But I think the fact that there are fake miracles does not preclude the fact that there can be real miracles. And so knowledge falls on a continuum.
And now look, there's two kinds of things in that this guy's positing as an explanation that are both sufficient to account for.
From this is impossible, very doubtful, 50-50, I don't know, probable, highly probable, 100% certain. 2 + 2 is 4, God exists, or excuse me, I exist. Those are the only two I know with 100% certainty. I don't put God exists with 100% certainty. And then all other truth claims, you go, I'm this confident.
He knows 2 + 2 = 4 with absolute certainty, but what about 1 + 1? Those are the other. The only two is I exist and 2 + 2 = 4.
In my belief, this is true, and I will adapt if I need to. And so I don't think I don't know should be your default position unless that's really where you fall. And so what I encourage people to do is read all sides, make an inference to the best explanation, and go, this is what I think is most likely the case. Secondly, we're talking about these things objectively. Put yourself in situations where you can have experiential knowledge. Pray for sick people that you know they would not be healed unless God showed up. And if there's one thing I hope this film does for people that are inside of the Christian faith, is that it makes them confident enough to go pray for sick people in impossible situations, because that is a means to knowledge as well. And
so what is this answer?
my advice.
Sorry, go ahead.
The advice that I want to give people is reason correctly, and there you go, right? And there is a Monty Python skit about it as well, where it's like a TV show where they answer questions, and one of the questions is how to cure cancer, and the answer is, well, you have to become a physician, then you have to start working on the cure for cancer, and after 40 years of doing intensive research, that's how you cure cancer. Next question. Yeah, just like read up on all of the pieces of evidence, and then apply objective reasoning correctly. There you go.
The thing is, though, although in some sense that's a trivial answer, it's also not what they're doing, right? They're not applying inference as best explanation, because they've repeatedly failed to consider alternative explanations. And when Shermer tries to point them in that direction, they just start talking about irrelevant things like, well, you're just assuming God doesn't exist. Shermer never said anything of the sort. And even here, right, Shermer's essential point is, how do you distinguish charlatans from real miracles? And the answer is, well, you weigh up the evidence and you look at the best explanation. Well, yeah, but could we be a bit more specific? But then, and so the first part of the answer is sort of like true but trivial, and also not what they've been doing. But then the second part contradicts that by saying, just assume that it's true anyway and start praying for people, or at least if you're Christians. And a lot of Christians don't believe in these sorts of miracles, so that's still a large number of people. Like what is that? Like, that's just assuming what you wanted to establish. How is that what an epistemically responsible thing to do is? I don't.
Well, I think that's basically why it's kind of funny, right? That or that's why my diagnosis before that the milk and meat theory of apologists just kind of like describing broadly what the right thing to do would, like, stands in for actually doing it, and then just say what your conclusion is, because then you can kind of like convince yourself that that's what you're doing, or that you're meeting like some good objective epistemic standards that everyone should sign up to, who's going to be epistemically responsible about these sorts of questions. So then you can just answer all the questions that way and never actually engage with doing it. And then, just slip it, like you said, slip in and out of either saying, yeah, just pray for people and miracles will happen. Or what were some of the ones given earlier where they're like, well, you just have to kind of like believe that God's the cause, and then God's the cause.
I think to be kind of try to be charitable about what his response is. I think he's kind of he's obviously he's assumes that that these miracles are true and that God is like acting in the world, right? And that prayer is one mechanism for doing that. So if you assume that's the case, but you also have charlatans. So the way I read his statement is that like, look, you can get knowledge by praying in impossible situations. If there's improvement, that couldn't be a charlatan because it's an impossible situation. You only get the charlatan kind of effect for people who have not, like you get the people who like could walk already but were given a wheelchair outside for convenience to get up to the front, and then suddenly they can walk, right? But they were walking before. Or you can only get those sorts of quote improvements in cases where there either wasn't a problem or it wasn't an impossible problem. And so that's kind of how I kind of read that. I mean, I think he really genuinely feels that prayer works, and that doesn't work all the time, and that if we simply prayed more, especially in the impossible situations, they might be able to distinguish between the kind of charlatan problem and the maybe even also things like the placebo effect and all those other things, and a legitimate miracle. So I think that's at least the way I read what his statement was.
I think that you're right, but now the problem is that he needs to actually tell us some epistemic story, right, about what it is that puts people who pray in a position to know that God is the cause of the miracle happening, like because. Sure. Why would that person be in a better epistemic position, for example, to assess that than a doctor who's looking at the case report? For example, in the case of the woman with the eyes, where Camille plotted out the graph of how, right? So suppose that her eyes were better, then got worse, then got better, then got worse, then got better. Now, someone who prays at a point and then sees her get better when there's a trend of her getting better and worse, might say, yeah, God's the cause, right? I have experiential knowledge now, so I know. Whereas the doctor who's got that wider understanding of her medical history is able to say, no, this is just a pattern, and it was just chance that you happened to pray beforehand. And so I can see why you form that belief, but it's false. So now, if he wants to really flesh that out or be committed to that, he's going to potentially have to say, I don't know what he's going to have to say, because it doesn't sound charitable me saying this, but it's like, maybe the Holy Spirit is like working in those people who pray. And then there's some kind of theory about how the Holy Spirit provides like semantic content of I caused this miracle into the mind of the person who prayed, or some, in order for them to be in a position to have experiential knowledge, that there's going to have to be some story there about understanding spiritual causes by being a prayer of something.
Right. I mean, I think he's just honestly, I think he's just being a bit naive. I think that's really what he thinks the effect is there, right? I don't think he understands the value of, or even the attempt to make repeatable and controlled, studies to rule out things, and so he thinks that if you pray for someone in an impossible situation and they improve, that is strong evidence. And I think that's the way that he thinks. And I think it's fairly naive, right? And it's also it's a quick way to get confirmation bias and so on. But that's at least that's the way kind of I'm reading it, what he's saying.
Yeah, I agree. I think Elijah and Craig Keener both have they seem to have very high, they take very seriously and accept quite uncritically personal testimony and experiential reports. Now, that's interesting, given that Elijah just said that he respects James Randi a lot and a lot of the work that he's done. And one of the whole meta points of James Randi is to show how those things can be manipulated either consciously or unconsciously, and are often unreliable and can lead us astray. The many psychological and sociological biases and effects and distortions of memory and all of that sort of stuff that can come to play. But it seems like the lesson he's taken away that is just that charlatans can trick you. But that wasn't the point. James, if James Randi had one point, I think it would be something like, you can fool yourself if you really want to believe something, right? Not that someone else can fool. Yes, that can happen as well, right? But I think that if you're a fan of James Randi and have missed the key point that we are very fallible and can be our own worst enemy in some ways in terms of trying to find the truth, then you've really missed almost the whole point of James Randi. And so that's precisely why we have these controls and standards in science, is to avoid as many of these as possible. And they still come up, even in the best scientific evidence, there's still problems a lot of the time. But the sort of lack of understanding of why these things are so important is just kind of surprising to me. I don't get it, especially when you have exposure to James Randi and you just kind of, I don't know, you just don't get that this thing matters. I think that I don't know exactly why that there's this difference, but I've certainly encountered some people before that just, I would say, don't really take the psychological side of it very seriously, and just sort of don't think that they just sort of don't believe it. Like, yeah, studies have shown all of these sorts of biases, but they just don't really think that that's a thing, or that it matters that much in reality.
You know, like as a Christian, right? I was as guilty as the next person of buying Craig's Kalam because it agreed with the conclusion that I wanted to establish. And then when pressed, I talk about things like the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem, which I had absolutely no idea about, and would pretend to have engaged with and understood, and would kind of parrot things that, you know, I'd kind of parrot catchphrases that I'd heard Craig say. Now, I don't know that this is the case with Elijah, but I wouldn't be surprised if amongst Christians who, for example, think that miracles are really good evidence for God, and this isn't going to be in all cases, but at least in some cases, you know, there might just be a tendency to hear what critics say and be like, yeah, I've engaged with that, have a kind of cursory understanding of it, but not really understand it, you know, have enough to say that it's going to kind of rhetorically shock the opponent who thinks that they have a good kind of like debunking explanation, to be like, yeah, of course I've engaged with that, you know, but what do you have to say about the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem? Of course I've engaged with what cosmological models. Now let's talk, you know, now here's some specific names of physicists with a model, like, damn, I know my stuff about the physics models. Like it's going to scare the opponent into just not going down that like debunking route of talking about, you know, different cyclical models or whatever. At least that's the way I potentially see it, as it could be. It might not be what's going on as well. Just a point about time and stuff and what we're doing. I think if we touch on the Heidi Baker Ministries point, which is about to come up in a moment, then there's 2 miracle cases in the next video that we can go into specifically. I think one about like a heart attack, and then we'll go on to the Gary Habermas video. So hopefully we'll speed up a little bit going through.
Yeah, I'm probably going to need to bow out soonish because I'm feeling a bit tired, but I'll soldier on for a bit more. But I think you guys can probably handle Habermas without me. Let's see what we can get through.
This is the thing. We're debating these things as armchair observers. Granted, that's a part of it, but I also think there's this existential element that gets lost in this conversation, that you can gain knowledge through doing.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit. Because in some ways, the people you're interviewing a lot of the time are not philosophers or theologians. They're people who are going and doing stuff and say they're seeing extraordinary things. I mean, one of the most famous is Heidi Baker, who for a long time has had a ministry in Mozambique. And on the face of it, appears to see regularly, all the time, extraordinary things happen. People who are blind, being able to see, people who are deaf, being able to hear. And I think researchers have gone out and seen extraordinary things happen in front of their eyes and been able to test their auditory responses and so on. So for you, Elijah, just describe some of that and why you think that doesn't just fall into the 1 in a million. It just happened to be the right day for that person to get their sight back or receive their hearing.
Well, there's known impossibilities. I know I can't jump to the sun. And so there are things we know that cannot happen. I think that's a part of the conversation. I also think we in the West have a bias toward poor people as...
What? You know, like...
They talk about these things, but they don't have evidence of these sorts of things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some things that are medically impossible, but they don't have evidence of these sorts of things happening. It's always, well, it's a bit unusual, but we don't know that can't happen as a spontaneous remission, like the cases we just talked about, right? I don't get why it's relevant if they don't have those cases. Sorry.
And I was thinking in terms of, someone can say, you know, he can say, I know I can't jump to the sun, right? And I could say like, well, I know people don't rise from the dead or something like that. You know, in this kind of everyday Morean sort of just appeal to background beliefs and things like that constitute knowledge.
Not having knowledge of when something's dead or, you know, an arm is broken or something of that nature. And so I think when people put themselves in situations where they pray for the sick and a whole village knows this child was born blind from birth and they're 15 years old and that person gets their sight back and this is a different religion and that village testifies he was blind, now he sees, that is a different scenario than we're talking about here. And the lens of science really can't speak to that. But if you're that kid, you've got to go, what's more probable, that an event that just randomly happened, or the God that I was praying to gave me my sight back? And so that is a part of the conversation. I think we as armchair academics, well, I don't want to use that phrase, that's pejorative, but people sitting back and watching kind of don't take into account. Like, this is life-changing stuff that's happening to these people.
Michael, before
totally irrelevant. This is so I just can't believe that he look. Okay, so it's been pointed. I read somewhere that some number of millions of people go to Rome every year on a pilgrimage to seek out healings for various conditions that they have, including cancer is a very common one. So you look up the spontaneous remission rates of different types of cancer, and even if they're not common, they're going to happen in those millions of people. And then if you turns out, well, when does it happen? For some people, their cancer or whatever the condition is going to spontaneously remit or go into remission shortly after their pilgrimage. Do you think you'll be able to convince those people that it wasn't because of their pilgrimage? I doubt it. Like, most of those people are going to be absolutely convinced. They're going to have the form of experiential knowledge that he was just talking about. Now, that's even in spite of the fact that we can basically prove, like mathematically, like based on the rates and the known numbers of people, you can prove that there'll be some number of these that will happen just by pure chance. Now, of course, it could be more of those, but the point is that there will be some individual cases that are part of the background that we just expect to happen on current understood biology, let alone maybe things that we don't understand. So the point is that individual experiences are useless at telling you the causes of things like this. They're just useless because there's no way that you can know about the baseline conditions and the probabilities and things like that. You have to rely on statistical methods and controls and all of this sort of stuff. And Elijah just fundamentally doesn't seem to get that. Like, maybe he does, and it's just an internalization issue, or he doesn't sort of apply to this case. But if you can sit there and say that, look, for these people, it's life-changing, and not get the point that it can be life-changing and still not be caused by miracles because of, like, the example that I just gave of the pilgrims to Rome, for some of whom, like, just almost you can prove that some of them will have these experiences despite the fact that there's no, even in the absence of any miracles. If you don't get that and then understand on that basis why we need the controlled evidence, then at some point, I just like, what can we even say anymore? Like, it's very frustrating that he just seems to be so close, but just doesn't get it somehow.
Let's just say that in 2023, throughout the whole year, 365 days, there will be 0 reports of miracles happening in Mozambique. That would be amazing.
I think I figured out what was going on with your mic just then, Camille, by the way. I think in a previous episode, I must have when you had your dodgy mic on, I think I adjusted your mic setting so it was boosted so you were as loud as other people, and now you've got a normal mic. You're coming through booming because StreamYard software has been equalizing you out, and it remembers who you are, because you're logged in. And so I've just put it down to automatic, and now it seems okay. So I think the mic's fine, and it's StreamYard.
I have my gain turned all the way down, and I think I'm speaking.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the software. Everyone else is on automatic adjustment, and just you were turned up to 150%. So it's that.
When computer hardware or software behaves in ways that seem inexplicable, which certainly happens, no one infers a miracle, right? But why not? Like, God could do miracles through, well, maybe there are some people who claim this, right? But you see the point I'm making. Like, it's only certain types of things where we infer miraculous explanations, and it's sort of unclear to me where that comes from. Like, why couldn't God perform miracles in any way that he wanted to?
Yeah. If there are no technical issues, that's a miracle, and I don't think I've ever seen that.
I suppose what someone would try to make the case for, who's going about this the right way, might be like to do with intentional explanations, and sort of built into the theistic hypothesis, right, is this love for humans and their affairs and their life narratives and stuff that just sort of isn't there for other parts of the natural world. But I mean, I guess so. Someone could say, well, my car never started and God caused him, he fixed my car or something, or I had a flat tire and then God fixed it so we didn't like go off the motorway and all die or something. That, like, maybe there are miracles of that nature.
Yeah, this is kind of related to the point that I made earlier, that it seems to be that specific types of miracles are coming out of specific religious traditions. Like, just think about, like, on theism, right? how is it expected that there would be no miracles claims of someone spontaneously generating electricity, for example? Like, why not?
Well, the Babylon batteries, right? The ancient Egyptian gods, they spontaneously generated electricity.
That's ancient aliens.
No, yeah, to get the pyramids.
Yeah, the reason why there are no claims of people spontaneously, like, miraculously generating electricity is because that's not an existing element of religions that are around, right? And if someone started a new cult tomorrow where that would be a feature of their theology, then maybe 10, 20, 100 years down the line, we would start seeing tomes, 500 pages each, about these kinds of claims.
Did you want to talk, Brian, about Heidi Baker Ministries?
Yeah. Can I share my screen? So I want to point to the
Yeah, you should be able to.
the neurological bug. See whether
there should be a share button at the bottom of the StreamYard tab.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you can either share like
whether
desktop or Chrome tab.
I'll do an app. Yeah, I think I want this one. Okay. See whether that works. Yeah. So this is the one that Steve Novella had a comment on, because this is a comment on the Mozambique study. And he talks about how, he imagines a hypothetical study, right? But of course he's talking about this particular one with 24 subjects who were, all treated with some intervention, no blinding or control, active physical, intervention with a subject, and multiple interventions if the initial treatments are not effective, and so on. The outcome was either a change in vision or hearing, and they all demonstrated improvement from the intervention. And the subjects of the study were not chosen from a random population, but self-selected. And they admit they did not disclose data of where on the ones that were like not having the efficacy. At this point, anyone with any reasonable familiarity with how to assess the quality of medical studies should see that this is a worthless study, right? Just like all those kind of check boxes of no control, self-selection, direct whatever, and all that. And then pretty much that's the summary of the entire Mozambique study for that. That's this one here. Where, and if you go to the data tables, essentially, you have essentially 24 subjects that, show some increase in hearing or sight or anything else. And so that's, and the thing is, what's amazing is these cases are convincing to anybody, right? It's just, they've kind of violate every single. I mean, the fact that there's a journal that'll publish this is troubling by itself. But the methodology is so terrible, and I think that's one of the reasons that Shermer said, let's do these experiments in Southern California where it's a little bit easier to kind of control for this stuff. Why do we have to go to Mozambique for this? But it's interesting. I mean, that pretty much summarizes that study, and this is one of the when the best ones that come out when you start talking about miracles, and it's just kind of remarkably bad.
So I think on that video, that's probably everything that's worth commenting on, unless there's something specifically probably that you would want to say, Brian, because you've made some notes on that one. But
so yeah, mostly it's about the same. They kind of go through things. I think Shermer says, like, if someone grew back a limb, that at least say something about that. He also talked about just an interesting about how doctors are not omniscient, and he recites a story about how his wife or his mom, sorry, had cancer, and it jumped from her brain to her lungs, and the doctors all said it was impossible, and he bumped into someone who said, oh, actually they've seen this elsewhere. So so this gets to the, how do you establish any of these things are impossible? Let's say any of the intestines regrowing or any of the other things. You have to show that they're actually impossible, and that, and I don't think that they've really done that. And that's pretty much, I think, that we've kind of gotten through all the other things.
Yeah, there's an interesting assumption implicit, which seems to be in the way that the inference is made that the absence of any medical explanation is somehow licensed to assume that there is no medical cause that's possible, right? I mean, it's as if almost we know everything about the human body and what is and what is not possible. And so if doctors can't explain it, then it's inexplicable, which is just obviously wrong, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's not just that they can't explain it. It's like doctors who say it's impossible can be wrong.
Well, that as well, yes.
And I think that was the point, that because Shermer had been said that, you know, this was actually impossible to happen, and then it turned out it was wrong. And so it makes it clear that there are some cases, and I would wager that the intestine one from Bruce Van Natta is like that, where it's so extreme that it's like just completely outside of any of the literature, because no one ever survives that. That there could be something that's possible in that case that wouldn't be, you know, likely in other cases. But I'm sure there's other cases in these miracle claims where a doctor says it's impossible, but it turns out, nope, sorry, it actually is possible in some cases.
So moving on then from that unbelievable video to Craig Keener on Sean McDowell's show, where he gives some other examples of miracles, and some of these are ones that have been popularized amongst Christian communities who are into miracles. So there's a bit more stuff around them, and some of these are video recorded as well. So it's kind of interesting because we can actually watch, you know, the miracles themselves. At least in one of the cases, I think. Actually, I don't think it's both. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence for the second case that we can get into. So let's hear what Craig has to say about this one.
I really wondered myself until I read your book, is do healings ever actually get recorded? Not fake ones, real healings that can be demonstrated. Have they actually been recorded?
Yeah. Now you're talking about recorded on video?
Like on video recorded, yes.
Yeah. A number of cases that's happened. Some of the people I've talked with, and actually, but what you said about fake ones, yes, there are fake ones on videos too. If you have enough money, you can fake anything pretty much. But this is one where Delia Knox, she was injured in the car accident. She was paralyzed from the waist down for 22 years. And there are all sorts of old videos of her from her wheelchair. I have interviewed so many people.
So just remember and focus on the claim that he made there. This is for the audience and us, I suppose, is the claim that he made is she was paralyzed from the waist down. And that's the important thing for us to remember for the miracle that is going to happen.
And actually, even more recently, met somebody else besides the ones I noted in the book, who knew her when she was in her wheelchair, who would help push her wheelchair up the ramp into the van where she was traveling as a gospel singer. So she was known as a paralyzed gospel singer, paralyzed from the waist down. And there were people, you know, who tried to heal her, you know, lifted her from the wheelchair, and she plopped back down, and you know, she went through all the abuses, you know, that people would do. But one day she was in a church service after 22 years. She was praying for somebody else when all of a sudden feeling came back to her legs that she hadn't felt for 22 years. And so she had them pray for her. And the people on either side of her, they helped her up, and she started walking. Now, they were holding her up. So some of the critics of the video, and it was caught on video because it was a service, some of the critics of the video, they said, well, you call that walking? Because they were holding her up, but she was moving her hips under her own power. Well, her muscles were atrophied. But because sometimes people say, okay, well, how can this be a miracle? Well, your muscles will be atrophied if you've been paralyzed long. So God does it different ways, but she's...
And another thing to remember as well is that as far as Craig is aware, this is the best objection that skeptics have to this case as well, which we'll see whether that's the case coming.
You know, a month later, there's another video of her. She's visiting her home church, and she walks in under her own power and is laying hands on other people and praying for them. So, and again, I know people who know her. I've interviewed her sister and others. So, and a former pastor, how was this responded to? Well, one of the critics responded by saying she must have faked being paralyzed for 22 years so she could claim a healing. Now, if that's the best argument that you can come up with, I mean, who in the right mind is going to, not that everybody's in the right mind, but I mean, who even halfway in the right mind is going to fake it for 22 years? That's a pretty steep price to have to pay.
So where can this be viewed? Is somebody search
Is that the best objection, Keener? Is that the best objection? You said if that's the best objection, but is it?
and also, what's more likely, that she did fake it for 20 years, or that it's a miracle? And how do you estimate those probabilities?
Yeah, so it seems unlikely that you would fake it to claim a miracle, but for insurance fraud, people absolutely fake all sorts of things for insurance fraud. So that's something we mentioned that before. That's something we want to consider. True. Not that I'm saying that's the best explanation here, but that's probably better than a miracle.
I think there's like a meta point that like these kinds of people are very eager to dismiss like explanations that involve like deception or conspiracy and stuff like that, just because they are like impolite, or because you have to be like, you know, cynical to propose them. But that has nothing to do with the probabilities involved. You just have to evaluate what's more likely, independent from what is socially acceptable, from what's ethical, right? Like, we know that people lie and deceive sometimes. That's just the harsh reality. And me positing it as an competing explanation it's not icky. You know, like if you're actually interested about what's probably true, you have to be able to deal with that, right? But of course they, I think, are pearl clutching because they realize that it's almost impossible to usually to rule out alternative explanations that involve deception, right? Because that's the point of deception, to generate good evidence. So of course, like, good evidence is what you would expect to have on that hypothesis.
So is there more to this particular case that we should look at?
Yeah. Before we look at an interview with her where she provides certain different details about the car crash and stuff that she was involved in, I think we can actually watch the healing take place in the context it takes place. And the reason that I think this is interesting is as well because Keener, when he provides these descriptions, right, you might again sort of think it's taking place in these kind of like medically sterile environments, you know, maybe someone turning up, you know, in a pastor is like, can I pray for you or something? And it happens, rather than these kind of like mass events that seem to be being run, you know, that suppose she is what's happening to her is a miracle. Well, what about all these other people lying on the floor shaking about, right? You know, there seems to be a bit of hucksterism going on either way. But so I think it's interesting to just watch, and then we can look at the video after.
So is she in the wheelchair?
Yeah, she's in a wheelchair. It's about 6 minutes that it happens. So she's in this wheelchair.
The Lord is restoring the sensation in her legs. Keep worshiping. Come on.
I guess God takes his time. You know, it's not a rinse and done thing. You've got to work up to it.
Well, so, something that's quite interesting. I mean, I don't think we're gonna have time to go into everything that Keener says in this video, but I think specifically in the Sean McDowell interview, he gives kind of conflicting information where he says, like, when God heals people, for example, the reason that it couldn't be natural is because like their musculature would have atrophied, and so if it was natural, it would need to take time for the musculature, for the muscles to kind of like redevelop and be able to control their skeleton again properly. But in the case of this healing, it works straight away. But then in other cases, it also isn't like that, and that doesn't, like, you know, they conflict with each other. And in the cases where he has it, he uses it as evidence that it's a real miracle. In the cases where he doesn't have it, it doesn't disconfirm that it's a miracle.
Well, sometimes the miracles take decades, as Camille showed with his graph there.
Yeah, like the negation of confirmatory evidence is not treated as disconfirmatory. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So in this case, well, it's around six minutes where it happens, so we can play that. But she, you know, her musculature is atrophied, and so she doesn't do a great job at walking, and that isn't seen as like disconfirmatory evidence of like an instant miracle by Keener, whereas it would be in other cases, and they just find that.
But so how is this evidence, right? Evidently she has a little bit of mobility, which under very strong pressure and obviously desire here, given what she's expressing, she's able to move a little bit. But didn't he say that she's able to walk around completely normally later on? Like that would be much more impressive than
yeah, she actually is later on. But remember what he said. So when I said remember the claim, it's because that's going to become really important to this story, where you know, he said how he introduced this story is that she's in a car crash and she's been paralyzed from the waist down, and we'll figure out whether any doctors have actually verified, you know, that her central nervous system has been severed, or whether there's anything else in a video afterwards.
Yeah, this feels almost like watching physical abuse, to be honest.
Well, that's because it is. Like, what else would you call this? How is this? She's barely staying up. This is.
Well, something I also wonder about is like the people lying on the floor because they're so taken by the Holy Spirit. Like, why do they face this rather than the other way? Like, that's a strange feature of what's going on for me. But yeah, there's all this, and then she walks a bit.
If you want to call that walking, this is really dangerous. You can really hurt people like this. What the hell are
So
they doing?
But this is, I agree, and this is what I was thinking at the start. Especially, I mean, imagine because okay, in this case, it turns out she is able to. This is a hit, right, in the sense that she is able to walk unassisted as a result of this. But how many times does this happen where people lift someone out of a wheelchair and then, like, you know, they've crunched up all their ligaments and like really screwed themselves up as a result of all the pumping up and stuff that happens? Like, how many misses are there? But just in terms of verifying that she is able to walk afterwards, so she gives her testimony at the same church a bit later, and you can see her standing independently.
Surge, it was like.
Yeah, her physical condition is completely different here.
And there's interesting stuff.
How long after this was? How long after was this relative to what we just saw?
I'm not sure how long after this is exactly, but I mean, you can see the interesting things because you can watch the original video, right, of what happened. And there's interesting things going on in terms of the retelling of the story and what happened and things like that you can focus on in this video. But the important thing to focus on is that she's standing independently. But what I want to focus on is this video, which is an early video that she gives talking about the healing miracle that happened to her. And now see if you can find anything important in this video, any important details that she gives. Okay.
It was Christmas night when I went to Toronto to visit my parents.
It's a bit quiet, unfortunately.
Kid, and they were pastoring a church in Toronto at the time.
Can you turn on subtitles?
There's no, it doesn't look like there are subtitles either. She says, so it was in I think she said 19 something, and it was in Toronto and she was a kid. I'll pause it and just say.
With my parents.
With my parents.
It was supposed to be a weekend trip.
It was supposed to be a weekend trip.
In 8 months in Canada. I was confronted by a drunken driver that struck the car I was in.
A drunken driver hit the car.
I was in the back seat and the car flipped.
In the back seat, the car flipped.
Times as it went into the ditch. It was a snowy night, and when it went into the ditch, it kind of just I received a head injury.
She received a head injury as it went into the ditch.
There, and that completely changed my life forever.
That completely changed my life forever.
The ditch, it kind of just I received a head injury. I mean, I all of a sudden realized I had lost the friends that I had. They couldn't understand what was going on. I wasn't speaking right.
I lost the friends that I had. They couldn't understand what was going on. I wasn't speaking right. I lost my grip.
Right.
I wasn't saying things right.
I wasn't gripping things right. And the Lord healed me out of that brain tumor. The Lord healed me from that brain tumor, and I thank God for that.
The Lord healed me from a brain tumor.
Wait, what?
I really didn't know what was going to.
Yeah, this isn't central nervous system.
Yeah, that's not.
What's the brain tumor got to do with being hit by a truck? You don't get brain tumors by being hit by a truck. I'm confused.
Well, yeah.
Healed me from that brain tumor. You know, when I was discharged from the rehabilitation center, which was every kind of rehab you could think of, occupational therapy.
When I was discharged from the rehabilitation center, which was every kind of rehab you can think of.
Therapy, psychological therapy, every kind of therapy you could think of. I'll never forget the words that they put on my report.
I'll never forget the words they put on my report.
This patient is to seek further psychological treatment due to being.
This patient is to seek further psychological treatment due to.
This patient is to seek further psychological treatment due to being excessively happy without reason for having to be. Therapy.
Due to being excessively happy without reasons for having to be.
Just that can be a medical condition, right? Like mania or something like that. That's a thing.
Well, just like people put on reports, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, assuming that what she says is accurate, but that can be a thing.
Yeah, they may have just been, trying to be nice.
That's also a possibility.
That's just they're releasing her. She was a pleasant person, and they,
Yeah.
Use psychological therapy, and it said this patient is to seek further psychological treatment because Everything I would do, they would attribute it to my head injury.
Everything I would do, they would attribute it to my head injury.
The psychologist would write, "This is abnormal behavior." And
The psychologist would write, "This is abnormal behavior."
I would go to church, and sometimes they would send someone with me, and
They'd send someone with me to church.
review my behavior and everything, because that was therapy. And they would write down, "This is abnormal behavior." As I would raise my arms up to the heavens and cry out to the only friend that I could really cry out to, they would say, "This is abnormal behavior." Yet my abnormal behavior was what helped me get through. It was my therapy.
So she's saying her abnormal behavior is what helped her get through. So this is obviously prior to the healing, by the way, that she's telling this story, because she's still in the wheelchair at this point.
Give me, not what anybody could give me but God. This is how I feel, although I see my legs failing me, although I see my life just falling apart. I'm still going to praise you because I know you are able. I'm going to stand on your word. I may not be able to stand physically, but I can stand on your word. And the psychologist would write, "This is abnormal behavior." Write down, "This is abnormal behavior." They would say, "This is abnormal behavior."
Yeah. If she were paralyzed from the waist down.
She didn't mention anything about a spinal injury.
Right.
No, she said it was a head injury, and then there was cancer somehow, but neither of those are spinal injuries. So is there documentation that she had a spinal injury that would lead to paralysis? Like they claimed that, but I'd want to see some documentation.
Now again, there's been
Yeah. Well, there's more and more.
no medical explanation of why she's able to walk now. Delia Knox didn't want to talk about what her doctor or physical therapist think, and she wouldn't go into detail
Didn't want to talk about what her doctors or physical therapists think.
about the medical condition that caused the paralysis. Delia Knox didn't want to talk about what her doctor or physical therapist think, and she wouldn't go into detail about the medical condition that caused the paralysis.
But notice that Keena's understanding of that. I mean, there's something interesting here as well. Look who's in the comments. Our friend Caleb Jackson. But yeah, so remember what Keena said about the miracle. He said her central nervous system, she was paralyzed from the waist down, right? Why hasn't he looked into this story to the point where he understands that there are earlier reports of her having this brain tumor, head injury that she received in the car crash, some stuff going on. She can't grip properly. Her behavior's altered.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the case is. I mean, if there's not some documentation that it was, actually, paralyzed from the waist down. I mean, it seems it's not really even a miracle.
Well, it's nothing to work with, right? She's not even consistent with what she says about her condition. She says that there's a brain tumor and there's a head injury. I mean, you could have both, right? But it's very unclear. And so I don't even know what the substance of this is supposed to be.
And notice though the confidence
video of the
with which
miracle
Keena
itself is so underwhelming. I mean, clearly she's better in the later one, right? But the miracle itself, I don't see any evidence of a miracle there. That basically it looks like that they pulled someone out of a wheelchair against their will and paraded them around for a little bit. That's hardly miraculous.
But imagine if I mean, so from everything we've seen, right? Suppose that someone had lost motor control because of some damage from a head injury, and so they were in a wheelchair for a long time. The kinds of therapy that they received obviously weren't successful in getting them back to health. And then in the kind of circumstance that they were just placed in with the euphoria and the music pumping them up and everything, they were encouraged out of their chair. Now, maybe that could have physically been done beforehand. And over time, she would have regained motor control in some way. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on there in terms of...
Yeah, it depends on the condition as to whether that sort of rehabilitation is possible, but sometimes it is. And that's similar to the point that I made before. For conditions that can improve over time, if you don't try, like the refeeding example, if you don't try it, then you don't actually know when the improvement occurred or at what rate it occurred.
And yeah, so there's just a lot of questions about that. And the thing that I want to mention though is just how the way that Craig Keena says, the best explanation that skeptics have got is just that she was lying the whole time, for example, right? Well, it's not that she was lying the whole time or made up that she was in a wheelchair, for example, or pretended to be in a wheelchair when she didn't need to. It looks like she was in a car crash. She sustained a head injury and lost motor control somehow. So, it's this misrepresentation of the facts. It's not engaging with the state of the actual evidence that there is when we have this interview of her saying, a bunch of stuff that seems pretty relevant. And has she? I don't think she's released her medical records, as far as I'm aware. There's a relatively recent Quora answer that says she hasn't. That I linked in the Google Doc where the person. I mean, I don't know if this is right or not, but says that she hasn't released her medical records, right? And I don't know if
I assume she hasn't. Otherwise, they would have published a paper on her, right?
Well, so
Right,
why is
you'd think.
Keena mentioning this as a bona fide, example of a miracle that's well attested to that people should look at?
Because he doesn't have anything better, maybe.
Well, it's compelling to him. I think that's probably
Yeah,
the
it
reason.
is.
Right? We've seen
Yeah,
what his
yeah,
standards
right.
are, which are just awful.
Right. Right.
I can't even understand though why they would sort of put forward that healing video as anything that they would want people to look at. It's horrifying and also in some sense embarrassing in terms of if someone's advocating this as like compelling.
Someone in the chat asked, do all of Keener's cases differ as much from what actually was reported to what was reported by him? That's actually a really good question, because now that calls into question. I mean, the fact that he would have that huge of a difference calls into question the miracle claims, right? The miracle claims in his book, right? Because now we can't trust the reporter. That adds one level of not believing his book.
Especially for where we're situated to the facts and trying to figure out what happened. Yeah.
Right.
So the next case then is this heart attack doctor guy. So that'll be the last of the miracles, and then we'll go into Habermas, I think, after this. So
been a need for that kind of miracle in Teresa's case. But Sean George is a consultant physician at Kalgoorlie Hospital in Australia, and he knows how to get medical documentation because he's a doctor. And he certainly had access to the medical documentation in this case because he was the one who died. He had a heart attack, and while he was having a heart attack, he read his electrocardiogram reading, which is probably one thing you don't want to do when you're having a heart attack, because then you went into full cardiac arrest. He just stopped there at an outpatient clinic. He wasn't at the Kalgoorlie Hospital yet. And so they were doing their best to revive him with what equipment that they had. There were, I forget how many, I think it was like over 1,000 chest compressions, 13 shocks, and so on. And he has all the records. In fact, he has them posted online, so it's public knowledge. And this went on for like an hour and a half. So again, 5 minutes with no oxygen.
Yeah.
He's flatlined for an hour and a half. There's nothing they can do to get him back. Finally, his fellow physicians from Kalgoorlie arrive. His wife, who's also a physician, Sherry Jacob, arrives, and they're like, "Okay, Sherry, just say your goodbyes to him. There's nothing more that can be done." And she knelt down beside the bed he was lying on and just cried out to God. And suddenly the heart monitor sprang to life, and the doctors were like, "Well, let's get to work." I mean, they knew what to do at that point, but it's like all his systems had already been shutting down, and his brain certainly should have been completely gone. But and one of them said afterwards that he thought this was the worst thing that could possibly happen, because she's going to have to decide, when to unhook him from stuff, because all they could do was pump air into him and so on. But 3 days later, he awoke.
Did you want to say something, Brian?
Yeah. I mean, if he's hooked up to stuff, that means that there's some artificial machine that's pumping his blood, giving him air, and so on. So his brain would actually not be flatlined at that point. I mean, they can keep people alive for quite a long time without heart. He talked nothing about EEGs or any kind of brain kind of activity in this. I mean, it's kind of implying it, but I don't know whether that's even legitimate.
Well,
so
yeah. Luckily, we do have a lot of medical documentation for this one as well, so we can get into some of that. And there's a really good blog post that break this case down.
No brain damage. Wow. Read his own chart. He's back to work, and his colleagues. I think one or two of his colleagues were Christians. Another was a Muslim. Another colleague or two were Hindus. They all agree this was a miracle.
Very powerful. How many of these have you come across? Is it a handful? Is it as many as like hundreds?
So just to pause it there, and I can share So he did, like, he has a website, for example, the Dr. Sean George guy, and you know, it's kind of interesting. I mean, there's two ways of looking at this, I suppose. I mean, there's probably more. I mean, three main candidates that come to my mind is one of which he's really convinced it's a genuine miracle, so he wants to communicate this with people in order to, you know, convince them of the truth of miracles or God or something like that. Another one is that he's falsely become genuinely convinced, you know, of what happened to him, rather. Well, I suppose that would still fit with the other one, right? Another one could be that he's just lying and that he's kind of like a charlatan who's figured out how to make a bit of a quick buck off of this stuff going on. But he's got this whole website, so he does tours where he talks about this thing. You know, he's got his story, medical history and evidence, timeline of events. So it all looks very, you know, very kind of official here. Like, so here's the first EEG showing a heart attack in the inferior wall of the heart. Patient goes into cardiac arrest, confirmed by GP. First shock, final shock. ER physician arrives. Last dose of adrenaline given. Return of spontaneous circulation. So there's the time difference. Second ECG. Yeah, and then into the recovery at that stage. But there's the series of blog posts that I wanted to go through for this one. If I just bring them up. My computer shut down yesterday and I had all the tabs open. It did a reset overnight. So so what I want to bring up is no, I don't want to subscribe. Oh, it's not happy with my ad blocker. Just turn off on this site. You'd think I'd be able to use a computer, but pause on this site. There we go. So there's a 5-part summary that this person's written up. So I think this person went to one of these events. Secular Outpost, I think, is it that guy on Twitter who's got quite a lot of followers who talks about atheism and
I've
stuff?
seen his blog before, I think.
Right. So he says he went along to like a miracles conference somewhere, and this Dr. Sean George was there. He was given an opportunity to cross-examine Dr. Sean George concerning his claim that God had raised him from the dead. Came prepared with a PowerPoint presentation called "The Resurrection of Dr. Sean George." So you can get that PowerPoint online, and it contains lots of skeptical points about his miracle claim. But because of time constraints and concerns about switching between different PowerPoints by different speakers, I didn't present the PowerPoint at the conference. So here's, you know, these are the details basically that that we have, and a summary of the skeptical points is basically. And we can go into more details on each of these, but because hundreds of thousands of cases of cardiac arrest occur each year in just the USA, and the USA is only a small fraction of the world's population, every 1 in a million cases are bound to happen every year somewhere in the world. So he talks about how this is like a 1 in a million case for various reasons. There's a high survival rate of IHCA, I can't remember what that stands for, when the initial rhythm is shockable. And Dr. Sean George had an IHCA with an initial rhythm that was shockable, ventricular fibrillation. There are tens of thousands of cases of cardiac arrest that are treated with prolonged CPR for over 30 minutes every year in the US. A large percent of survivors of IHCA have good neurological outcomes, although the chances of survival of cardiac arrest do decline as duration of CPR increases. There is a significant percentage of survivors produced by prolonged CPR for over 30 minutes. A large percentage of those adults who survive IHCA as a result of prolonged CPR for over 30 minutes, have good neurological function. One purpose of CPR is to provide a flow of oxygen to prevent or delay brain death.
So they were performing CPR throughout this period on him, is that correct? I mean, I
Yeah,
assume they
that's
would have
right.
been, right? They'd be a bit negligent if they weren't, but just clarify. Well, yeah, that I don't. Yeah, I mean, that was my understanding that CPR can be quite effective if done well. So what's the miracle exactly? That they kept enough circulation, enough blood circulating that his brain got enough oxygen that he didn't die, and they eventually brought him back through shocks. Where's the miracle?
Right.
This is not even that. Like, maybe it's a longer end of what's unusual, but it doesn't seem that.
It doesn't seem outside of even relatively
I'm
normal
not that
experience.
surprised, really. I'm just like, oh, that's good for him, kind of thing. Like CPR works. Yeah, we knew that. Like,
and I think the fact that the heart rhythm was shockable meant that rules out a lot of other types of severe damage to the heart, making it much more likely to spontaneously come back in terms of circulation. If it wasn't shockable, that means that the electrical pathways were somehow damaged, and then the normal tracking for the heart wouldn't occur, and so that by itself increases the chances that he'd be able to come back from the.
So we have so here's the summary of the account then. So in the heart attack, he experienced chest pain while driving, stopped at a medical clinic in, James, you might know where that is. I've got no idea. Cambolda. ECG indicated a serious heart attack was occurring, myocardial infarction, cardiac arrest and resuscitation efforts, 70 minutes. So patient went into cardiac arrest. Initial ECG rhythm was shockable. Patient was treated with shocks and CPR. Patient was flatlining. Patient was treated with more CPR, but no more shocks. And then 1452 CPR was halted. So then 10 minutes later, after CPR is halted, Dr. George's wife, Sherry, arrived at the clinic about 10 minutes after CPR was halted. Sherry prayed for her husband then, and then 1507, his heart started to beat again. So that is, 15 minutes after CPR was stopped. And he survived with no neurological impairment.
Yeah, so this is called the Lazarus phenomenon, or spontaneous. Hang on, what is it? Spontaneous. Oh, sorry, I just had it here. Spontaneous return. Oh, sorry, what were we saying?
Well, he talks about this. He calls it Littlewood's law. That we each experience about 1 million events each month, so we should expect to experience a highly improbable event about 10 to 12 times a year. But I don't know if that doesn't sound like where you were going with it. Sorry.
Well, no. Lazarus phenomenon is the delayed return of spontaneous circulation after cessation of CPR.
Okay, right.
And apparently it usually occurs within 10 minutes, but it can be a little bit longer than that. I'm just sort of looking at this now. There's a review study that I've looked at here. I think one was up to 13 minutes after the cessation, 15 minutes, a couple of them. Like, this is unusual, right? It's not normal, but it says here that it's probably underreported. So far, no scientific explanations have been. So far, the scientific explanations have been inadequate. But I don't think this is any sort of paranormal thing. They're just saying that we don't fully understand it. But I mean, unless you think that they're all miracles, I guess the question would be what all of these people prayed for prior to that happening. I guess we don't have data on that. But I mean, so that's the only thing here that I guess you could appeal to, is because this is a known phenomenon, right? It would just be, well, it happened just after he was prayed for. But I mean, yeah, at that point, praying for people who are in a hospital is not unusual in Western countries. And so given that this happens, I mean, how many of them are prayed for at that moment? And this was one that was. This just doesn't seem that implausible to me, given what we know.
Yeah.
Are there any cases like that where the person came back to life after 3 days?
Not that I'm aware of. No, that would be rather more impressive.
Yeah. Because as I mentioned earlier, like, the duration is extremely, extremely important when you're comparing competing hypotheses, right? Like, if he had a medical documentation that was this good and the duration was 3 days, well, then we would be talking, right? But what is this?
So yeah, I think the Secular Outpost guy in his blog post just basically runs the numbers, right? So out of hospital cardiac arrest incidents in the USA is about 347,000 a year. I don't know what year this was. 2019, I think. In hospital cardiac arrest incidents is about 209,000 each year. So total cardiac arrest incidents is over 550,000 a year. Where does he go? The survival rate from sudden cardiac arrest is less than 1% worldwide and close to 5% in the US. Yeah, so that I think these are basically the numbers. Sudden cardiac sudden cardiac death is a sudden unexpected death caused by loss of heart function. So there are between 6.8 million and 8.5 million sudden cardiac deaths in the world each year. Sudden cardiac deaths represent 99% of cardiac arrests. Because 1% of people with a cardiac arrest survive, then there are between 6.9 million, 8.6 million cardiac arrests in the world each year, or 7.75 million cardiac arrests, plus or minus 0.85. So then he applies Littlewood's law and says, given the above information, the only thing necessary to dismiss Dr. Sean George's miracle claim is to show that the outcome of his cardiac arrest had at least one chance in 10 million of occurring. Since about 8 million cardiac arrests occur in the world each year, we should expect to see such a rare outcome about once every year or two, even if there is no God and there are no miracles. And then he talks about it a bit more in the blog post. I mean, if it's of interest, we can keep going through those. But if you think it's kind of the point has been made.
Yeah, I think the point's probably been made, but this, this is kind of repeating essentially the idea of, how would you test this sort of thing, right? And you have to, have a good estimate of the background rates, and not just the positives but the negatives and so on. It's a kind of recurring theme that Keener definitely doesn't ever seem to address in anything that he talks about.
This review article that I found, which is basically describing this exact phenomenon, cites 38 cases that have been published in the literature, but they suspect that it's underreported. So goodness knows how many cases there are that aren't documented in the literature. So it's not common, but it's certainly known. And like the gentleman pointed out from Secular Outpost, that because this is a selective phenomenon, that all that has to do is happen to someone in a position to make it, publicize it, that that's the case we see. We don't see all the cases where it doesn't happen.
So just a couple more of, I want to just highlight as well, like Keener basically just reusing these stories that we've, looked at over and over again. And then you get the impression that there's loads of really well evidenced ones when it's really just like the same three. So
now I want to ask you about, we've seen a comment here, and this is one that skeptics will raise frequently, is why don't amputated limbs grow back?
Skeptics, they.
Now, answer that in light of, we see in the New Testament that leprosy being healed, which destroyed certain limbs at times. So do we still see things like leprosy being healed today, even though the disease has been nearly eradicated, as far as I understand? And if so, why wouldn't God just,
So the word leprosy, both in Hebrew and in Greek, had a much, much wider range of meaning compared to how it was used later and how it is used today. So today, the term leprosy refers to a specific disease, but especially in the Old Testament context, leprosy is extremely broad, and it could refer to basically any kind of skin disease. And the signification of leprosy was that it was tied to decomposition. Conceptually, it's tied to decomposition of body, right? As one of the dead bodies being one of the sources of impurity as defilement, right? So yeah, it's not just when the New Testament says leprosy, what you shouldn't imagine is the medical condition when your limbs and like chunks of flesh fall from you, right? It could just be a dermatological condition, and that would also be labeled as leprosy, and those people would be essentially ostracized as being impure ritually.
Videotape a limb just growing right in front of us and make it crystal clear and end this debate.
Yeah, leprosy in the New Testament was actually different in definition from the kind of leprosy today. It wasn't Hansen's disease. I mean, it could include Hansen's disease, but it wasn't primarily Hansen's disease. But we do have cases of Hansen's disease being healed. I have a couple reports of that from India, from eyewitnesses. One of them from a professor there in India, whose father was a pastor, and he was crossing ethnic and caste boundaries, where he for years. So, she knew him before and afterward. And this was somebody that she and her family knew for years. So, she knew him before and afterwards. So he washed the man's leprous foot. And the next day, Selvan came and visited them, and his foot was no longer leprous. Brought about a lot of people coming to faith in Christ.
Sure.
There are cases like that. A lot of cases where you have goiters visibly disappearing. And again, some of the people reporting this are people with PhDs and so on. So, Hume said no educated person would ever say this.
People with
really
PhDs.
They've been true in his circle.
Hume said
everywhere today. But in terms of limbs growing back, I did get a report. I don't remember if it was before or after I finished the book. I think it's just mentioned briefly, but where in one meeting they were praying for people. I had multiple witnesses talking about fingers growing back that had been that were missing. I don't know. I don't think they were amputated. I think they were from an accident. But in terms of documented cases, there's one.
But notice how he's okay to say, "I've got a report of this," and present that as if it makes it a well-attested case, right? This is how these things are going to spread. This is how, if you're looking for that evidence, right? And it's like, yeah, Craig Keener, the PhD in this, told me he has a report of a finger growing back. What's in that report? What's the nature of it? Why bother communicating that to a public audience?
So does he have cases of God healing amputees? Because I heard a lot of waffle about not that, but does he have cases of God healing amputees? If the answer is no, then just say no.
He has claims, right? I'm sure that.
But he hasn't even said those. He said other things.
Yeah, but he can't document them. They're basically stories, right? And and he realizes that if he just puts out stories to a skeptical audience, it's not really addressing that question. I've not read his 800-page tome on miracles, or maybe it's even longer. I think Balcom's 800. I think the miracles is even longer. But but I think he had said that there were cases in there like what he just said. In terms of fingers regrowing and so on. So I think that's what he's referring to, but obviously he has no specifics. He has no before and after. He has none of the data that we would come to expect, which is why he says there's this one case that he's ending with here.
Of an auto mechanic where Bruce Van Natta, he was working under a diesel truck. The axle gave way, it came down, crushed him to maybe close to an inch to the ground. It's hard to imagine somebody surviving that. He may be the only one actually who has survived that, but his survival was considerably at risk despite medical intervention because it took a miracle for him not to bleed to death alone, but so much of his small intestine was gone he couldn't digest food. And a friend of his felt led to come and pray for him. When the friend prayed for him in the name of Jesus,
so obviously we touched on this
like a
before.
jolt through his body, and
that's not a limb though.
After that he could eat fine.
So we could have just said no. Right.
Yeah.
The defensiveness, it just gets me. Like, if you think the evidence is good, you say, no, we don't have that, but we've got lots of other things. Like, just answer the question. Like,
and especially given that there are theists that are literally writing books about why it's expected on the Christian worldview that God wouldn't heal amputees, right? So that's not an issue. And also, I think it's important to ask for limbs because when you're talking about internal organs, that's obviously much more difficult to document, which means there's much more room for competing hypotheses to be the case, and us having imperfect evidence that essentially cannot distinguish between the competing hypotheses, right? But when we are talking about a hand regrowing, that's what I want to see, right?
And even this was the case that was done that was mentioned in the Send Proof movie, and even they said they don't have the technology to confirm the Bruce Van Natta intestine growing.
So I thought as the last thing then the answer that is given to this question, Dr. Keener, I've been praying and crying out to God day and night, and my year's been filled with sighing. I've lost hope that the Lord will ever heal me. How should we respond when God seems unwilling? And I think that here we're seeing some of the harmful aspects, right, of the kind of story that's being told by Keener, and we can see what his response is.
Always do what we ask. My wife and I.
I've lost hope that the Lord will ever heal me. How should we respond when God seems unwilling and we've just suffered so long and cried out? He doesn't seem to respond and answer our prayers.
Yeah. he doesn't always do what we ask. My wife and I, we went through a series of miscarriages, and with, she's from Africa, and in an African context, it's even particularly devastating. I mean, it's devastating anywhere, but there are things where it doesn't happen the way we pray. At the same time, it doesn't hurt to keep asking. I'm working on a commentary on Mark right now, and just today I was working on the Syrophoenician woman, and Jesus basically blows her off, and she doesn't take no for an answer. She hangs in there, and sometimes God, like with Delia Knox, I mean, 22 years, she was pretty much giving up hope. Sometimes she still had it, but it wasn't like at the beginning, and God healed.
Would Craig take the same response for water dowry or whatever it's called? Like with the water dowsing or whatever it is, homeopathy, any of the, just keep trying it until you find a hit, right? Ignore all the misses, keep trying it until you find a hit.
The theology of this is strange to me. It's like, if you want something and God doesn't seem willing, just sort of keep asking him, because is that what God wants us to just keep pestering him with things that we want?
There is
what
a
happens
Bible,
if thy will be done? Like, I don't.
There is a Bible passage about I forget where it is. Maybe Camille might remember it, about a woman who, she prays for something. Well, this is where there's conflicting Bible passages, right? And it depends on the models that we build out the Bible, because you've also got
conflicting Bible passages. I'm shocked.
You've got on the one hand, if someone asks for like a good thing, which of you will give him a stone or something like that? If your fathers and you wouldn't do this for your children, then how much more would your heavenly Father not do that? But then you also have passages that say stuff to the effect of, well, if your prayers don't get answered, just keep knocking at the door. Those who keep knocking at the door are the ones who will be rewarded. But I'm not going to open it at first. You just need to keep knocking. And I mean, I don't know what the exact historical causes are for these things to happen, but they do. If you're going to hold both commitments at the same time, right? You've got the perfect theology to focus on the hits and be like, yeah, thank you, God, so much. You're being a good father, giving me what I want. If you perceive something has happened as a result of prayer, and then when it doesn't, it's like, yeah, I've just got to keep knocking. Like it's almost like the theology leads you into that exact state of tension.
And maybe in conclusion, I also want to point out that basically everything that we've said in the last 5.5 hours, both the positive arguments and also our responses, like all of that content basically predates Christianity by centuries. For example, in the ancient world, there was a mystery cult in Samothrace. It's an Aegean island. And the people who were initiated were supposedly protected from being shipwrecked and from drowning. And of course, people brought votive offerings to the temple of Poseidon in Samothrace to thank for situations in which they got in trouble when they were traveling by sea, and it turned out okay. And this was presented to Diogenes the Cynic, who was a very famous critic of religion and especially traditional Greek religion. And Diogenes Laertius, in a biography of Diogenes the Cynic, says, when someone expressed astonishment at the votive offerings in Samothrace, his comment was, there would have been far more if those who were not saved had set up their offerings. Yeah, it's exactly one of the objections that we raised, right?
That guy was a legend.
Yeah, that predates Christianity by like 300 years. There are many, many more texts which basically demonstrate that this entire dialectic was already being pursued independently from this specific religious tradition.
Well, the Bible says, Camille, there's nothing new under the sun. It's just the same old spiritual warfare.
Yeah, that's one of the verses that are actually true.
Another thing, Nathan, so you were talking about kind of the negative sides of things, and you see this kind of hopelessness when the prayers are not answered. But the other thing, and I remember being at a Christian event where they were kind of calling out healings to the crowd, right? And they're saying, and they were actually encouraging people to throw away their medicine because they wouldn't need it anymore, because God was going to heal them. And that's one that's directly dangerous, and for these sorts of things, with this kind of belief without evidence.
Right. And the same with like Doug's sister when she had MS, right? The reason that she didn't get the treatment that she needed was that would have kept her relatively healthy for a lot longer was out of, no, God's gonna heal me. I need to just trust in Him.
Well, there's a joke about a guy who's drowning, right? And he's just sort of clinging to a tree, just sort of barely staying above water. And someone comes by on a raft and like, hey, come, I'll save you. And it's like, no, God will provide. It's fine. I'll wait for God to help me out here. And so the guy on the raft goes, and then there comes a couple of guys on a rowboat, and they're like, hey, we can save you. Come, And he's still like, no, God will save me. I'm going to wait for God to provide. It's okay. And then finally we got someone who comes along with a helicopter. It's like, here, jump in. We can save you. It's like, no, God will save me. And so eventually the water keeps rising and the guy drowns, and he goes to heaven and he asks God, look, God, what are you doing? I thought you were going to save me. I was praying to you and all this stuff. And then God says, look, I sent you someone in a raft, on a rowboat, and in a helicopter. What did you want? The issue here being like, when people are throwing away their medicines and things, it's like, did you not think that that's God healing you? Like, it's just very strange way to think about things.
You could put a funny ending on that as well. You could have sort of like and then God turned up in a whirlwind and said to the man, "My ways are higher than your ways. I'm big, you're small. I'm smart, you're not." And then disappeared.
Sorry, bud, not this time.
Book of Job. The Book of Job responds to to him waiting on the suffering.
Just also, it should be probably pointed out that if we asked both Sean McDowell and Craig Keener, as well as a large number of Christians, whether people should seek medical help, they would say yes, of course, right? This is complementary. Go see a doctor, which kudos to them. It's sad that this is something that we have to congratulate them for in the first place. But that's just because there are so many Christians where it's not the case, and not just Christians. There are so many people where it's not the case. That it's either medical science or it's divine intervention.
So let's just play out the last bit of this answer. Then.
What we do know for sure that's promised to us is that these signs, where God does it for anybody, it's a reminder to all of us. It's a gift to all of us because it's a reminder of God's promise that someday we're going to be completely whole. Our bodies will be resurrected. Sometimes God says no for our sake. I mean, James and John, we want to be on either side of you in the kingdom. And this is Mark chapter 10. And in the context of Mark's gospel, preaching the kingdom early in the gospel. And then toward the end of the gospel, the climax of it is Jesus is crowned King of the Jews and enthroned on a cross. And the kingdom motif of Mark's gospel climaxes in the crucifixion. So when Jesus says to James and John, are you ready to drink the cup from which I drink, be baptized with the baptism with which I'm baptized? Sure we are, they said, just like Peter said, I'll never deny you. Well, if they had been, it wouldn't have been two robbers crucified on his right and his left. His right and his left in his kingdom in Mark's gospel climaxes on the cross. Sometimes it's good for us when God says no. But, when they said, we want you to do for us whatever we want. But in the case of blind Bartimaeus, Jesus says, what do you want me to do for you? He offers it to him and then he heals him instantly. So there's no one size fits all with this. And yet we know that God is with us. And that's part of the message of the cross, because miracle.
Now remember, was it Gary Habermas actually? Or it was JP Moreland who came on and said, and I'm telling you, my neighbor, he prayed for a poker table. He prayed for a pool table, and they got a pool table. That's what you have to remember in the context of these kinds of answers.
It's actually surprising to hear him say that the way how he interprets the passage is that, like, according to his interpretation, God actually, or Jesus actually, denied the request of James and John to be seated next to Jesus, and instead Jesus was crucified not next to James and John, but next to criminals, because other apologists actually use that passage in Mark as evidence for martyrdom of James and John, either as a prophecy or as an allusion. So that's like an interesting angle, right? He's basically undercut one of the pieces of evidence for martyrdom of these two figures if he's saying
go there.
Sorry.
No, that's right. That's much more entertaining.
Well, this is the point where the
please don't.
Please tell me you're not going here. Now that they're grown and married themselves, and we ask God to give us a
a really good pool table, just like the kind that you find in a pool hall. That isn't a cheap one that if you hit it, it shakes. And then I said, in Jesus' name, amen. And so we moved on. About a week and a half later, we're at my daughter Allison's soccer team, and there were like 20 families, 20 moms and dads there. And one of the fathers that I had said hi to, but I didn't know him, Sean, he walks up to me and he says, hi, I'm so-and-so. And I said, I'm JP. And he said, how you doing? I said, I'm doing well. And he said, well, listen, this may sound odd to you. Could you use a pool table? I said, what? He said, yeah.
How gross is this? How disgusting.
So yeah, there's enough. Just keep in mind that sort of thing.
The pool table. I mean,
yeah. There might be a last bit to Craig Keenan's answer.
They're signs of that future glory. They're reminders of God's promise, reminders of His compassion. New Testament miracles are almost all benevolent miracles. But in the cross, we see that even in the midst of the darkness, even in the midst of injustice and things that we don't understand, God is still at work to bring about His purposes. So
pool tables.
We can know that God is with us. We don't have to be healed ourselves to know that. But
how would you respond to skeptics who ask, why doesn't God do miracles for everyone rather than some? And I presume the idea would be if you just do more miracles, more people would believe. Why does He only show some instead of everybody?
Faith requires a commitment, requires a step of loyalty to God. And He gives us enough evidence to invite us to believe, but He doesn't compel us to believe. And actually, again, what I said earlier about special divine action and general divine action, I mean, the miracles I report in the book, including raisings from the dead, including nature miracles, are in a sense small.
Here's a question for those people who believe in hell. When people go to hell, are they compelled to believe in God because of their... Yeah.
but at that point, it's okay. Yeah, but like he literally went from, if the evidence was good, that if the evidence was too good, then people would be compelled to believe.
Right.
So the evidence is not that good, but the evidence is good. Look at how thick my book is, you know.
Yeah, well, why is it bad to compel belief through overwhelming evidence? I don't quite understand that. Isn't the whole point that
isn't that what he's trying to do?
Even the devil, well, yeah, but also he doesn't. But you know, don't the devils know that God exists and that you know they just don't follow Him? And well, I thought the whole point is that it's not about belief; it's about commitment. So I don't understand this idea that God has to sort of remain hidden behind the shadows, because otherwise it would be so compelling that we'd all lose our free will.
Right. I find the part about the pool table particularly awful. You know, a number of people in the chat have been saying, like, you know, why this particular miracle versus that one, and that one kind of raises the stakes in the sense that, like, you know, they see, you know, God seems to be far more concerned about finding your car keys and providing you a pool table than, you know, saving a starving child, you know, somewhere in or you know, hundreds or thousands or millions. And so it just seems like the types of miracles are so disproportionate to the problems that exist on this planet that it makes things like, oh yeah, God answered my prayer by giving me a pool table, that much, you know, worse.
Yeah, I think the problem is my theology had always been of God as like more aloof or something like that. But when you start thinking of God as actually like acting in everyday affairs of people, like helping them, you know, like really like helping people, like right now, if I was like, I spilt my mug or something, I might pray to God and God might actually intervene and like do something about it or whatever. Then it really just makes that problem so much worse as to why He's not intervening in all these other cases.
Right. I mean, it's clear that, like, if it is the case that the prayer for the pool table was actually granted by God, the problem of evil just went like through the roof.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And also another point about that is, like, it's sometimes argued against miracles being the best explanation, that God, that like you have to bake into it an arbitrary desire on the part of God to do whatever is being explained, right? Like when your car breaks down, you can either explain it naturalistically or you can explain it as God directly causes it, or when someone is hit by lightning, or when a lightning hits a church or something like that. And in those instances, Christian apologists are going to argue that God directly causing it, is not the best explanation, because in order for that to be the explanation, you have to bake into it an arbitrary desire for God to do that exact thing, right? Like, there's no reason to suppose that God would want to cause your car to break down. But if that's the case, like, why should we believe that God had a desire to sell the pool table to JP Moreland?
Yeah,
like that seems
it's
to
like
be
for
just as
negative
arbitrary.
thinking.
Yeah, just as arbitrary, right? And you can see, like, if you think about it for 5 minutes, that there isn't any consistency. There is just a number of talking points that are deployed depending on what kind of situation you're dealing with as an apologist, right? Like, if it's someone who was healed but was a Muslim, here's like one branch of the NPC dialogue tree that you say, right? But if it was a Christian who was like suffering horribly for 20 years, you were praying for him like 24/7 and nothing happened. Nothing happened. Then you have like a different deck of stock responses that you deploy, right?
So something else about there's also the idea of the free will and certainty thing, right? Which I just think doesn't make any sense at all. When it's like, if God gave us that much evidence, he doesn't give us as much evidence because he wants us to freely choose to believe in him, right? Or we wouldn't have freedom. We wouldn't have freedom if he made it. I guess there's two ways that could be cashed out, actually, because if you're saying we couldn't have freedom if he made it so clear that he exists, right? Then that just doesn't make any sense, because the way that blue appearances, I'm really certain of blue appearances, right? And that doesn't like impinge. Say I could still have libertarian free will. It doesn't make any difference to that. Is he so? Maybe the claim is he wants us to freely choose to believe in him. But why would he want us to make that choice? Why would God want us to? Why would it matter that we freely?
That's just asserted on ex hypothesis, right? That just is the hypothesis that this is the case.
But I'm trying to think, like, what? Why would that be better? Like, especially when you're combining it with a model of God where God desires for everyone to believe in him, right? So what really is the difference from God's point of view between why not heaven now? Like, what's the difference from God's point of view between just creating agents who have libertarian free will but are only going to form beliefs in him? Like, why is that a worse world than a world where people don't have good enough evidence, but some of them form the belief? It doesn't even seem like it's necessarily a moral criteria on my part. It's not like, it's not like people are not choosing to believe in the evidence because of some like character defect, or maybe in some cases, but in the vast majority of cases, it seems like people are making that choice not to believe in God based off of lack of evidence, right? Rather than, so why for those who do choose to believe, is that like this great property? I don't get it.
Well, I don't. That also assumes that you choose to believe things, and I'm not sure whether that's really supported.
Yeah.
I mean, you're convinced by the evidence on some level. It's not like I can choose to believe that gravity doesn't exist and force myself to jump off a building, right? That's just not going to happen. And so I don't think we choose our beliefs. And I think what James has said, like that Satan believes in that God exists and still doesn't follow him. So believing in God exists is not the prerequisite, really. And so any amount of evidence should be fine, even in that case.
I guess I'm just trying to answer, like, with respect to this idea that God wants us to freely make the choice to believe in him, right? I just don't understand why it's like morally better that someone make that choice with insufficient evidence and choose to believe in him than someone make that choice with sufficient evidence.
Well, if you're an evidentialist, it's worse because it's wrong to form beliefs on insufficient evidence.
Exactly.
Right.
So,
well, I think the idea is that I think they're thinking that if there's enough evidence, you don't have a choice, and so God is taking away your choice to believe in it, right? And that's the idea. And then essentially we're acting like robots, right? And then that's not.
But if
that's
you
wrong,
can't choose.
We choose beliefs on the basis of reasons. So responsiveness to reason is not acting like. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Brian, about what they're thinking. But I just think this is a very strange way to that somehow like choosing your beliefs is something that you do in spite of evidence or in the absence of evidence, as opposed to in response to evidence. Yes. Indeed, this is usually what they'll say if pressed about the relationship between reasons and causes, is that we are not, libertarian agents are not cause, but they do things for reasons. And if you want to say that we actually don't have rational reasons to believe, that we just sort of choose arbitrarily, it's to take on Nathan's point, it's not clear why that's morally better than choosing to believe in God in response to sufficient reasons to do so. Because none of this seems to compel you to actually follow God or submit yourselves to him. This is merely a question of belief in him. So I don't think I just don't think it makes sense. It doesn't seem well thought through.
It's if you can't choose on the basis of reasons. So if it just is the case that your reasons evidentially weigh one side and then you just form a belief, right, one way or the other, then you're not freely choosing to believe in God, because the reasons just weigh one way, and then at that point you believe in God. But if you can freely choose in the sense that your reasons can weigh in favor of one thing, but you still choose to believe the other thing, if there's that sense of choice, then God could make it obviously apparent to everyone that he existed, and people could still just freely choose not to believe in him. So whichever way you slice this up, it doesn't really make any sense. Point.
If I'm allowed to say that, maybe I shouldn't say that. But I mean, sure. Look at DNA. Look at the universe around us. If God does it for everybody, we ignore it. We only pay attention when it's special divine action.
Look at the trees.
So God has already given us miracles for everybody in a sense. Life itself is a gift. Having it to begin with is a gift. And
yeah, so now everything's a miracle. So nothing's a miracle, right? It's like
tide goes in, tide comes out. You can't explain that.
Well, it's like the design argument when people are like, I'm going to infer design in human biology, but then I'm also going to infer design in what I also mean by design is like poo, rocks, hydrogen clouds on the other side of the universe, like
cancer in kids,
right?
It's all part of it, right?
Yeah. Okay, this is nearly done. So
special things to get our attention. That's how they were used in the Gospels and Acts, and that's how they've normally functioned through history. And that's usually been from Augustine to Aquinas and so on. That's usually been the understanding of them through history too. Special divine action meant to get our attention.
Craig, your book is fantastic. I want to commend it to viewers again. It comes out next week. It's called Miracles Today. And if you are a skeptic and you don't believe, this is definitely a book I would say check out. Follow the links, follow it up. It's the single top volume I would recommend on miracles. And there's some other very good miracle books that are out there.
Like Craig Keener's 2-volume series on there.
Ching, ching. So there's always a book to recommend. This is the point that I've made before. There's always a book or a course.
So let's say
allow and have enough of a to raise the debt. Well,
sorry, I didn't realize that was playing. I thought, sorry.
Yeah, let's say I read the book and I'm still not convinced. Does that mean at that point I'm off the hook, or
no? It means you're just denying.
No, seriously, like this is something that I won't answer. Like, give me a criteria that if I fail, I no longer have to consider Christianity as an option.
Oh, I don't think there is one.
Yeah,
there's another book to read. Read the Gospels again. Go to church more. Pray.
Was the evidence in the book so good that it just kind of compels you to believe? Because then you're not going to freely choose to believe in God like God wants you to, right? And then if the evidence, if you can freely choose not to believe after reading the evidence, then what's the point of giving the evidence, right? Like
you could make a parody argument and say, I read the book and I find the arguments so compelling that if it was actually true that there's a God, it would take away my free will to believe, which means the evidence must actually not be compelling, right?
Right.
It's just
or you could say, you just to subvert it, you find the evidence extremely compelling, but you freely choose not to believe it anyway because you don't want to.
Right.
Either way, it doesn't really make any sense. It's just a mess. Anyway, I'm going to bow out now, gentlemen. It's getting late my end, and I'm also hungry. Just as a sort of a last little follow-up for me, I love the pause on Habermas. It's great there, but my takeaway would be, apart from all of the bad reasoning that we've seen and abuses in some cases, I would say, is that institute, which is doing more rigorous research on miracles certainly than Keener is and than most do, presented two published cases of the apparently best they could find, and we reviewed them both. And although they were, interesting and somewhat abnormal, I think that they're very bad as evidence of miracles. And I just, with no particular qualifications and spending a couple of hours googling stuff, came up with things that are at least, I think, a plausible starting point for a naturalistic explanation. I'm sure other people will be able to come up with other things to say if they have more qualification on that. So, I mean, if that's really the best they can do, the state of the literature here, or the scholarship, or whatever they're calling it, is just in a dire strait. And another point that I want to emphasize that we've mentioned is that even if you had no other explanation for these and you thought that they were really compelling as a starting point, we would not believe in any other medical treatment on the basis of evidence of this sort of 2 case studies. That would be preliminary evidence that would be used on the basis to design further studies. And so there's no sense in which we're having too high a standard here, or we're making a bias against miracle claims or special standards just against them. These are actually just the same standards that anyone else would have to meet. And so I would say that if God can't even meet those sort of very basic epistemic standards, then he's slacking on his game. And I guess I'm not really sure what else to say other than it's not very impressive if that's the best God can do. So anyway, that's all from me. Take care, gentlemen, and I'll talk to you guys.
James.
All right, see you, James.
Bye. See ya.
I'm just changing my headphones because my earphones have run out of battery. But
yeah, actually, I think all 3 studies we did. So the 2 case studies, and then the one from Mozambique
I've been
was
working
also
on what I call magnum opus.
Oops. Then the and the one from Mozambique, which wasn't quite a case study, but just a really poorly done study. And that one was also from the same organization. I think all 3 of them may have a common author. I thought they were the cases. I have to look at that, but I know that Candy Gunther that works for the GMRI, she's on at least 2 of them. I can't remember that she's on the 3rd, but I can check that. But they all come out of the GMRI. So that's and if that's again kind of what James said, like if that's the best, that's pretty lousy. And it really should be easily testable. I mean, as much as they complain, it should be straightforward to set up tests for these things if there's any effect there at all.
I think my when I took my earphones out, it decided to stop playing the video as a result. So sorry. So yeah, we can continue then with this one. This is going to be the last video, just looking at some specific stuff, I suppose, about the miracle claim of the resurrection and Gary Habermas's new what is it? A new evidence. That's the word I was looking for.
Gary Habermas. He's a historian. He's a philosopher. If you'd like to learn more about him, check the description of this video. But let's just jump. I want to jump right in because we've only got about an hour to go over this evidence. So let's just jump right in. Gary, where should we start? What's this new evidence that you've got?
So,
well,
right
a lot of
the
people know I've been
gate,
working on what I call
it's really interesting that they only have an hour, and Cameron is actually polices him throughout the video on time. Like, for example, about 25 minutes in, he says, we only have an hour, and you are only now wrapping up your introduction, so speed it up. Like, what's the incentive?
I don't know. I mean, maybe Cameron has an appointment or something. That could be the case, or maybe Gary just didn't have the time. I mean, there could be explanations here, but I do find it kind of strange considering they're both like full time. This is what they do as a full time job, right?
Yeah, like in this case, it felt really rushed. It didn't help basically to communicate the information that he wants to communicate clearly.
It could be also that, Gary Habermas tends to go on for a while. And so it might be one of those things, like if he knows that that's going to happen, like trying to keep him to time helps kind of keep it moving. Whereas, there's going off instead of going off into all sorts of tangents. And so that might be kind of a strategic thing.
Yeah.
So
it's sort of like when you ask a politician a question and, they sometimes answer and ramble on. And then you're like, what was the question? That's in reference to Doug's interview with Habermas, right? Where he said that was the first thing he said. And then Habermas just rambles on yeah, well, it depends what I think you're right. But I have this friend back from in
evidence that you've got.
Well, a lot of people know I've been working on what I call magnum opus. that's a long story, but briefly, a bunch of my buddies told me 10 years ago or more I should start doing a major.
See, I'm like you say, I say it like a joke, right? And then the first thing he does is he's asked about things like a few of my buddies told me a couple of years ago. It just go off into rambling stories.
Work on the resurrection that does not borrow from my 20-something books of my 50% of every what I've written is on the resurrection. So they want you to do something new and put all this stuff out there. And I just trashed the whole idea because I told them it would take the rest of my life, and I've got this going on. And so they said, "We'll start." Well, I thought I got working on it. Well, we're getting ready, finishing the first volume, and it is 1,600 pages on just the evidence for Christianity, the evidence for the resurrection, and it is the first of 4 volumes. And in the process, it occurred to me that some things were happening, and I was realizing some research that hadn't been.
What's the probability of doing that?
What's the probability of what?
If he actually publishes these 4 volumes, of which one of them is 1,600 pages, and still going, what's the probability that anyone's actually going to read that?
That's not the point, right? The point is that then there will be 4 volumes, 1,600 pages each, and every time there's a Christian doubting or an atheist, the apologists will be able to point to those and say, have you engaged with Gary Habermas with the best defense of the resurrection?
That's really what it felt like when I was doubting and I spoke to Jonathan McClatchy, for example. I mean, that's really what it felt like when I had these specific questions, and then instead there was just like mounds and mounds of undesigned coincidences that got like a fire hose getting blasted at me. I was like, what the hell am I meant to like make of any of these things that you're saying all in one go? Yeah.
And
like,
and
I never
also
come across a theorem before.
If it takes the 6,000 pages to make a case based on only the minimal facts, imagine if he was a maximal facts guy, right?
That's like 1,000 pages per fact.
Yeah.
I think the golden quote is coming up somewhere around here.
Right.
Talked much about before. Now, some of the things I'm talking about will be familiar to people, but I think it's the arrangement of them that's really new. So let me say it this way.
End video, right? New evidence for the resurrection. There isn't any, but it's the arrangement of them that's really new.
No, actually, it's quite interesting because basically nothing that he says is new or particularly surprising or out of the mainstream in New Testament scholarship. And like, I seriously wonder whether he personally was aware of those positions that were being held by, mainstream critical New Testament scholars before he started working on it, or whether he just like discovered them as he was doing research on the book, because this isn't new. It's not like research that was done, I don't know, 5 years ago, or something like that, or that's just now gaining traction in New Testament scholarship. Everything that he says are things that, I don't know, undergraduates are learning on normal, like non-dominational higher educational institutions in the US, right?
When you want to do history, there are a lot of tools you need. I say there are tools and rules.
I'm playing this at 1x speed as well. What an idiot I am.
There's things you use and how you apply them. And 2 of the most important ones are...
It was 1.5, and I thought it was 1 time. That's... Imagine watching this at 1.
Eyewitness testimony and early testimony. And a lot of critics think we have neither. A lot of critics who deny the 4 Gospels. Paul, they like Paul. They'll admit about half of Paul's books, and you're free to use those half of books. A lot of people misunderstand. They think you can't use the scripture with atheist New Testament professors. Not true. But they limit.
I had a friend actually when I was in seminary, and he
which you can use according to their view.
Like at this point, it's probably important to like frame what he's talking about, right? So he is essentially.
Sounds like you have a child to deal with.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do anything with that. But I think they are leaving, so it should be fine.
Oh no, it's fine. I just didn't know if they were like in the room or something with you. And
No. Yeah. So what's the framing, right? So he's essentially responding to an objection from non-Christians. Who point out that ideally you would like to have early eyewitness testimony. And he is setting this up as an important criterion for historical research, which so that he can then argue that, yeah, we actually do have information which is very early, and this is significant when you are basically pursuing this kind of resurrection apologetics. But it's very, very important to say that if you think that a very important or key criteria in doing good historical research is how early your documents are, you are at a very, very basic level. Like when you enroll in undergraduate program in ancient history, the first lecture that you are going to have on the historical method is going to tell you that, yes, there are important criteria. One of them is how early your primary sources are. But then the entire rest of your education is going to be your professors explaining to you how it's possible to arrive at conclusions that are very, very probable based on evidence which is late, and how there are cases where you can only form conclusions which are very, very, where the degree of certainty is very low, even though on paper your primary sources are excellent when it comes to how early they are. So yeah, like this is extremely basic, right? This is very unsophisticated. Like I don't want to say it doesn't matter how early the information is. It's one of the factors, but there are so many things that feed into it that it doesn't even seem that he's like registers, or he doesn't even pay any lip service to them being the case. That it's really frustrating. Like this isn't a game of how early you are, you know. There are so many like things that feed into it. There are like interlocking inferences and all the kinds of considerations that you have to take into account, like philological, anthropological, you know, other kinds of considerations. That, yeah, this is like 1 out of 20.
If I go for a bio break, would I be okay to leave it to run for a bit if I play it a bit slower? I don't know. Or would you rather talk for that minute?
I don't know.
Depends what he says, right?
Yeah, that does depend on what he says.
It's pretty dense. So
maybe if I let it play for a bit, I can pause on the next point and then I'll go at the next point.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good plan.
And so I started working with their principles. And what came out was the argument I called the minimal facts argument. And the minimal facts argument says I can take the facts that the critics allow and have enough of a basis to show that Jesus was raised from the dead. Well, as I'm getting done with this first volume on evidence, it occurred to me that there are 5, a quick one afterwards, but there's 5 lines of evidence that all are manifest on or before 36 AD. Now, let me explain that for a second. If you ask a Christian, what kind of evidence do we have? They'll say, well, let's start with Mark. Let's move to Matthew. If you want to go by the year, what date critics put him at. Let's go to Luke. Let's go to John. John's probably too late. Try to stick with Mark, Matthew, Luke. And that's kind of the way the conversation proceeds. But the critics also like Paul. And when you start unpacking some of this stuff, you get further and further and further back. For example, John is about 95 AD. If Jesus died in 30 AD, that's plus 65. According to critics dating, Luke is about plus 55. Matthew's about 50. Mark's the youngest at about 70 AD or plus 40. But Paul's first epistle is probably 1 Thessalonians in 50 AD. Some go as early as 48 for 1 Thessalonians. That makes 1 Thessalonians 18 to 20 years after the cross, cuts the distance with Mark in half. And when Paul starts talking, he doesn't sit there and start explaining and defining things for the Thessalonians. I mean, Cameron, this is new stuff for the Thessalonians. Shouldn't Paul be telling them, now, when I say Son of God, I mean, and give a definition.
Let's pause it. Like, what are you talking about, Gary Habermas? Are you not a PhD scholar in New Testament studies? Like, of course, this is not new stuff to Thessalonians. What are you talking about? Like, of course, they don't hear it for the first time. Like Paul says in 1 Thessalonians 15, you know how we lived among you. He's writing 1 Thessalonians, the letter to the church, to the ecclesia that he established in Thessalonica, to respond to specific questions that they had, like a follow-up questions that they had regarding the religious teachings. And he's just responding to them, right? But he actually lived with them before for an extended period of time. I'm assuming they had conversations about Jesus, given that he like set up a religious organization there before he left. I'm assuming he explained to them what the Evangelion is. He answered some of their questions, and then he left, presumably to set up religious organizations elsewhere. And then they sent him a letter asking some follow-up questions. And he's writing the letter that we now know as 1 Thessalonians to answer them. So this isn't a new stuff for them. Like he's not explaining. Yeah, he's not explaining to them what the Son of God means, because they already know that, because he told them when he was living with them.
Right. I think the what seems to be the argument that he kind of goes on to is this idea that there's one idea that the high Christology comes late. Essentially, that John's depiction of Jesus with the high Christology was much later than the one, say, for Mark, and that if those concepts were assumed to be there in the letter to the Thessalonians, that means that the high Christology was far earlier than is often claimed. I mean, it seemed to take like a lot longer than I just said to say that, but that seems to be his point. And so at least that's what I take to be.
He says that this isn't new, but the way how he talks about it almost makes me think how he discovered this point when he was doing research for the book, right? But yeah, that's like a mainstream position in New Testament scholarship, that already in the Pauline epistles you find what you would call high Christology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I mean, let's see how it becomes a relevant piece of information for the resurrection case. But okay.
Thanks for your super chat, by the way, Mitch. Super chats are open for everyone who wants to super chat.
And one very important point, right? So he's trying to cut down the amount of time before the relevant events, in this case, resurrection, and when the primary literature originated. So he says, we don't have to rely on the Gospel of John, who is like 60 years later. We can get to years or months after the resurrection, and we already have these theological ideas which are very developed. But the thing is that throughout the entire conversation, he's going to base datings of various events and other propositions that he's going to make on information that is only contained in documents which are much, much later, right? So he's, for example, going to say, this creed is very, very early, and then he's going to provide some information about where the creed originated from, for example, but that information is going to be based on pieces of information that we find in texts that are late, for example, Acts. So if it's very important for him to establish some set of facts that we are aware of based only on very early documents, what he then cannot do is to impose on these facts that are available from the earliest documents other pieces of information that are only found in the late texts, right? Like you can't use, for example, Acts to contextualize the early information about Pauline mission, where the creeds probably came from, because Acts itself is much, much later than the creeds and the early information, right?
Messiah, that's a Jewish word. Greek speakers say Christ, and that means this. And when we call Jesus Lord, that means this.
What would it have been in the Septuagint, by the way, Camille? The Messiah would have been the anointed still, like Christos or...
Christos, yeah, Christos.
So it's
Lord is Kyrios.
Right, the same in...
Son of God. Yeah.
And they would have had the Septuagint. I'm just trying to make sense of what you're saying.
But he doesn't do that. He opens 1 Thessalonians with a loaded Christology. Everybody admits this. He uses all the heaviest names for Jesus and doesn't explain them. So that's interesting. At plus 18 to plus 20, he's using terms that they probably know a lot about before he writes the letter to them. So that's earlier than 1 Thessalonians. Okay. Now let me back up from the other end. Am I making sense so far?
Yep.
Slow down.
I wonder that I do wonder the way that Cameron drink. Yeah, if he does it like deliberately to sort of like, you know, like show off the cup, or if that's just his way of drinking, because that was quite yeah, it was quite.
Any of this?
No, it's good. Yeah, just keep going.
Straightforward?
I'll slow you down if we need to.
Yeah, do that, because I don't want to just ramble on and assume that you're being a nice guy.
Are you
not
sure?
Interrupt me, which I prefer you to do. Okay, let's go from the other end. We've got. I ended up
maybe that's why. Maybe that prompt is why Cameron. Yeah.
With Thessalonians, it probably 50 AD, but it could be 48. That's only 18 to 20 years after the cross, half the distance of Mark. Now let's go back to the cross. Moving forward,
because you need more than 18 to 20 years in order for things like cognitive dissonance to cause people to modify their theology and come up with...
or specifically what he calls high Christology to develop.
Yeah, well, that's
that's what I mean by the high Christology developing that isn't present in Judaism before, right? It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it need that long?
Everybody puts the conversion of Paul at +2 or 3. That's 32 to 33. If you keep the cross at 30 in your mind, some people say 33 for the cross, but all you gotta do is move your numbers up.
we can stop it to here to illustrate the point that I was talking about just now. So he says that everyone puts the conversion of Paul at a certain date. Well, why does everyone do that? Well, that's because, for example, they assume that Acts of the Apostles are roughly historically reliable, and that you can treat it as a source for reconstructing Paul's life, his ministry, his missionary journeys, and stuff like that. But Acts of the Apostles was not written 2 or 3 years after the crucifixion, and this is now increasingly relevant because more and more New Testament scholars recognize that Acts of the Apostles specifically, which is usually for a lot of the pieces of information is our only source, was probably written late, and it's probably a historical fiction which was composed based on existing sources like Pauline epistles. So it's not the case that it provides us with additional information about Paul's life on top of his epistles. It's just the description of his journeys, his travels, and the various episodes that he goes through are essentially invented narratives based on the pieces of information that the author was able to gather from the Pauline epistles. There are scholars that date now Acts very late to early 2nd century, even mid-2nd century in the present state. So yeah, like you cannot use information in Acts reliably to contextualize the information that you find in the early sources if you want to do it based only on the early sources, because Acts of the Apostles is not an early source. And he's going to do that throughout the book. Like at what point? He's going to appeal to the Gospel of the Hebrews, which is an apocryphal book of the early Christian literature, which is dated much later than, for example, the Gospel of John. And he's going to use it as a data point to support the idea that James, brother of Jesus, converted because of a resurrection appearance. Well, that's not the data point that comes from 3 years after the crucifixion, right? That comes from the 2nd century.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to head out. If it keeps going for many hours more, I might be able to chime back in. But
I don't know about many hours more, maybe 1 to 2, I imagine.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but it's been good, and thank you very much for having me on.
No, thanks for staying up. Appreciate your input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey.
Talk to you later. Bye, Camille.
It's just only the hardcore left now. Only the true bad apologetics is. They left us because they were with us, but they were not of us, or whatever the thing is.
Keep the cross at 30 in your mind. Some people say 33 for the cross, but all you're going to do is move your numbers up. And at 33, you're going to be even closer to the book of 1 Thessalonians. But at 30, Paul comes to the Lord. He's taking his trip to Damascus at 32 to 33. Here's the big question we start with today. What is going on between 30 and 32? Or if you prefer, 33? What is going on in the Christian world before Paul comes to know Jesus? Now, the normal comment is, well, Paul was a Pharisee. Good. He was a scholar. Yep. And he was angry about something. He held the coats of those who stoned Stephen. We're told that Paul
That's a detail from
voted
the book of
against
Acts.
Okay.
Yeah, like you get my point, right? Like he's now
Yeah, I get
imposing information that's only found in late source back into 33, 34.
I still think it's interesting. The thing I'm interested in listening to this is the way that I tend to think about, you know, the early growth of those Christian communities versus the way that he's thinking about them. So I'm like interested in listening for like what the story is that he's going to tell. But I mean, maybe he's just going to tell us about Paul specifically, right? But I'm interested in listening out for what he thinks is going on there to cause the growth.
Christians he caught, he voted against them. The phrase is unto their death. So he voted, I guess if he was a jury member, quote unquote, he voted for him to die. That's going on between 30 and 33. That's Paul's side. He didn't like what he was hearing. But now we're getting down to the nitty gritty. What was Paul hearing? What was out there between 30 and 33? And again, our point is we want early eyewitnesses. There aren't any gospels, and Paul's written no books. Now, the earliest Christian preaching, according to skeptics like Gerrit Ludemann, the late Gerrit Ludemann, the atheist German New Testament scholar, Bart Ehrman.
When is Gary dating the crucifixion? Sorry, did he say?
I think 33.
Okay.
And many others.
Wait, 33? Because he's talking about Paul here at. So he's talking about.
He said you can either date it to 30 or 33. It doesn't matter because then you just move the numbers up, right? It gets tricky because it has to do with like how many Passovers.
Oh, okay.
You think
So he's just saying, yeah. So he's saying wherever you put the crucifixion.
Yeah, I would say the hard cap is 36 because that's when Pilate ended his tenure. You know, when he was removed from governorship, and also when Caiaphas died. So it must be earlier than that.
The preaching of Christianity started immediately. Christians began preaching the gospel immediately.
And what does immediately mean? You know, like that is not precise, because immediately could mean, it could mean the day Jesus was crucified, right? Or immediately could mean a month, 2 months after, right?
Well, he's going to tell us what that means, because he's going to say, according to Acts, it was after the Pentecost, so 50 days, right? But again, he's just reading.
That's not immediately in my mind.
Well,
that's like 50 days.
Not only that, not only that, right? But he's actually like reading Acts of the Apostles, which is like back into the events that are, you know, like he's conflating the story with the actual events. We don't have evidence about what was going on immediately after Jesus' death from that period of time. We have descriptions of it, which might be as late as mid-second century, right? Or late first century if you still buy the mainstream date for Luke Acts. And I don't know what I for example don't know what Ludemann would say immediately means. Does it mean a year, 3 years? If you don't buy, for example, like the narrative in the Book of Acts, and if you don't take it at face value, you can still date Pauline mission. I think probably all of the extant epistles were written before the Jewish War, and there are some data points that allow you to date basically when Paul was active. For example, one of the letters, I think it's 2 Corinthians, mentions Aretas, who was a king in Arabia, so you can date it. I think he died around 40, so we know that like Paul was active before then. But if you don't like read Acts as an eyewitness description of the events, then immediately can be years, right? But I don't think this is even particularly important, because his main argument is that very early on, Christians already developed what he calls high Christology, and he's going to argue that a good explanation for that is that the Christology is actually true. That the reason why Christians developed it so early.
This is the train of thought that I'm latching into. Is I'm thinking like I don't see that anything he's saying is problematic at all for a naturalistic explanation of what's happening.
Yes. So there are like two levels of discourse, right? So one is pointing out how what he's saying isn't actually like almost relevant for the resurrection debate, because it's not going to be evidence for the resurrection hypothesis over some alternative explanations. And the second layer of discourse is just me geeking out about things that I think he says that are not
like historical
accurate.
method. And,
Yes, some of them are nitpicks. I will probably be talking a lot on the second level, just because I'm more interested in like actually understanding the Greco-Roman world and people representing it accurately.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. I think it's a good thing as well. I'm just thinking from my point of view, I find it interesting to sort of study what happened there in the same way that we looked at, the previous miracle claims and stuff, where we look at, well, what kind of phenomena are going on? What communities are these people situated in? What are the stories that they're telling themselves? So I'm like, well, if we can date, if we can date a particular story or event, we can loosely hang some like historical events to like a date that's happening 50 days after. I mean, think of some of the videos that we saw earlier where people are rolling around and going or whatever. I mean, what are people telling themselves 50 days after that about what happened? Or I mean, obviously it's different, the crucifixion to that. So maybe it's something slightly different, but it's still sort of analogous in a sense. You can, imagine someone's there and they see the woman stand up out the wheelchair. What are they telling themselves about what they saw 50 days later after that? And I'm kind of interested in looking at it from that point of view as like a psychology thing, I guess. But yeah, I mean, everything that you're saying is still obviously very like legitimate criticism of what Gary's doing.
Immediately. So right away, if Jesus dies in the spring of 30 AD and Christians are preaching the gospel, which at a minimum is the deity, death, and resurrection of Jesus, what is making Paul so angry? And I guess that kind of general question kind of sets the stage for this.
Narcissism?
And take Garrett Ludeman, the atheist New Testament scholar. He says Christians preach the gospel data immediately after. He doesn't believe in an ascension. So immediately after they didn't see Jesus anymore, the book of Acts says 50 days later, Pentecost. So less than 2 months later, they're out preaching. And Ludeman says,
exactly. And 50, like, again, that's not really immediately in my mind. 50 days. Like, what the hell was I doing 50 days ago?
That's
Christmas?
true. But also, like, if you think that, if you take that at face value as a historical data point, then just go 2 lines up, where it says that Jesus was raised.
Jesus,
and there you go, right? Like it says there in the.
That's true.
Yeah, it's using evidence that's on the same level to sort of like build it to tell you a story to then make it more plausible that another part of the same story.
Yeah, like the Gospel of Mark says that 2,000 pigs ran off the cliff, so there must have been a demoniac. Why else would they do it?
Christians were preaching the gospel at about, what's immediately. But according to Acts, it's 2 months later. Now, this is a very exciting time. I'll just stop right there for 1 second. The old view among both.
I mean, so something that immediately is just coming to my mind that would take an hour or so to do would just be to look at a few cult movements, right? And how far after like their prophesied events, certain things changed. And, like there was like another event where the theology significantly changed, like the Jehovah's Witnesses predicting the end of the world, the Millerites, the like all these sorts of predictions that have happened and then not come true. And then people have modified the theology after the fact. You just have to look at that and say, well, here's a distribution, right, of times. And then now let's see how Christianity compares to that. I mean, maybe it would be very different. I don't actually know, but I'm saying like, wouldn't doing something like that be the right thing to do to make any kind of, claim about the explanation here that's going on?
Yeah, and I mean, the amount of time that it would take realistically to like become convinced or like formulate the high Christology that he's talking about, I think takes about as much time as reading through the Hebrew Bible, which is like a couple of days, right? Maybe a little bit more in the ancient world. Because, I can sketch what I think is a pretty good way how this Christology was derived from asking the question, why is it the case that it was actually Yahweh's plan all along for the Messiah to be crucified, even though this is what we didn't expect, right?
Well, I think maybe that's a different, because presumably they'd already have the Hebrew Bible in mind and its stories and stuff. So I don't know that it would take a couple of days of them sort of reading it to concoct it. It would have to be, you know, one or two bereavement hallucinations or something of the sort, and them just in that state of cognitive dissonance with all of this baggage about Jewish theology, to then begin to modify the theology and be like, yeah, so, you know, the theology is actually different. I haven't seen this part, and then maybe they start going back and rereading parts. And
yeah, I wouldn't even take any experiences like bereavement hallucinations as like necessary components for explaining it. I kind of imagine that they probably formed the core beliefs.
Yeah, Greek
first.
Philosophy. Then I mean, Greek philosophy combined with rereading the Jew.
Yeah, I kind of the way I kind of imagine it is that they probably formed the core of their beliefs, new beliefs that explain why is it the case that the Messiah was crucified. First, they already became convinced of it, and then they experienced things that they then interpreted
Yeah,
as
that could be right as well.
resurrection appearances, right? So you could go either from appearances to the theology, or from a theology to appearances. Yeah.
Or some combination of both, right? To some extent.
Exactly. I mean, like, they are essentially telling you how they came up with it in the texts, right? Who suffers in the Old Testament? The suffering servant in Isaiah. Why does he suffer? Because sins of others.
Because they explicitly quote when they say, you know, and this was how it was foretold, or whatever. But the commentary, it's almost like reading a modern Bible commentary where someone gives you Reformed theology or something, because, you know, the text around the old text is telling you what the new interpretation is. It's interesting.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on.
Liberals and non-liberals, both conservatives and liberals, is that a lot of scholars think that it got to the book of John before we totally unpacked how heavy Jesus' Christology was. Whether you like John or not, John is saying he's developing what they said in the early church. But Cameron, this is surprise number one. I'm not putting on the timeline yet, but just a point. A lot of critics are saying today that what came out of the gates in 30 AD, what came out of the Christians' mouths, what Garrett Ludeman calls early, immediate, is the highest Christology ever preached. Now, let's just think about that for a second. The old view is John unpacked it 60 years later.
Has this guy read Philo?
This is what I wanted to say. So just to explain what he's talking about, right? So what's a Christology? It's like a set of beliefs that have to do with who Jesus
Christ
is,
and his nature.
metaphysically speaking, his relationship with Yahweh, the Holy Spirit, and stuff like that. And then you used to have this distinction between high and low Christology, and like how high it is and how low it is, right? So Trinitarian Christology would be very high.
High being he's very like God, low being he's very like a created being.
Like people, yeah. And to be like politically correct, this term is becoming out of fashion in New Testament circles, because people recognize that there was a plurality of Christologies, there was a great plurality of beliefs in early Christianity. It was much more diverse than it is today. And just talking about it in terms of high and low Christology could be pejorative. So it's like denigrating the traditions that represent low Christologies, right? And it is being used as a pejorative, because there are still, for example, Unitarian Christians who view Jesus as a human being, not a divine being. So they are being attacked basically by, for example, Trinitarians as subscribing to a low Christology, and that's being used as an insult, right? So that's a term that's no longer being used. And just to illustrate what Habermas is saying with MS Paint, very, very quickly. So
here we go. If you just zoom it from the bottom, on the bottom right, to make the thing.
That's right. So this is basically the passage of time, and this is how high your Christology is, right?
And here's science on the y-axis.
Yeah, and so this would be, for example, Paul, this would be Mark, this would be Luke, this would be John. And what he's saying is that originally New Testament scholars believe that the Christology developed like this, right? Where, for example, in Mark, it looks like Jesus is actually adopted as a son of God. He doesn't pre-exist, and he isn't born a son of God from a virgin. He's being adopted during baptism. While in John, you have a very high Christology where Jesus is identified with the Logos, who is a pre-existing being. It's an agent of creation and stuff like that. And what Habermas is saying that now New Testament scholars are looking at it like this. So it was already very high at the very beginning in the Pauline epistles. That's the entire point. Not only in the Pauline epistles, but actually in the creeds that are preserved in the Pauline epistles, which predate the epistles because they are like petty formulations on what Christians believed even before Paul. That's the entire argument. And he's basically saying that, how do you explain this? How do you explain this peak, basically? And he thinks that the best explanation for why it is the case that the Christology was so high from the very beginning, immediately, is that it's true.
Is Gary going to make the case that it is that U-shaped graph, or is he going to make the case that it's like a flat graph where it's high?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is what New Testament scholars believe, and this is what I think they've pretty much always believed, right? Like, I don't think this representation was actually ever the case in New Testament studies. Like, even for example, Bart Ehrman would subscribe to this, but of course, yeah, like the red line, the U shape, those would be critical New Testament scholars. But if you are an evangelical, yeah, it's just flat, because you believe that it's like Mark, for example, has incredibly high Christology. It's not the case that in the Gospel of Mark, so you would say Jesus is just adopted. Yeah, you would say that actually in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus makes amazing claims, and he identifies himself. Yeah, he identifies himself with Yahweh as like a person of the Trinity already in the Gospel of Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. The new view is at least as heavy as what John did, was coming out of the gate immediately. Okay. What are some of the things that come immediately? Let me use Richard Bauckham. He's probably very well known with your well-read folks that listen to your broadcasts. And Bauckham did not invent this phrase, but he quoted it. And here's the phrase. And no matter how often I say this.
You're muted.
I'm just saying, it feels to me like it is fabricated, right? But I could be completely wrong about that. It's just the sort of way that he does it, is like so. But it could just be how he is, and I'm seeing that.
I am blown up by this stuff. It's incredible. Here's the phrase.
I mean, like, how else would he do it, right? Like, I don't know.
The earliest Christology is the highest Christology. Well, I don't think that can happen.
This is just
they
going
can't
to
come
be
out of the gate.
This is just going to be a nitpick, right? I completely understand what he's trying to say, but I like the Christology in the Gospel of Paul, in the Pauline epistles and in the creeds is definitely not the highest Christology that was ever preached. I think, like, for example, a much higher Christology is modalism, where Jesus and Yahweh are actually the same person, and it's actually Yahweh who suffers on the cross, right? So it's even more elevated than Trinitarianism, because on modalism, or like, for example, on patripassionalism, Jesus doesn't have two natures; he just has one divine nature, and it's actually Yahweh, the creator of the universe, who suffers on the cross. That's much higher. And I think you could even go one step higher, and you could argue that Marcionism is even higher Christology, because Jesus,
like a greater God,
because Jesus is not identical with the greater God, but Jesus is actually a divine being that's sent by the monad.
He's a demiurge, right?
Yeah, by the perfect being, right? And Yahweh is actually just this dumb, deceived, evil
demiurge.
Yeah, demiurge.
Casting like with a cannon, and all this heavy Christology. How do you know that?
Okay, so I want to situate the audience a little bit. If they don't know the term high Christology, what does that mean? Because I think that's important for this first point.
That's a great question, and I love you stopping me like that, because I want people to understand this. This is a powerful message. High Christology, the way I'm using it, is a very lofty Christology. Jesus is not just a Galilean preacher who some people misunderstood, some people got him right, some got him wrong, some hated him, some loved him. He did a lot of miracles.
That's what I think he is, Gary. That's just what I think he is. And I understand the word Christology.
Yeah, but what he's saying is, like, early on, this wasn't the view of Christians, right? He's saying
right.
Like,
I see.
Beginning,
Well,
they already believed.
I mean, why the hell would they think that? Like, yeah, let's think of all sorts of figures who are like that. You know, who people believe very different things than what I believe about them historically. I don't think that like Hitler was sent by God to instill the Aryan race of Germany into, you know, I just think he was some guy who got kicked out of art school.
He did exorcisms, and darn it, the Romans killed him, but he was raised from the dead. That's the way we do it. And you would think it took a long time for it to get into Christians' heads what this panorama was about. Does that make sense?
No. Why would you think?
Were you just,
sorry.
Yeah, so he's going to mention some of the things that are features of this high Christology that's already found in some of these creeds, right? Like Jesus is a pre-existing being, he has a divine nature, he is seated at the right-hand side of God. Like, and he's just thinking about like how else could these ideas develop so quickly in 30s in Palestine if it isn't what was actually true about Jesus. And yeah, like, have you read Philo?
Yes.
I'm not saying, by the way, that Philo is a source for, like, I'm not saying that basically Christians adopted these ideas from Philo necessarily. It's possible. It's certainly much more probable than the other way around, because if Philo get it from Christians, he would just convert to Christianity, and we would probably know about it from like early Christians, right? Like Philo, we have writings of Philo. Because
I'm trying to find a quote for you that will be pretty interesting, though, on that account.
Right.
But you...
Yeah. So, like Philo of Alexandria, living and writing in Alexandria, his death is usually dated to 50 CE. And what does he believe? Well, he thinks that there is the Logos, who is God's firstborn son. He thinks that this Logos is a second God. He actually calls him Deuteros Theos, second God. So he, even though he is a Jew who thinks that there is only one God, he also thinks that there is a second God. That's an interesting like piece of information, right? And he thinks that through him the universe was created. And like, for example, in On Flight and Finding, he says the Logos of the living God is the bond of everything, holding all things together and binding all the parts, and prevents them from being dissolved and separated. So he thinks that the Logos is not only a cause of the cosmos, or at least like the demiurge that shaped pre-existing material. He also thinks it's a sustaining cause. And he didn't believe it because it's actually true. And he didn't believe it because it was divinely revealed to him, or because he knew about Jesus. No, he just took concepts from Middle Platonism and he applied them to the Hebrew Bible. And he basically interpreted the Hebrew Bible through Middle Platonism, and he like imposed Middle Platonistic ideas on these Old Testament texts. And I think something like that could be what happened in early Christianity as well. And that's how you ended up with a very high Christology very early on.
This is from Andrew Louth, or Louth, or however you pronounce it, who's a I think this was one of his first books, actually, but he's an Eastern Orthodox scholar, so he's actually a Christian, but he isn't. He's sort of aware of more of these things, and in this book on Philo, for example, in this book on the origins of the Christian mystical tradition, he's commenting on Philo's beliefs. So here's some quotes, for example, from, I am going to pronounce this horribly, in De Abramo. Philo discusses the appearance to Abram of 3 angels at the oak of Mamre. Again, another thing I can't pronounce. 3 men appear to Abram, and yet Yahweh addresses them as my Lord. And like this, when I'm hearing this, I'm thinking of like S.J. Thompson's apologetic for the Trinity, right? He addresses them as my Lord, and on at least one occasion, the text introduces their words by saying the Lord, singular in Hebrew, Yahweh said. Philo explains that the 3 men represent God and his 2 principal powers, the creative and the kingly. The central place is held by the Father of the universe, who in the sacred scriptures is called he that is as his proper name, while on either side of him are the senior powers, the nearest to him, the creative and the kingly. The title of the former is God, since it made and ordered the universe. I mean, the Logos, through whom all things were made. The title of the latter is Lord, since it is the fundamental right of the maker to rule and control what he has brought into being. So the central being, with each of his powers as his squire, presents to the mind which has vision the appearance of sometimes of one, sometimes of three, of one when the mind is highly purified, and passing beyond not merely the multiplicity of other numbers, but even the dyad, which is next to the unit, presses on the ideal form, which is free from mixture and complexity, and being self-contained needs nothing more of three when, as yet uninitiated into the highest mysteries, it is alone a votary only of the minor rites, blah, blah, blah. And then I think there's even some better ones in this chapter that sound even more like Christianity in Philo to
New Testament here. And like, again, just to reiterate, it's not the case that New Testament scholars think that Christians got their theology from Philo. It's possible, but, or at least that there were influences. The point is that Philo developed this very high theological view completely independently from Jesus and from it actually being metaphysically true. And if Philo could do it, why couldn't Christians?
So here's to understand this a little more, we have to discuss Philo's doctrine of the word, the logos. It is well known that Philo's doctrine is a development of the Stoic idea of the divine logos, or reason that underlines and fashions all things. So, is that idea floating around for other people who aren't Philo? For Philo, with his pronounced doctrine of a transcendent God, in contrast to Stoic immanentism, the Logos becomes a mediator between the transcendent God and the world, and has both transcendent and immanent aspects. There is, however, another strand in Philo's doctrine of the word that is much less remarked on. This develops not out of the idea that the divine reason Logos, but from the idea that God as one who speaks, ho legon, an idea of God without parallel in Greek thought. There is no difficulty in relating this to the idea just mentioned of the divine reason fashioning the universe, since in the account of the creation in Genesis 1, creation is a result of God speaking. So the point is that, I mean,
That's
maybe
what Christian authors say as well, like Origen, for example. The reason why we had Philo's writings preserved is chiefly thanks to Origen of Alexandria, because he actually did subscribe to a lot of the ideas that Philo espouses, right? Like he thought Philo was correct in a lot of the things that he says, because it was so easy to harmonize it with Christianity.
And the question for Christians is going to be, are they going to attribute what Philo is saying here to, like genuine revelation or not? How are they going to attribute that he's coming up with these pieces?
There was early Christian tradition that Philo was a Christian, because how do you explain that otherwise, right? He must have been. But this is super easy to explain on like naturalism or whatever. And just think about what's Philo's epistemology. Like, how does he know that this is actually the case? Like, where did he got that from? Did he read it somewhere? Was he told by someone? Is it a divine revelation? No, he's just doing speculative theology. He's building up on existing ideas, and he's sketching what he thinks based on his rational intuitions are like plausible descriptions of some metaphysical reality. He's creating a model of metaphysics, essentially. I think this is what
analytic
Christians
theology.
Were doing as well.
Analytic theology.
I think this is what Christians were doing as well, right? They shared some of the same background knowledge.
What I'm trying to say,
the concepts.
What I'm trying to draw there, the comparison between is if you look at a lot of modern theology courses, the ones that seem to be surviving are like analytic theology, right? And the idea is that you combine analytic philosophy with theology to build models. And so, if you're going to talk, and you'll see some of these people appearing on camera on the channel from time to time, like, is Christ a glut? Like take the idea of true contradictions from like modern versions of logic and then apply the theology and try to make it precise, whatever. And like it's the exact same thing. Are they, I mean, well, you could say they're inspired doing it, I suppose. But I mean, I sort of don't think they are. I think it's just people combining, the philosophical milieu that they're in with the theological commitments to come up with something new. Same thing with Philo. Why not the same thing with the author of John? Why not the same thing with Paul?
Yeah, it's very easy to explain how Philo came up with it, with the idea that as Logos, the firstborn son of God, the second God, yada yada yada, right? Without it actually being metaphysically true, and without him having any input from an actual deity. So why not use the same kind of explanation for Christians, with some differences, right? Like they had roughly the same cultural background, the same influences, some of the same concepts, some stuff was unique. And then, of course, there was the person of Jesus that they had to explain. Why is it the case that he was crucified? What does it all mean? What is God's plan around that? And we have the result of that speculative theology in the New Testament. Like they are actually telling us what they came up with. You know, what their model of God and metaphysics is.
So that I'm following correctly, were you just describing low Christology?
Yes. I'm just going to say, that's great. I'm just going to say, most people think beginning Christology was at least lower, and it took up until Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John to unpack it. And John, in the beginning was the Word was God, the Word was with God. Thomas says, my Lord and my God, and he worships him. Wow, 60 years. In fact, Raymond...
You see, I was right, my Lord and my God, right? It's like these the go-tos.
Brown, the very well-known, until he passed away in the 90s, very well-known, probably the best-known American New Testament scholar, said something like this. If Jesus had returned in 100 AD, this is the old view. If Jesus had returned in 100 AD and read the Gospel of John, he would have said, yeah, that's exactly where I was going. Thank you, John.
Who did he say said that? Sorry, I stopped paying attention.
Raymond Brown.
Is that not a Christian?
Yeah, he's a Christian. He was a Christian.
That's surprising.
Yeah, he wasn't like a... He was still what I would say is like an acceptable range of critical New Testament scholarship.
I know it's, but the thing that I mean is just like imagine a Christian saying that if Jesus came back, he'd be like, oh yeah, broadly Christianity is the true religion.
Well, I mean, but like
some would.
Well, I mean, yeah, there are actually even evangelical scholars who have no idea, who have no problem saying that, for example, the discourses in the Gospel of John are invented, and that John is actually, or the author of the Gospel of John is actually developing like the theology, right? There are Christians that are comfortable enough in their faith that they can say that.
Wait, 1 second. I accidentally switched my thingy, I think. My earphones, or you cut out when you were talking.
Can you hear me?
Can you say something?
Testing.
Yeah, I don't think I can hear you, Camille. I don't think it's me. Maybe people in the chat can hear you.
It took 60 years to get there. And the people coming out of the gate in 30 AD, they were struggling. This is the old view. They were struggling to know exactly who Jesus was.
Yeah, in the chat, say if you could hear Camille everything that he said then, or if he cut out just towards the end of.
I mean, after all, Peter denies him. The disciples were told they doubted when they saw him. When the women go to the empty tomb and they come back and tell the disciples in Luke 24, they thought the women were spreading gossip. It says in Luke 24:11. That's the old view. Christians had a good view of Jesus, but they were struggling to say to themselves, "Who was this guy?" That's low Christology, and it took a long time to unpack it. High Christology is it came shooting out of a cannon, who knows where from, and everything came out of first.
Everything in terms of like Jesus was. Would you say that like the Trinity, not necessarily like the full blown Trinity, but like Jesus is God? Would you say that that's part of high Christology?
Let's do a little bit of that. You know what? I got a chart right here. Just let me grab it. Make sure.
Okay, feel free.
Let's make sure I'm doing justice.
Okay, Camille's gonna drop out and just try rejoining again. So maybe I'll pause for a second while he does so. And if it doesn't work for him, I don't know what I'll do. I know that I want to. There he is. He's back. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, you sound really quiet though. Still.
Okay.
Hang on.
I haven't changed anything.
Oh no! Now you became loud again.
Okay.
You were just quiet when you first started talking, and I wonder if maybe there are issues from your microphone that you're having or something. you know, with maybe the booming loudness and the quietness and the cutting out is something to do with that, or it's not plugged in properly, or I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, it seems okay now anyway. So
in the earliest materials, he's called Christ.
if you missed, Cameron just asked him, you know, you don't mean like the Trinity and stuff came with the Christology right out the gate, and then Gary's got a chart or something.
Let's make sure I'm doing justice. In the earliest materials, he's called Christ, Son of God, and Lord. He's also said, Cameron, to be of God's nature. It's also said that he's going to be sitting on the right hand of God, and it says that he's pre-existent. Before Mary bore him, he had already been in existence. All that stuff comes out of the canon from the get-go. Messiah, Son of God, Lord, which a lot of people think is the loftiest of all terms. That Lord is even loftier than the title God, because Lord is...
Because the word Lord carries with it like an explicit explication of Trinitarian metaphysics, though, is that's
well, not necessarily, right? Like they have a point that the term Kyrios is like a proper name of Yahweh it actually, like, that's the Greek rendition of Yahweh in the Septuagint, right? So yeah, in the Old Testament, in the Hebrew Bible, that is the personal name of God, and that's a term that's being used for Jesus in the New Testament. But I actually think that Gary Habermas accidentally gave a naturalistic explanation for why Jesus came to be titled Kyrios, Lord, in early Christian tradition, and he's going to mention that, like the specific Old Testament passage that made Christians conclude that, oh, Jesus is Lord. So let's move on.
Well, see, Lord in caps. If you have one of those Bibles where in the Old Testament, whenever it says the name Lord, it's all in caps. That's Jehovah.
Okay.
So when Christians used the Old Testament concept, Lord, by the four, caps, they were kind of close to calling him Jehovah. That's bombastic. And wait a minute, they go.
It's not just like master. It'd be Jehovah. Wow. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you how they know I'll tell you how they know from the beginning. They called him Jehovah. Now, that's Richard Bauckham, the very well-known New Testament scholar, British.
Well, let me.
Bauckham's big. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to bring us back to this piece of evidence that you're looking at right now.
Something I always think when I watch Cameron having these sorts of conversations is like whether he has a relationship with Jesus. I mean, obviously, at the moment, I'm not really sure that any Christians have a relationship with Jesus, but I never really see him talk about aspects of his personal faith that he has, like praying or talking to God or any of those sorts of things. And I find it kind of strange when he expresses emotions about like like, oh wow, we have sources this early. Like often in Christians, you kind of see this person who they think they have a personal relationship with, right? Who's Jesus, and then they find out some information, and it's touching something emotional. And I kind of never really get that with Cameron, so I just find it weird to view him like learning about these things.
Now, which is there's this time right after Jesus' death between, and you say it could range from like 30 to 33. That doesn't really matter. But the question is, what was happening during that time that Paul, before his conversion, after Jesus died, what was going on during those 3 years? And that's what you're sort of drawing attention to is like, what is it like? What was causing such a ruckus, basically? And so the old view is that, that you've got this low Christology view where Jesus was more or less just a Galilean guy, this rando who was killed because of his, blasphemous claims or whatever, but he wasn't like anything special. But now where it seems like you talked about Gerrit Ludemann earlier, and he's leaning toward this high Christology view during these few years right after Jesus' death, because that's going to help explain why there was so much turmoil in the land right after Jesus' death.
Why everything came down.
I don't think Cameron is actually tracking the conversation. I don't think he doesn't understand what Gary Habermas is trying to say.
Yeah,
right? It's not that the high Christology is an explanation of something. It's a data point. And Gary Habermas is saying, look, they already had this very developed high Christology from the very beginning, early in the history of Christianity. And that's a data point that is like better explained by the hypothesis that the Christology is actually true. So yeah, no, Cameron, that's not what's going on now in the conversation.
Out of a canon in between the crucifixion and Paul's conversion. But just a couple of points to make. Gerrit Ludemann doesn't hold these things. He doesn't believe Jesus was Son of God.
Right.
But Ludemann is unpacking what Christians believed about him. That's one thing. And secondly,
that's a good
I'm sure there's some people.
And this is what I find fascinating about Gary as well, because he always says things like this as if that somehow makes it more credible what he's saying, without realizing that, well, that means that someone can accept this and not accept the reason that you're providing this, right? So maybe unpack some of those reasons that he disagrees whilst also holding this commitment.
Who had really low views of Jesus. Like you said, yeah, he's some Galilean preacher. I think he's a prophet of some sort. He reminds me of this guy or this guy. And they name all prophets. No, even before he died, people were thinking he's the Son of God. He made that claim. In fact, if you buy Mark 14, 61 to 64, which I think is the highest Christology in the Gospels, the high priest asks him, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed One?" He says, "Ego me, I am. And henceforth, you'll see the Son of Man coming on the clouds." And when he's
But here's the important point. Even if Jesus did claim this, right, is what were the expectations of Jesus's followers? Because the apologetic point that, and the point that's also made in the Gospels, is that they didn't get it. They didn't get what his ministry was. They didn't understand who Jesus was. You know, like it's kind of they'll constantly talk about embarrassing details, for example. Well, here are the embarrassing details that they paint themselves as fools who just couldn't understand Jesus' mission or what he had to reveal about himself or say about theology before his earthly mission. Now, Jesus could have said these things, but the important point for offering the natural explanation is to accept that data point that they didn't understand it. They had this Jewish expectation that it'd be a political Messiah. So then when he's crucified, right, because this was how Gary didn't understand the question that I asked him about cognitive dissonance theory, when he was like, no, we have good evidence that Jesus's ministry, he's thought he was God, or it wasn't an earthly ministry or a political ministry. It was about the kingdom of heaven. It's like, yeah, okay, Jesus may have believed that can be part of what I'm saying here. The point is, what were the expectations of the apostles and the followers of Jesus? And suppose Jesus did say those things, and then he gets crucified. They haven't recognized it, and then at that point, it's even more like plausible then, or it's even more reasonable to think that maybe one person actually goes, oh, remember Jesus used to say this thing, and then you've got the cognitive dissonance stuff, and that now you don't even need like bereavement hallucinations for people to stop.
I don't think they are necessary. I think you have to explain like the 1 Corinthians 15 green somehow, but you can actually explain it without positing any of the experiences as being causes, like necessary causes, right? And yeah, just again, notice what he's doing. Now he's trying to build a case for why is it the case that Christians had a high Christology very early on. And he's quoting the Gospels, where in the Gospels, some people recognize Jesus as a son of God already during his life. So he's using that as evidence that high Christology existed actually even before crucifixion. But again, that's based on texts which are not from 33, right? They are from 70 and later, in some cases, much later. Like if you actually take it to the extreme, you could, for example, say that the demons in the Gospels recognize that Jesus is the Messiah. So the demons are actual witnesses to high Christology existing before Jesus died.
Right. Yeah. No, of course you're right. And then I think the point that I'm making is, and even supposing that you accept what Gary's saying here, right? Then you also have to accept that the followers of Jesus don't recognize that until after he's crucified.
Says he's the Son of Man. The priest tears his garments because he declares him a blasphemer. So there was some high Christology there, but I don't think in the low stage. But I don't think people had unpacked it. They're going like, remember when he went back to his hometown? Isn't he the son of Mary? Answer: yep.
For example, the Council of Chalcedon, where they talk about the different hypostases of Jesus, doesn't happen for another 400 years. So they haven't fully really unpacked the implications of the high Christology yet.
Didn't he grow up here? Yep. And however lofty he is, he's a man. Yep. But some people are saying he's the Son of God. Yeah, they're crazy. And they said he couldn't do miracles in his own town. There were some people before he died, of course, who thought he was the Son of God, who thought he was Lord, and they had a fairly high Christology. But even there, they don't unpack it. But we have this odd phenomena that John's got this real high Christology way down there at plus 65, and Raymond Brown, if Jesus had come back.
Way down there at plus 6. Oh, does he means plus 65 years, so like 90.
After crucifixion, so not 90 plus, yeah.
Jesus would probably say, yep, John got it right, but he's the disciple I love. So I'm not surprised John pulled the rabbit out of the hat. But that's not, well, let's go back to it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a couple objections to this this line of reasoning. So first of all, why do we need to posit a high Christology in order to explain all the turmoil that was going on? Why
you don't have to posit it. He doesn't understand what's going on, right? Like you don't have to posit it. That's not an explanation. It's a data point.
Why he was persecuting Christians, so to speak, and sort of getting riled up by them, like having to go out and take care of them, so to speak. Like, why do we need to?
Yeah, that's what the way that Gary introduced this was. Through he was talking about what Saul of Tarsus's Christology was, right? He wasn't saying that you need to have a high Christology in order to explain something about Saul of Tarsus's.
So okay, so maybe he is actually tracking a conversation. If the conversation is early Christians having high Christology is what explains why they were persecuted, for example, right?
Yeah, why Saul is persecuting them.
Yeah. Like you could say, for example, that if they had a very low Christology, where they just believed that Jesus was a man, even though he was a Messiah, then they wouldn't be persecuted.
Have persecuted them. I mean, is that true?
Yeah,
though?
like
I mean, yeah.
well, I mean, even if you take like the standard view of low Christology in the Gospel of Mark, where Jesus is adopted as the Son of God, early Christians probably violated the first commandment and were idolaters.
Idols.
Because they directed worship towards a human being. Yeah, like it doesn't matter what your Christology is. Yeah, you're gonna get stoned. And it doesn't matter if you can't, right?
Yeah, they died for their beliefs.
Pause it. We'd have to just maybe.
There's a point about different Christologies. The authors of Mark, or the author of Mark, right, died for his belief in low Christology, and he was in a position to know if it was false, and he wouldn't have died for a lie. So,
think up some reason why the Christians were being so rambunctious, but that doesn't seem too difficult of a task. So that's one response. And then the other objection that I've got is, well, how does this actually support the resurrection of Jesus? Because a lot of people believed really crazy things about other false prophets. Islam, Christianity is true, Islam's false. So that's another case of where
Cameron thinks Islam is crazy. I mean, but if a God exists, then he can do what he wants. He can split the moon in two and have appear to Muhammad and through the angel Jibreel.
You could see that just because someone's got a belief and is very convinced of something, that doesn't necessarily support the view in question. So those are kind of two objections that popped up in my mind as you were going there. So how would you address those?
Yep. Well, your first question, where does this come from? And how do we know they were doing this? I haven't given the 5 things yet. I'll give you the 5 lines, which show you where I'm only setting the
minimal facts for a minimal fact, is it?
No, they are 20 minutes in, and he has basically just barely started, right?
Stage and saying what they were proclaiming was the highest stuff. But I'm going to answer your question. How do we know they were proclaiming this high Christology from the very beginning? I'm going to give 5 reasons to know it happened by 36 AD. It was already unpacked. What I mean is they knew it from the very beginning, but we see 5 evidences. Here's another way to say it. We don't have to wait for Mark in 70 AD. We don't have to wait for 1 Thessalonians in 50 AD, where it's high Christology. It's never explained. So they already believed it in Thessalonica, 1 Thessalonians. How did they get that far that fast? So I went all the way back to the cross. I said, here's what's coming out of the canon. All right, I got 5 indications that tell us here's how it happened. But I was setting the stage by saying, if the earliest Christology is the highest Christology, like your first question just asked, I want to know what the data are that they got it back then and did not have to wait until John's Gospel. Does that make sense?
Yeah, fair enough. I'm excited to hear the 5. What about the second objection? Do you want to address that later after we?
What a strange way of introducing what he's doing. Like, just in terms of what Gary explaining, like, it's even starting to confuse me. Like, I feel like I understood what he was doing 10 minutes ago, and then 20 seconds ago, I wasn't sure if he was doing that, and then I was by the time.
Look at the 5.
I'll start right. I can start right now. But the main point I want to get across for the opening intro is that there was a very high proclamation of Jesus going around from the beginning. Right now I'm only making a statement. They don't give the evidence for it. They called him pre-existent. These 3 things are highly blasphemous. He's pre-existent. He's of the nature of God, and he's seated on God's right hand on the throne. Some New Testament scholars think that was the most blasphemous claim, that he was fit, that wasn't heresy, for him to share God's throne, which he declares in Mark 14, 61 to 63, high priest, and he tears his garment, and off to the crucifixion we go. All right, the claim is, all right, dude, if you can show me that they thought he was pre-existent, of the nature of God, and shared the throne with God, you're going to get my attention, and you're going to cause me to realize you're the Christology, highest Christology. I don't see any evidence of this yet. I just hear you talking. Is that good?
Yeah. All right, yeah, let's get into it. So, and we're already about 30 minutes in as well, and that was just the intro. So hopefully, we've only got an hour with you.
I know I can do the 5 real fast though. I can put the 5 down in 5 minutes if I had to. But
okay. Yeah, do it. Just take your time. I'm just gonna...
Yeah, okay. Put the 5 down in 5 minutes. Let's do it.
we need to send this to Pine Creek because then he can use it as a leverage, right? Like if Cameron can pressure Gary into not bloviating, why is it wrong for him for Dak to do it, right?
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you go.
Okay. The earliest proclamation that Garrett Ludeman says was there from the beginning. That proclamation was of these things. They taught the things I just said in this introduction. They were saying he's the Son of God. He's on the right hand of God. He's of the nature of God. And this was taught right there before it even got to Paul's conversion. Paul is upset for some reason. Paul's got a right to be upset. The Christians were proclaiming some things that were highly blasphemous. To Paul's.
What's going on with your name there, Camille?
I hope that's not gonna get clipped.
Way of thinking. And the first step is the preaching they were doing. We know this happened from the very beginning. Now, the Greek word, it's a New Testament word, and it's called homologia. And it means, the word means, things which are to be believed among us. The center of our faith, what we agree on.
It just means agreement.
I was going to say, for people who don't know, you do actually have a PhD, just not in the relevant field, right?
Yeah. No, and homologia just means agreement, like a verbal agreement or contract, not like things to be believed.
That's called homologia, Greek word, in the New Testament. And that is their preaching. Okay, second step. How do we know they were preaching that? I can say that. How do we know they're preaching? Second step. Cameron, we've talked before about the early creeds in the New Testament. And these are very, very early. The early creeds, these are little snippets of information that are found in our epistles. Now, if you unpack them, what do you get? This is stage 2. The second one is the early Christian preaching. They preached it. Now, I haven't answered the question yet, what's their evidence? But they preached it. But the question is, how do we know they preached this heavy Christology from the beginning? Because the early creeds say so. And we know they're early. Critics date these things to the 30s. Critics do. Bart Ehrman, atheist New Testament
How do they date it?
Bart Ehrman.
How do they date it? Like based on what? Like I think at best that's like a most probable or plausible date and location of their origin, but I don't think there is actually any positive evidence. Like for example, 1 Corinthians 15, you could date it to a month after the crucifixion, and you can locate it in Jerusalem, or you could date it a week before Paul's first visit in Corinth, and there isn't going to be any evidence that would favor one over the other, right? They are both. The evidence is essentially underdetermined, right? And I think some people say they might be early and they might originate from the Jerusalem pillars, from Peter, James, and John, because it's just like a good hypothesis. It's plausible that they are like good candidates for where those creeds could come from. But for all we know, they were formulated in Asia Minor years later. It's just like the only data point that we have is that Paul received them. He doesn't say from whom, before he visited the church, before he visited Corinth for the first time. So yeah.
So something that's interesting as well is Gary's doing this thing again where he says atheists and skeptics, Bart Ehrman dates it to this, as if mentioning this makes him more credible or makes his case stronger, right? But then that just raises the question, well, why should this be considered strong evidence for resurrection hypotheses if people are more than happy to argue for these things, right? And they're not driven to resurrection or supernatural explanations of what's going on. What's the problem, right? How do they explain it? Why don't we see what they've got to say?
Yeah. And I don't think like Bart Ehrman would say, yeah, I do think they originate from in like 36 in Jerusalem, right? Like he would say,
maybe he does that spreadsheet that Gary's got. Maybe that's how he answered the question.
All right.
Says over and over and over that they're in the 30s. Sometimes he says they happen in these creeds were out in the first 2 years after the crucifixion. First 2 years. What do they proclaim? Let's talk about a few of them. And the critics agree where these creeds are. Here's one. Romans 10:9. If we confess with our mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in our heart that God's raised him from the dead, we'll be saved. If we confess with our mouth that Jesus is Lord,
is that the Jehovah's Lord?
Okay, that's how you know. This is Romans 10:9 and 10. I think it's 3 verses later, right there in the same context. Paul says, as it was proclaimed by in the Old Testament, whoever calls upon the name of the Lord will be saved. And Lord there in that context, quoted by Paul, is Jehovah.
There you go, right? So can you pause it? So Gary Habermas just gave, in case you missed it, a naturalistic explanation for why is it the case that Jesus is identified as the Lord, Kyrios, in the Old Testament. Here's the explanation. Christians were in the state of cognitive dissonance, and they went to what every good Second Temple Jew would do in that situation. And they went to the Hebrew Bible to divine from it how exactly was it Yahweh's plan all along to have the Messiah crucified. It would be a miracle if they didn't do this. they noticed that in Isaiah there is and they were familiar, of course, already with it, that there is the figure of the suffering servant who suffers. Jesus also suffered. Why does the suffering servant suffer? For the sins of others. They became convinced, probably because the passage was already interpreted as messianic, because by the early first century, essentially every Hebrew Bible passage could have been interpreted as messianic. So they concluded that this is actually talking about Jesus, and that it was God's plan for Jesus to suffer for sins of others. And then the Old Testament also says that Joel, in the prophet of Joel, chapter 2, verse 32, everyone who calls on the name of Lord will be saved. And they put 2 plus 2 together, and they figured out that actually now Jesus is the Lord, right? Because he has the power to save. Therefore, he must have the title the Lord. And if you actually look at the creed in Philippians 2, it doesn't say that Jesus is the Lord. It says that Jesus was given the name or the title. To onoma can be either a name or a title, like a legal
Name
title.
above all names. It's in all the songs.
Yeah. So, yeah, like if you can pull it up, I think that would be helpful at this point, right?
Pull up which
Philippians 2, the creed. I think it's like 7 to 11 or something like that. 6 to 11.
Yeah, I've got it. 1 second. Who being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be grasped, it says used to his own advantage in this translation. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness, and being found in appearance as a man. He humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross.
Which translation is this?
Yeah, NIV, I think. Let's put it.
That's a very bad translation in this case.
Let me put it
because
in.
Because it, for example, NRSV, let's say, because it, for example, it translates morphes nature, which I think is a bad translation.
Oh, that's weird. The King James version doesn't have it as.
Yeah, NRSV should be fine.
Yeah, I'm just not.
There you go, NRSV. Yeah.
Anglicanized, that'll do.
Yeah, well, what's important is, therefore God highly exalted him and gave him the name that is above every name. What is the name? Kyrios, Lord. Yeah, so that at the name of Jesus, the name being Kyrios, every knee should bend in heaven.
And every tongue confess.
Yeah, that Jesus Christ is Lord. Right. So what is every tongue going to confess? Well, exactly what happened. Jesus now was given this title, Kyrios. And why was Jesus in the minds of these early Christians that formulated this creed? Why was he given the title Kyrios, Lord? Well, because in the Old Testament it says, everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. Early Christians obviously interpreted this passage to refer to Jesus, because now, thanks to Jesus' death on the cross, he had the power to save. Like his atoning sacrifice was the means through which salvation was accomplished. But if it's the case that whoever calls on the name of Lord will be saved, well, that must mean that Jesus is now the Lord. But Yahweh is the Lord. So how could Yahweh be the Lord and Jesus the Lord? Well, that's easy. Jesus was given the name Lord, right? So there was a change in Jesus. Before, he didn't have the name Lord, and now he has it. He was given a title, essentially. He was given a new prerogative, a new position, new responsibility. He was promoted. Right? He was promoted into a position of the Lord. And actually, if you go through the authentic Pauline epistles, Paul distinguishes between Jesus, who he calls the Lord, and between the Father, Yahweh, who he calls God. Right? There is one Jesus Christ, Lord, and one God, the Father. Right? In later writings, it seems there are two Lords. So, for example, in the Gospel of Luke, Jesus is called the Lord, and Yahweh is also called the Lord, which isn't strange because in the ancient world there were often dual monarchies where you would have two kings that are co-rulers. For example, in Sparta, right? So that's okay. Like that's a possible arrangement, right? And I actually think that this creed could be used again as evidence that the doctrine of the Trinity was not an original component of Christianity. Because if you are trying to answer the question of how is it that in the Old Testament it says that everyone who calls on the name of Lord will be saved, one solution, which would be more consistent with the doctrine of the Trinity, would be just to identify Jesus with Yahweh. But that's not what the authors of this creed did. They instead came up with a speculative theology that Yahweh was given the title Lord.
Oh, this is so close to how Christians think about it, Camille, though, is because it's like, well, yeah, you wouldn't just make up, that Jesus Trinitarian theology, and the reason is because it's true, because it must be true because it's so sort of strange. Whereas what you're saying is you kind of put in these bridging stories, right, about historical narratives that are happening, and then you've got a person who all of a sudden has both of these things to make sense of at the same time, and that's how you end up with Trinitarian theology. But if someone was just straight up making it up, you expect the other.
Yeah, I think Paul around Romans 10, where he says, if you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord, and you believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. By the way, in that passage, Jesus and God are clearly two different persons, right? Two different beings. They are not the same. Then you will be saved. And I think about 3 verses later, he quotes the Old Testament, which says in Joel, everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. And I think Paul is essentially indicating, I think unintentionally, how is it that Christians became convinced that Jesus is the Lord. And this is the story that they came up with, right? This was their speculative theology. Jesus was given the title the Lord. So now he is the one that if you call to him, you will be saved. That's the function. That's one of the functions of the title of the Lord. There is a very close connection between having the title, the Lord, Kyrios, and having the ability to save people. And the difference, of course, is like the development is that in the Old Testament, Kyrios or Yahweh was just a personal name of the deity. But by the first century, by the time these ideas are being developed, Christians modified it to modify it into conceiving of it as a title or like a role or prerogative, right? Just like there was, for example, a military commander in the army of the Lord, of like the angelic legion, essentially. There were other like dignitaries around Yahweh. One of them was a Lord or the Lord, Kyrios, and that was Jesus. He was given this title.
Evidence, but they preached it. But the question is, how do we know they preached this heavy Christology from the beginning? Because the early creeds say so, and we know they're early. Critics date these things to the 30s. Critics do. Bart Ehrman, atheist New Testament scholar. Bart Ehrman says over and over and over that they're in the 30s. Sometimes he says they happened these creeds were out in the first 2 years after the crucifixion. First 2 years. What do they proclaim? Let's talk about a few of them. And the critics agree where these creeds are. Here's one. Romans 10:9. If we confess with our mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in our heart that God's raised him from the dead, we'll be saved. If we confess with our mouth that Jesus is Lord, and
is that the Jehovah Lord?
Okay, that's how you know. This is Romans 10:9 and 10. I think it's 3 verses later, right there in the same context. Paul says, as it was proclaimed by...
You did. I think Cameron's question there was actually quite important. That Gary, I don't know if he didn't hear or just ignored it or whatever. If you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, and Cameron's saying, is that Jehovah Lord? Is that Kyrios Lord? Is that, what is that?
In the Old Testament, like in the original context of Joel, that was the personal name of the deity. But that's no longer the case in Philippians. In Philippians, it's a title that Jesus is given. The same way how like a Near Eastern monarch would give a title, like a military title, for example, a military position to a person to make him a general.
But in the Old Testament, whoever calls upon the name of the Lord will be saved. And Lord there in that context, quoted by Paul, is Jehovah. So let me say it again. Romans 10:9. If you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God's raised him from the dead, you'll be saved. And then Paul says, it's just like it says in the Old Testament, whoever calls upon the name of the Lord will be saved. And that use of Lord, that second use of Lord is in caps. Paul
That's how they came up with it, Gary. That's
just like it says in the Old Testament.
You know, and they are actually using this.
That's interesting.
As evidence for the fact that the Trinity is already found in the New Testament, right? While actually they are explaining how like the theological steps that eventually became the doctrine of the Trinity were put in place, right? They are just imposing the concept of the Trinity back on the New Testament, the same way how Philo, for example, was imposing his philosophical views on the Hebrew Bible.
There's something to me that's very strange about this idea that rather than the New Testament authors being causally influenced by the contents of the Old Testament to project that into the New Testament, that instead they're just coming up with the New Testament and also at the same time discovering afresh like hidden parts in the Old Testament that hadn't been discovered beforehand. Like that's just really strange to me.
No, everyone did that in the Second Temple period. If you look at Qumran, at the Dead Sea Scrolls, that's exactly what they did. They took verses from the Old Testament, from the Hebrew Bible, they isolated it from the original context, and they transformed them into something completely new. And they
I think you misunderstood my point. What my point is, I think the way that Gary's painting it, right, is as though so Christians just sort of have got a new theology about Yahweh and stuff, just sort of like, but that's like inert from the context of Judaism or whatever. And then they approach the Old Testament and it's like, oh, what do you know? Like now we've discovered like this new way of reading this. And it turns out that our theology perfectly applies, rather than like the arrow being the other direction where it's like they're influenced by the prior Judaism and then they like modify their beliefs slightly and things that you can find cause.
Exactly. And I think if you asked Philo of Alexandria, if you asked the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and if you asked a lot of the other Second Temple Jewish authors, like the authors of author of the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, for example, like how is it the case? Like how did they came up with it? They would essentially describe the same process. They would say, yeah, we are just discovering what the actual meaning of the scriptures was, right? This is what, for example, Josephus says as well. That's why he has this idea of double fulfillment, that he realizes, for example, that Daniel is talking about Antiochus IV Epiphanes, because he can like date it to 2nd century, the prophecies, right? But he says, but it's also talking about the Jewish war that we were waging with the Romans, right? Yeah, everyone did that. That's not like unique to Christianity.
Said it right. Lord can mean sir. Lord can mean master. But Paul quotes the verse where it's Jehovah. Now, I'm not going to let everything rest in Romans 10:9, but I think that's pretty instructive. If you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, it's like Paul saying, and by the way, by Lord, I mean Jehovah. So it's right there. Here's some more. Philippians chapter 2, which is often called the Christological hymn. We are told that Jesus came from everlasting. He's pre-existent. And at the beginning of Philippians 2, 6-11, which is a creed, it says this: Jesus was in the form of God. Now, form doesn't mean much to us in English.
Do you know what the Greek word is there? Is it fusin or something?
No, it's morphe. And this is actually a big deal, because he's going to say that morphe means a nature, because again, he's reading.
Yeah, whereas fusin means nature, right?
Either physis or ousia means nature.
Right. Okay.
And again, like he's trying to impose the doctrine of the Trinity, which is much later, back on into the New Testament texts. And here, like the Greek definitely betrays him, because morphe normally in Greek just means a form or a shape.
Yeah, like
for example,
polymorphism in programming or something. Where you
yeah,
say,
exactly.
Like,
For example, when gods change their form, they, for example, turn into animals.
Right.
That's what it's talking about. And another indication that this doesn't mean nature is that when the various doctrinal creeds were formulated later, they never used the word morphe to talk about it. When they were formulating that God and Jesus are of the same nature, they used the words like homoousia, of the same nature, right? They didn't use morphe. And if they understood it this way, they would have used morphe, because in general, they have a tendency to use New Testament vocabulary in these creeds. So yeah, morphe and ousia are two different things. Ousia is nature, morphe is just a shape.
I might have to just go for 1 second, Camille. I'll let Gary play for a second though.
Okay.
Form might be a roughed-in house where the 2x4, the frame is up. That's form. But I can't live there, and when it starts raining, I get wet. So that's just a form. But in Greek, the primary meaning of form, morphe, is nature. The same nature of. And in Philippians chapter 2, 6-11, it starts out, he was in the form of God. Next verse, he was in the form of a servant. And that's where we get this God and man. You go, that's a pretty advanced doctrine, isn't it? It is, but why is it in the early creed in Philippians chapter 2? So you got Romans 10:9, Lord, Philippians 2, pre-existent, and he's of the nature of God. And guess what? Every knee will bow and every tongue will confess. He's sharing God's throne. So you get these verses right from the beginning. He's Lord. Romans 1, 3, and 4. He showed himself by the resurrection to be Son of God, Messiah, and Lord. That's Romans 1, 3, and 4, another creed. So they're using these terms in these early...
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. So he's using Philippians 2 to establish that when the creed was formulated, Christians believed that Jesus was a pre-existing being and that he had a divine nature. And that rests on it saying morphe heu. I just wanted to point out that there are actually, even today, Unitarian Christians who, of course, take Philippians 2 as divinely inspired scripture, but it doesn't prevent them from believing that Jesus was just a human being, that he didn't, in fact, pre-exist, and he didn't, in fact, pre-exist his incarnation as a divine being. And it's actually interesting how they interpret it. They point out that morphe actually only appears once in the New Testament, and that's in this passage. But a cognate verb morpho, to change shape, to change form, does appear in the ending of Galatians, where Paul is formulating his usual greetings, where he says, "My dear children, for whom I am again in the pains of childbirth until Christ is formed in you, how I wish," and then he concludes with the greeting, right? And the Unitarians actually argue that Christ formed, that would be the morpheme of morpho. Morpheme also comes from morpho, right? Because it's like a shape or form of
yeah.
a word. Yeah. Christ formed in the community basically means that Christ's character and attitude was exhibited in the community. So they interpret morphe heu in Philippians 2 not as Jesus having a divine nature and pre-existing before his incarnation on earth as Jesus of Nazareth, but they interpret it as Jesus being in a sphere of character and attitude of God. I think this is a stretch. I think that the most probable interpretation is that the authors of this creed believe that there is a celestial hierarchical structure where you have Yahweh on top, and then there are other divine beings that have different roles. Some of them are messengers, angels. That one of them is a deceiver, for example, or accuser, Satan, and one of them is Jesus, who has the title Yahweh, who has the title Kyrios, Yahweh, right? And that before he became a human being and was crucified, he had a morphe heu, a divine form. So before he had a human form, he had a divine form. Just like angels, for example, have a divine form. If they are not taking on a human form to talk to people, interact with them, pretend that they are human beings, which are like beliefs in the Second Temple Judaism, for example, in the Book of Tobit. So I think that's the like more probable explanation, and I think the Unitarians are like trying too hard to explain this passage. Not all Unitarians do that. There are some Unitarians who do essentially believe what I described, but not all of them. And I'm just saying this to point out that this isn't the only interpretation. There are Christians who actually disagree with Gary Habermas about what these creeds actually communicate about the nature of Jesus.
Okay. Yeah.
The early creeds. Now, this is stage 2. The first stage is they preached it. The second stage is the preaching becomes crystallized. And the crystallization is called creeds. The people, whoever has not heard me speak on creeds before, any of your folks, we do the same thing in school today. Somebody could be illiterate, and you can teach a kindergarten who can't spell their name, or a preschooler. You can teach them, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Or we can teach them, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Those are little statements that have a da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da ring to them. And we do that so that potentially people who can't sign their name, can't read, are tracking with you. We sing hymns. How about, here's a Christian example of Jack and Jill or row, row, row your boat. How about,
maybe that does happen in certain cases, but those were sort of strange examples for that. Like, if you can't sign your name, how is like Jack and Jill went up the hill gonna help you?
No, again, just to like explain what's going on now in the conversation, right? He's trying to provide evidence for why we believe that certain passages in the Pauline letters are actually Paul quoting earlier hymns and creeds.
Right.
One of the pieces of evidence is that certain passages have a poetic structure, like a metrical structure, right?
Right. So the idea is then that is like a legitimate hymn or something rather than
yeah. And he's trying to explain it using an analogy of things that people say today as that have this like metrical structure, right?
And I agree with that in the context of those hymns and things. I just thought the examples he pointed to were a bit strange because I don't know that we sort of like rhyme those things to help people sign their names or anything like that. It was just
that's not what he's saying, right? He's saying that the reason why these things are formulated with the metrical structure is to aid memory, so that you can.
I agree with that.
Yeah, you can you can remember them, you can memorize them, even if you don't know how to write and read. So they are like accessible, and it eases their dissemination and memorization and stuff like that, which is fair enough, right? The only problem is that the examples that he's giving, the metrical structure is very different from what it was in the case of the New Testament, because in the New Testament it's not based on like the Greek poetry, where you have, for example, hexameter, where you have like feet with different accents and stuff like that. It's much more similar to Hebrew poetry, where Hebrew poetry wasn't based, for example, on the number of syllables or anything like that. It was based on repetition and parallelism of content. So you have, So for example, 1 Corinthians 15, it's not like da 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 da. The reason why we think it has a metrical structure is because it repeats certain phrases at regular intervals, right? Which is similar to, for example, how some psalms are structured in the Hebrew Bible. But otherwise, I agree. Again, this is nothing new. Everyone knows that. Everyone agrees. Oh, no, not everyone. Like, this is disputed. Like, there is actually a lot of discussion in literature about which specific passages that he's citing are actually creeds and which ones aren't. There is a pretty strong case for 1 Corinthians 15, because in that case, Paul explicitly says that he's going to recite something that he received from someone else before. So that's probably like a legit creed. But here Gary is essentially presenting like a maximal case where he thinks that everything almost that any scholar at any point offered as a pre-Christian hymn, as a hypothesis, actually is a pre-Christian hymn, right? But a lot of those cases are debatable.
Something I'm wondering about that's got nothing to do with anything is these 3 books that are stuffed up here. They all look identical. Maybe they're from the same volume series. I was just trying to wonder what happened in the world of Gary to stuff 3 identical books like that and at that angle.
We could say On a Hill Far Away was an old rugged cross. We could say.
How about just the ABCs? My son, I think, he was at like 2 years old when he learned his ABCs, and that's another one that does.
When my son was 2, he was putting together a map of the United States on a.
Yeah, I agree. It helps to memorize things. The thing I just can't fathom is why he mentioned it helps us to write. Right? I'm stuck on that point. Like, where did this come from? I agree that rhyming helps it, but it's not even a big point. It's just really bothering me that
on a little where you put them states in.
Oh, nice.
Those are great examples. Those are great examples because they're not row, row, row your boat and Jack and Jill. They're showing they know what's going on by putting states in or by saying A, B, C, D, but he can't read a book. So we're giving them the building blocks, right? The creed.
Well, it's very formulaic. That's the way that I think about it, is that it's formulaic. And I think if you have enough repetition, you can get someone to remember a formula.
There you go. And you don't have to read
Apologetics in a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they are doing now, right? I think a lot of the effort that's put into apologetics is them trying to come up with abbreviations that help
the core
people,
facts. God.
Yeah, or just like CARM. C stands for this, H stands for this. Right? Just remember CARM, and you will be able to answer.
That's what I meant about the core, because that was Braxton's core facts. Was like
exactly.
Yeah, cosmological, ontological, or whatever it was, resurrection.
And it could be the case that they are actually one of the reasons why they are doing it. It could just be like sleazy American salesmanship, but it could be the case that they are like envisioning themselves as continuing some sort of tradition that was already present in early Christianity, which at that point in time could have also been sleazy marketing, right? Of religious ideas.
I think that it's conscious is a bit of a stretch, but I mean, I certainly do think that the memorization is going on in order to try and make these things sort of easier for people to remember and use to convert people and so forth. But I mean, I'm not sure that the creeds would. I don't know enough about the ancient cultures. I'm not sure they'd have like a similar apologetic context or whatever, though. I don't really know how they would have been used in the early
they don't. Yeah, they don't summarize arguments. They just summarize like some basic like propositions that you are supposed to assert, right?
Which is really expected under theism being an actually revealed religion, right? Because that is a pretty smart move of God if he wants the perfect theology to be revealed, is to
and he has to wait 2,000 years for Braxton Hunter to be born to really like come up with the acrostic for core kalam, ontological, moral, and stuff.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I mean, maybe Yahweh was a mere Christian, right? That's why he did these creeds.
To sing "Amazing Grace," how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was blind, and there's a dot.
So before we move on, give me those. What are the creeds? What are all the creeds? The exact references. I'll actually want to go look at these after the show.
I'll give you a number of them.
Bread of Life asks, why would perfect theology be a priority? And I say, look at the wars in Europe after the Reformation for why a good being might care about people having a clear idea of what the correct theology is.
Romans 1, 3, and 4, Romans 4:25, Romans 10:9, 1 Corinthians 11. On the communion passage, I gave you that which I also received from the Lord. The same night which he betrayed, took bread, he blessed it, gave thanks, broke it, gave thanks. That's 1 Corinthians 11. 1 Corinthians 15 is the best known one and probably the earliest. And he says there, I gave you which I was given, how Christ, and he defines the gospel. Christ died for our sins according to scriptures, was buried, rose again the third day according to scriptures, and appeared to Peter and the 12. And here comes these 5 appearances. And Paul says, last of all, he appeared to me. So 1 Corinthians 15 is the main one. Philippians chapter 2 is major. Here's another one.
What verse is that one? 2 what?
Which one?
For Philippians 2 verse what?
1 Corinthians 15 verses 3 to 7.
You didn't have to look very far, Cameron, into the
Philippians
3, 4, 5.
Sorry, I'm asking about Philippians.
How does he not know this?
Yeah, this is what I was saying about does he have a relationship with Jesus? You know, like what I meant by that, I suppose, is not just the praying and stuff, but like the things that I would have considered Christianity when I was a Christian were like, you know, these Bible reading activities and things, and not the arguments and stuff. And I always see him going on about the arguments and stuff, and he seems to not actually know the religion itself.
Yeah, like, this is genuinely surprising for someone who runs like an apologetics YouTube channel. Like you would think that someone like that would know that like one of the very important pre-Pauline creeds is in Philippians 2. I don't know.
Oh, 2, 6 to 11.
Philippians 2, 6 through 11. Okay.
6 through 11. Now, a very obscure
what's the
one,
other?
but a very heavy one, is Hebrews 1:3. It said that Jesus was the same nature as God. But so does Philippians 2:6 say that.
Oh, we don't, Hebrews.
This is just
What's
like
the word for nature there?
No, this is just me freaking about. This is really ironic, right? This is a Christian apologist, and now I'm going to point out how he doesn't actually represent his own religious text correctly, right? Because Hebrews 1 verse 3 says in NRSV, the exact imprint of God's very being, which in Greek is character, tes hypostaseos autou. So you have hypostasis of God, which is great, like that's in the Trinity. That's one of the concepts that's used in the Trinity. But in Hebrews, Jesus isn't actually called a hypostasis of God. He's called character of hypostasis of God. So it's like 2 steps removed from God, right? And character, it means something like an engraving or a symbol or a mark. It's for example on coins, like
like a wax imprint or whatever.
Yeah. That's what they use the word character. That's also where we use character. I think one denotation that's important is that the image is reversed, right? Like on the coin, you have actually the reversal of the image, like the negative of the image.
Right.
So, and I haven't done a Bible study on this, but I'm sure that when you actually read critical commentaries on Hebrews, written by people who don't just import Trinitarian theology back into Hebrews, there is going to be very sophisticated and very nuanced discussion about what exactly character, tes, hypostaseos, autou means in Greek and what the author was trying to express. But for Gary Habermas, it just means God's nature, like Jesus shares God's nature, because that's the Trinity, right?
Yeah.
Because Hebrews was not written by Paul, unless do you think that it was?
No, but here's the point. It doesn't make a difference. These books are going to be later. Let's say Hebrews was 75 AD. That's not the point. The point is, when did Hebrews 1:3 come? Because the creeds are way
When did the
earlier
creed
than the
come?
books
Okay.
appear.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
So, let's go back to Romans.
I don't know. Did you notice that? Like he, because Cameron basically pointed out that Hebrews wasn't written by Paul.
Yeah, the author.
And
Yeah.
Habermas says it doesn't matter. The question is when these creeds that are contained in Hebrew. When, Gary? And how do you know? How do you know that they are from 33?
That these are early evidence of There's not just the translational issue of the way that he's interpreting it.
And this becomes a bigger problem the more of these creeds you have, right? Like maybe Bart Ehrman has some arguments for why 1 Corinthians 15 is early and comes from Jerusalem. But what's the evidence for Hebrews 1 verse 3? I think there isn't any. It could have been formulated by the author, that's one hypothesis, or it could have been formulated literally a week before the letter was written. That's like equiprobable only evidence that we have.
With Romans 10:9, Romans 1, 3, and 4. You go, well, but Romans is probably 54 to 58 AD. Yeah, but that's
by Romans 1, 3, 4. By Romans 1, 3, and 4, you mean chapter 1, verse 3 through 4?
Yeah.
What? Like that's crazy to me. Is Cameron not familiar with the chapter and verse numbering of the Bible?
Yeah, that I think one Romans 1 verses 3 to 4 isn't like a complete sentence. It's just like a string of words that's baked into Paul's greeting. I think in that case, it's like the arguments for why this is a pre-Pauline creed are going to be very weak sauce. And I have a suspicion that Gary Habermas is basically identifying anything that sounds like Paul formulating what he believes about the nature of Jesus, about his salvific role, and so on, as a pre-Pauline creed, right? So it's not actually permitted for Paul to say anything original, anything new. Like every time he says that Jesus is the Son of God, for example, that must be a pre-Pauline creed, right? But that might be too uncharitable.
1 verses 3 to 4, Romans 10:9, and you go, well, that book's written 54 to 58. You're going backwards because you said Thessalonians was 50 and this is now 58. And I go, oh, time out. We're not talking about the books. They can't be any later in the book because they're in the books, but the creeds are earlier, and we haven't answered the how early question yet. I'll do that right now. Bart Ehrman, best known skeptic in North America, probably in the world, atheist New Testament scholar. And he said, no, you're not going to get this in one comment. He gives us some little tiny half comments and you got to string them all together. But he said all of them. Here's what he says. Bart Ehrman says, the creeds, all or most of them originated in Jerusalem. That's important because that's the birth of the church or where the apostles were. Remember, we're looking for early eyewitnesses. They originated in Jerusalem.
Why would well, I suppose it depends how early he's saying, I suppose. And if it is early, would you expect people who are eyewitnesses to be in Jerusalem specifically as opposed to anywhere else?
Because of the book of Acts.
Well,
and also because of Galatians. Which
it
gives some like data points, right, about that, but that's about as good as it gets if you are only basing the chronology on Pauline epistles.
They came out immediately. Some of them were only 1 to 2 years after the cross. That's Bart Ehrman. Some of them were only 1 to 2 years after the cross.
That's Bart Ehrman, the skeptic. Bart Ehrman, who isn't a Christian.
Why does he think that? What is his evidence? Not that this is important, right? Like nothing that we are talking about hinges on that being true or not. It's just and
I mean, really, Bart shouldn't be saying this though as a skeptic or someone
in the comment section actually mentioned that Apologia is going to have a video where he showed Bart Ehrman. I'm assuming these clips, like clips from this interview about what he believes.
Oh, no way.
And has Bart Ehrman. I hope this is going to be this video, right? That's going to be this video, because it will. Maybe we are going to have another proof of concept of how oral tradition, retelling, and memory distortions work, right? Because it could be the case that Gary Habermas isn't actually representing Bart Ehrman correctly. But we'll see.
And you got to be ready for this one, Cam. 1 to 2 years after the cross, they could have all been in existence before Paul took his journey to Damascus.
Oh, I wish Bart hadn't said that as a skeptic. He's letting the side down.
If you let that sink in, you start to see why the earliest Christology is the highest Christology. So
yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that, especially if we're getting all of these creeds they espouse a high Christology. That's what the creeds do. And then if you date them early, then it seems pretty obvious to say that's a really obvious catalyst. That's a really easy way of saying that, like, this would be a very good reason for someone like Paul to go out and start trying to, capture these Christians and persecute them. Whatever terminology you want to use, that's not really relevant. But the point is that, if you've got a high Christology during that time, it really makes sense of what he was doing.
And what about as compared to a low Christology, Cameron? Would that not be worth?
if they had a low Christology, they would. If they had a low Christology, they would be persecuted as well, because they were like the problem was that they, from the Jewish point of view, was that they were directing worship towards a human being, and it doesn't matter what Christology they had. It wasn't important what Christians believe. It was what was important. What the Jews believe.
Yes,
and Jews believed that Jesus is a human being. They didn't care about Christian Christologies. They believed that Jesus was just a human being. And the reasons why they persecuted Christians probably was because Christians were worshipping this human being. And that's a violation of the first commandment, and the punishment is death. With Romans, it was a different story, right? Like, Romans persecuted Christians because Christians were not willing to worship the emperor as a deity. So this isn't
doing the work that he was doing against Christians before his conversion.
Right. Now you're getting it. I'm doing 5 here, but I still haven't answered this question. Where was the fuse that shot this all out? All 5 of these? How did they come shooting out of the cannon at one time? I got to still answer that. But okay, so far we've got homologia. This is the earliest message they gave. By the way, of the dozens of early creeds in the epistles, of the dozens, about 80% of them say over and over again, deity, death, resurrection, deity, death, resurrection, deity, death, or maybe just one of them, deity. Next one says resurrection, but they're usually all there. Deity, death, resurrection. That's the message that came out of the canon in 30 AD. Deity, death, resurrection. That's the main thing. And I'm unpacking 5 ways they did it. First one is a homologia, and that's what Garrett Ludeman says is the Christians were only telling their story in the marketplace and everywhere else they were preaching. That's a homologia, and the message is always the same: deity, death, resurrection, because homologia means earliest thing we shared or believed among us. Next, if I'm preaching this for a long time, and I'm taking it to the marketplace, I'm taking it to work, I'm taking it to school, I'm going everywhere.
Does it mean earliest thing? Homologia?
No, homologia just means an agreement.
Yeah,
in this case, it would be like the things that we agree on.
Yeah, but it wouldn't. But the word itself doesn't connote that it's the earliest things agreed on.
Maybe what he's trying to say, and we will have to wait.
It is the earliest homologia, but
no. I think what the point is that the reason why the word being used is significant is because they are trying to communicate that this is something that they all have in common. So this is something that they all share.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. That's what I thought he was going down. Like he's trying to say this is the earliest homologia, but not that the use of the word homologia implies that it's the earliest. Like if it had been later, they wouldn't have used the word homologia. You know, that's
well,
not.
I guess we'll have to wait for his 1600 page. I hope it's going to be in volume 1.
But up to 90% of Jesus's crowd, it's estimated, up to 90% of his crowd was illiterate. Well, they heard him, and they heard Peter, but they wanted to go home with this message, and they already forgot it by the time they got to the house. That's when the creeds come up. That's stage 2, and people do the da form. Jack and Joe went up the hill, you know, row your boat. They do those things. Or your son learned the ABCs. That's great because those are the building blocks for writing. So these, if you want people to remember them, you have.
Imagine if remember the stuff that Jordan Peterson was saying earlier about the Bible being like the foundation of language or whatever. Imagine if he like heard this with like the ABC rhymes, and he's like, "Yeah, the Resurrection Creed's rhyming, like learning language." This,
yeah. Put a form they can remember. That's the creeds. That's number 2. Now let me just say, Bart Ehrman thinks they dated from the cross. Some of them are as early as 1 to 2 years. Many of them are in the 30s, and they're flooding the field with these little quoted lines. And he says possibly every one that Paul quoted could have been in existence before he said goodbye and took his trip to Damascus. So they were all there, and Paul probably knew them. This is just a little side insight. Paul probably knew them, and it's probably why he was ticked. He thought all this was heresy. So, okay, so far we've got earliest preaching. They did it in the creeds. Okay, number 3. Somewhere right in here. Probably.
Well, Jesus, we're only 3 in. Or with 2 in. This is the 3rd.
Let me stop real quick because I'm still having trouble understanding this first one. The second one makes a whole lot of sense. The creeds are early and everything. Homologia, explain that one more time. How is that evidence of the high Christology in the early period?
Because the homologia is if you were to hear a Christian in the marketplace who gets everybody's attention and starts preaching, or in an early quote unquote house church, or being witnessed to at work, that's the message you'd hear them say over and over again. Remember, the creeds aren't around yet, but 80% of those early messages were about the gospel. And of course, the New Testament says it over and over again. The primary Christian preaching was the gospel. This man that you killed is the Son of God who did all these things. It was just plain preaching. The word was getting out there just by preaching everywhere. It became solidified just a little bit more when the creeds crystallized it.
Okay, so
how do we know that
so what he's saying is that homologia is like an earlier stage, even earlier stage before these creeds. What he's saying is that the creeds then solidified what the homologia is, and the empirical evidence for it is the fact that a very high percentage of these creeds repeats these key points, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
How do we know that the preaching back then was of a high Christology? Or is that not the point? Am I missing the point?
Well, because it's our earliest recollection of
because
the
that's what it says.
Yeah.
In your own Bible.
To be fair, though, it's not actually. I think it's quite a funny question because it kind of. I don't know where Cameron is necessarily, if he's just missing what Gary's saying or not hearing it or something like that. But it still is like a reasonable question to say, okay, we've got I mean, maybe you're making like an argument from silence or something, right? Like, well, for all we know, is something that could have been something else and it wasn't written about. But yeah, it's still an interesting question. Like, is this good enough evidence to think that? If that's where Cameron's coming from, but I just don't know that is where he's coming from.
Than that, the second stage, the creeds, that's what we're calling
because it doesn't mean that they were preaching that necessarily, you know, like we just have early text that says these.
High Christology is what the creeds are proclaiming. Let me say
see, that's kind of what I was getting at, was maybe there's like an overlap between those first two.
Well, yeah, there is. The first one is what they said, It's like, it's sort of like that. You're saying something in school. You're a student, and you're saying something in school, and you're just talking, and you've mesmerized the teacher, and the teacher says, "Put it in writing for me." And the next day you come with a couple paragraphs, and you've written up what you were trying to get across in class. It's the same message, but now it's formalized. First, it was preached without a basis. Second step, it's
Did he literally just have to describe what it is to write something down?
Okay, so now it looks like there's a different scenario, right, or different schema. Homologia is the oral form, right, and the creed is the textual formulation.
Yeah.
But I think that's slightly different from what he was describing earlier, or at least that's my impression. But okay, like I think we get the point.
Yeah.
Formalized in creeds. Same message though. Same message, but it's a lot more solid in step 2. All right, somewhere in there, probably during the homologia.
It's a lot more solid. Again, what like he says things like this, and I just wonder what they mean. Like when he said they're immediately preaching. It's like it's a lot more solid now. Like it's more solid in what sense? Like are most people literate, or are they not literate? Or is he saying because the leaders of the church control what the church believes and they are literate, now it's written, it can be preserved? I mean, presumably that's what he means, but
it could be the case that by more solid, it means that there is like a higher level of agreement.
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah. But I get, yeah. I mean, how does he know that if we only have? Well, he's saying we have all these sources, isn't he? He's saying that these are all early creeds, but I mean that's not necessarily the case with Hebrews and the others.
Yeah, probably in that stage, but somewhere in these first 2 stages, James, the brother of Jesus, comes to know Jesus. According to the New Testament, he was in the upper room with Mary and his other brothers. You know that John chapter 7, Mark 3, and Mark 6 all say that Jesus' brothers were unbelievers. In fact, John 7:5 says it directly. His brothers did not believe in him. It's worse in Mark 3 because they thought he was nuts. If you go back and look at the Greek, they thought he was beside himself. And they apparently tried to drag him out from front of the crowds because they thought he was giving their family and their city a bad name. So they weren't believers. Somewhere in here, James becomes a Christian. Now, you may not have heard this before, but from 1 Corinthians 15, we know he appeared to James, right? He appeared to Peter, to James. We have 2 individuals.
Again, how do Christians actually make sense of the fact that Jesus was incarnate God? And there's also these like narratives about him as a child, you know, like going to the rabbis and teaching them stories and stuff. And yet his brothers think it's sort of out of character when he becomes like deified and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, again, he's supposed to be giving us information that appear in the earliest sources, or that we can date very early, so that we can cut the period of time to get to years or months after the crucifixion, right? But now he's talking about data points from the Gospels, including the Gospel of John, and he's now going to bring up a data point from the Gospel of the Hebrews, which is dated even later. And yeah, like this is exactly right. There is this narrative, apologetic narrative, that James, a brother of Jesus, was originally skeptical. Like he thought he didn't believe Jesus, and he thought that Jesus was beside himself. And then he converted because of a resurrection appearance, at least one. And then he became a prominent member of the church before he was martyred, which is probably recorded in Jewish antiquities by Josephus, right? But the problem is that this narrative doesn't actually exist in any of the surviving texts. You have to piece it together from fragments in the different texts. But the problem is that the only 2 Gospels that express skepticism on the part of Jesus's brothers and his family are exactly the 2 Gospels that don't contain any infancy narratives. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus's family wants to take him away because they think he's crazy. And in the Gospel of John, his brothers don't believe him. In the Gospel of Mark and in the Gospel of Luke, there is no trace of Jesus's family being skeptical of him. What explains that? What explains that pattern? I think the best explanation is that the authors of the Gospel of Mark and the Gospel of Luke didn't put it into their Gospels because it would become inexplicable. Why is it the case that Jesus' own family thinks that he's crazy? If it's the case that there were these appearances of angels to Mary and Joseph announcing to them that Jesus is going to be the Son of God. That doesn't make any sense. And I think the case for this is very strong because we know that both Matthew and Luke are both based on the Gospel of Mark, and we know that they had a Gospel of Mark, a manuscript of the Gospel of Mark, open in front of them when they wrote. So they both saw the passage, the sentence, where it says that Jesus' own family thought that he's beside himself, and they both intentionally chose not to copy it. It was an intentional decision on their part, right? It's not like there were different traditions, different witnesses and stuff like that. No, they were in control of which verses and which passages and which pieces of the narrative from the Gospel of Mark they are going to incorporate. And they both intentionally chose to omit the piece of information about Jesus' family, thinking that he's nuts. And I think this isn't a coincidence. It's because if they did that, then it wouldn't make any sense, given that they also have a nativity, right? Where Jesus is an amazing child, like
magical,
magical child, lecturing the priests and scribes in the temple when he's 12. That wouldn't make any sense. So not only is the narrative about James being initially skeptical and then becoming a believer and a prominent church member not found anywhere, I think there is actually like a positive evidence that at least some of the components of the story are invented and that the harmonization doesn't actually make sense as a coherent whole.
And 3 groups in that creed of 1 Corinthians 15. But all we have is that comment, he appeared to James. That's all we have in the New Testament. Now some fragments have been discovered. They're not New Testament. They're not inspired. But it's a book that may only be 25 years after the Gospel of John. It's really early. And it's called the Gospel of the Hebrews.
25 years after the Gospel of John is truly early?
Really early, yeah.
That's like 120 AD.
To range, yeah, at earliest.
Yeah, no, not the earliest. That would be like the middle range, right? Like some would probably date it earlier. But it's not like 25 years after the Gospel of John is not early. That's like early 2nd century, right? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's sort of it's almost like me writing on World War II or something like that now, right? There's the difference.
Guess what one of the fragments is? Jesus appearing to his brother James. This is really cool. And it's sort of like the two...
When did we find this?
And imagine right now if I wrote on the miracle of Marn in World War I or whatever, right? Would that be particularly good evidence for it having happened?
I don't know where it was found, but it's in existence. You can get it online. If you look up the Gospel of the Hebrews, you can get the fragments.
Okay. This is really strange, right? So Gary Habermas brought up the Gospel of the Hebrews, where in the Gospel of the Hebrews, which we don't have, it supposedly narrated an appearance of Jesus to James. And that's like the earliest narrative that we have, where that's actually like a component of the Gospels. Now we don't have the Gospel of the Hebrews, so Cameron asked Gary Habermas, "Where is this fragment located? Like, do we have a manuscript, for example, like a fragment of a manuscript?" And Gary Habermas says, "I don't know." Now, an undergraduate student in New Testament studies wouldn't know that. A PhD student who doesn't specialize in it wouldn't probably know that either. But someone who has spent their entire career studying this and being an apologist, I find it absolutely shocking that he doesn't know. That particular fragment wasn't actually found anywhere. We have had it continuously for 2,000 years. Or less than 2,000 years, but we had it like continuously. It's included in the Illustrious Lives on the Illustrious Man, which is a biographical work by Jerome. And in the 2nd chapter, which covers James, Jesus' brother, he quotes the Gospel of the Hebrews. I know that. So how is it possible that Gary Habermas doesn't know where the fragment is located? It almost seems to me like him not having these kinds of information is an indicative of his entire career not being motivated by a sincere desire to understand origins of Christianity. He's just picking these pieces of information to a degree to which they are useful in the process of converting people to Christianity, and he isn't really interested in the auxiliary details that don't serve that purpose, but you would know if you were actually interested in understanding the Greco-Roman world.
It's like the disciples at Emmaus. Jesus is breaking bread with his brother. It's really cool. It's very brief, but Jesus is standing there with his brother. Like, man, would I like to be a fly on the wall? But the third step that happens is somewhere in there, probably back during the homologia. I should have said it during the homologia and then gone to the creeds. So really, if I had to do that over, I'd say the homologia, what they preach is number one. James, during that same time, simultaneous, James comes to the Lord by resurrection appearance. Third, the homologia is getting stratified. And according to Bart Ehrman, it was all there. This part it modifies Bauckham saying the earliest Christology is the highest Christology.
So there not only is not the conversion of James based on the resurrection appearance a minimal fact, no one's going to agree with this. No one's going to think that the Gospel of the Hebrews, that according to Habermas is dated to 25 years after the Gospel of John, is historically reliable evidence of anything. What are you talking about? Like you are going from the minimal facts to something that nobody is going to agree with. Like not even Christian critical scholars, right? This is really weird. That is this a new stage in like Gary Habermas's apologetics?
I'm looking forward to to this point in the interview if it's going to come. Apparently, Kip Davis on another channel pointed out that you see on Cameron's face as the interview goes on, he really realizes there is zero new evidence.
Well, according to Bauckham, according to Bart Ehrman,
Bauckham and the skeptic,
all the creeds Paul cited could possibly have been in existence. Paul cites him as a Christian later, but they could have been in existence prior to his leaving home to walk to Jerusalem, or ride, or whatever he did, to Jerusalem. So you got the homologia, it's simply the marketplace message. James is converted during that time. According to Acts 1, he's in the upper room with Mary and the brothers. What's he doing up there? And here's another question for you. Why did Jesus give his mother to John at the cross and not to James?
Why did she do what? Ask that question.
Why did Jesus give Mary to John to take care of instead of to James, his brother? It's just a hint, but it might be a hint that James wasn't in the fold yet. It's going to happen pretty quickly, a few days. But James,
do you know what he's talking about?
Why would Jesus?
So there is a passage in the Gospel of John. It's when Jesus is being crucified, and only in the Gospel of John, he basically says to. Let me just find it real quick. Because this is essentially
which chapter?
20. This is essentially undesigned coincidences, right? No, it's 19, crucifixion.
Oh, okay. Let's go back. Okay.
Yeah, after
let's change it.
Verse 25. Meanwhile, standing near the cross of Jesus were his mother and his mother's sister, Mary, the wife of Clopas. That's, I think, like a here in the Gospel of John, by the way. I think there's a harmonization of previous Gospels. And Mary, yeah. And when Jesus saw his mother and the disciple whom he loved, this is the beloved disciple, right?
Yeah.
Standing beside her, he said to his mother, "Woman, here is your son." Then he said to the disciple, "Here is your mother." And from that hour, the disciple took her into his own home. So what is essentially Gary Habermas saying is, why is it the case that when Jesus wants to give the beloved disciple into when he wants to incorporate him into his family, why is it the case that he gives him to his mother and not to his brother? And he says, he thinks that the explanation is that James hasn't been converted yet. If that's the case, that's perfectly internally consistent with the Gospel of John. That's the first point, right? So this isn't just any evidence of anything. But also the second point is, why would you expect it? I think this is a beautiful poetic passage where Jesus in the dying hour the author wants to highlight the importance of the beloved disciple as a character in the story, which is what he does repeatedly throughout the story. And he does that by essentially making him a son of his own mother. So he's like adopting basically the beloved disciple into his own family. It's very moving, right? If you actually care about what's true and what the authors of these texts were trying to say, these are the kinds of conclusions that you are going to form. I think this is another instance of Christian apologetics hindering Christians in understanding of their own religious texts, right? Because if you think that these are like cold case criminal reports, then you will start coming up with these insane, like undesigned coincidences, where you're going to think that this is like an indirect indication of James not being a convert yet. No, this is just Jesus adopting, integrating the figure of the beloved disciple into his family.
Why would Jesus not want his body to go to his brother if he wasn't converted? If his brother wasn't converted anyway, like, I mean, sure. Why does his body only have to go to converts? Surely his brother could still be a suitable person to organize a burial or whatever. Or it just seems strange to me that would be the explanation.
And again, this is completely internally consistent with the Gospel of John, because in the Gospel of John, there is no indication that James was ever converted.
Isn't the fold yet, and so the message is preached. James becomes a believer because he meets Jesus, and these creeds are starting to pour out. And before Paul,
isn't that it? I mean, it's not even clear that the beloved disciple is James either, is it?
No, the beloved disciple is not James. The identity is actually debated, and there are lots of hot takes. There are
some people think it was Jesus' boyfriend, right? I've read some.
Yeah, that's possible. Of course, we have to nuance it with what that would exactly mean in the first century, right? We shouldn't be anachronistic when we are describing these kinds of relationships. But you know, like the exact identity of the beloved disciple, there is a wide range of hypotheses. Some people think it's Thomas; it's meant to be Thomas. Some people think it's meant to be John, the son of Zebedee. Some people think it's meant to be James. Some people think it's meant to be Lazarus. Actually, some people think that, and this would be my idea, or like the view that I would subscribe to, not my idea, that it's actually intentionally ambiguous. And if the author wanted to identify him by his name specifically, he would do it. And then you can ask the questions why he doesn't identify him by name. And there are interesting hypotheses about that as well.
Do you mean it sort of like a narrative device type thing, or some other reason?
Yeah, that's one explanation.
Like the unknown soldier at the cenotaph, right? Like
one possible explanation is, which I'm not sure if I'm like fully convinced, but it's the case that the Gospel of John is so late that it was at a point where a new gospel showing up would be suspicious. So it would be too risky for a person writing it up that late to identify a specific person. So it's basically safer for him to forge it under a character that isn't mentioned by name and is only referred to as a beloved disciple, or a disciple that Jesus loved.
Right.
I don't fully buy into it. It could be the case that there are other motivations, but it's an interesting discussion. And it's a discussion that you are not going to have as Gary Habermas, right? Like those are like entire streams of New Testament scholarship that you are just going to completely dismiss because you think that these are eyewitness reports, right?
+2 or +3, Paul knows all these creeds, and he is ticked because it's heresy. But he meets the risen Jesus. That's step 4. Paul meets Jesus on the road to Damascus. So now we have 4 levels. The homologia, you go, well, all you're doing is preaching. Great. Now just keep coming here. Preaching. Secondly, James is converted. Thirdly, the creeds spring up. Paul's ticked. He leaves for Damascus. Now we're only +2 or +3, and Paul is converted. That's the 4th one. And the 5th one, Bart Ehrman says this may be the biggest argument in the early church for proving who Jesus is. Paul goes to Jerusalem. Do you remember Galatians chapter 1, which critics accept? Galatians is a book you can preach. Paul goes to Jerusalem, and he meets with Peter and James for 15 days, Galatians 1:15 and following. And the little Greek word there is hysteresis. with the little part of it is the root word, Histor, when you transliterate. It's a Greek word from which we get our word history. It's usually said, often said, what Paul was doing was interviewing. That's what the word means. He's doing research. He's a Pharisee. He knew how to do research. Josephus tells us that. He's interviewing Peter and John. Now, if I'm Paul, here's my first question, guys. I'll tell you what Jesus looked like when I saw him on the road to Damascus. If you tell me what after Black Saturday and you all thought your world had ended, if you tell me what it looked like when you first saw Jesus on Resurrection Sunday.
Okay.
I mean, the whole book of Galatians.
Yeah. So let's explain that, right? So this is something that Gary Habermas had said before. Like, he's imagining that there is this famous passage in Galatians where Paul is describing how he met with Cephas and James, Jesus's brother, in Jerusalem, right? And he imagines that they were comparing whether their description of the physical appearance of Jesus looked identical, because Gary Habermas honestly believes, sincerely believes, in his childlike mind that if, for example, Cephas described Jesus as wearing white robes and Paul described Jesus as wearing red robes, then they would realize that their experiences were not vertical. They would realize that Jesus actually isn't a divine being, and they would go back to being fishermen and whatnot, right? Like, this is what he really believes. How do you even start unpacking that? First of all,
so here's something, right? We've pointed out far more contradictions in the miracle claims and the gospels and things in this bad apologetics than just Jesus wearing red or white on two given appearances. That's not going to cause Christians to just leave.
Exactly. Have you ever been to a UFO convention? Like, do you think the participants actually agree on like the
shape of the UFOs?
appearances? Yeah, of course they don't agree. That has never convinced anyone of anything. Have you? Do you not think that religious people are highly creative when it comes to explaining away contrary evidence, like contradictions in their narratives and experiences, right? How about the Revelation of John, where in the first chapter it describes Jesus as this like shining figure with white hair and stuff like that, you know, not like how he is described in, for example, the Gospel of Luke or the Gospel of John. You have different descriptions of how Jesus looked like when he appeared to people after his death in the New Testament. Why isn't it causing you cognitive dissonance, right? Why isn't it making you deconvert from Christianity? Well, it's because you can very easily come up with reasons and ways how to harmonize it. And if this came up during the discussion between Peter and Paul, they would do it as well. And we, of course, don't know whether they were talking about like, oh, did Jesus have blue eyes or brown eyes? Like, how did he? What was his accent? You know, was he left-handed or right-handed? They were just probably talking about theology and how they interpret. Yeah.
It's about the gospel. Don't make it too big, it's heresy. Don't make it too small, it's heresy. Get it right. Paul could not have gone there. Even the critics say this. Paul could not have gone there for 15 days and not discussed the gospel with the other two eyewitnesses. And Bart Ehrman asked the question, where do we get closer to the eyewitnesses than right here in that meeting? It's either 35 or 36 AD, depending on where you put Paul's conversion. If Paul was converted to +2 at that meeting, it's 35. Paul said 3 years later after my conversion, I went to Jerusalem. If he's converted 3 years later, now it's +6. The only thing, that's step 5. That's 5. You put them all together.
Wait, is Gary going with Galatians or Acts?
Yeah, that's another thing, right? That like Acts, for example, completely drops his extended missionary journey to Arabia for a theological reason. In Galatians, Paul is actually, it's very important for him to say that after he became a Christian, he spent a long period of time without meeting the Jerusalem pillars, that he was an independent Christian missionary for 3 years in Arabia. In Acts, the 3-year mission to Arabia is not mentioned, because for the author of the book of Acts, it's actually very important that the opposite was the case, that immediately after Paul was converted, he met with the Jerusalem pillars. The two authors, Paul, the author of Galatians, and the author of the book of Acts, had different, contradictory, completely opposite literary interests. And that's why they narrate the events differently. For the author of the book of Acts, it's important for Peter and Paul to be on board and agreeing theologically from the very beginning. So immediately after his conversion, Paul goes to meet them. But in Galatians, it's extremely important for Paul to emphasize that he was an independent Christian missionary because he's trying to convince his audience that his gospel is legit, right? And he didn't get it from any man. So he emphasizes that he's actually spent 3 whole years being a missionary in Arabia before he went to meet with the Jerusalem apostles for the first time.
Here's what you get again. Earliest preaching, which is hearsay for the time being, but it's got started right at the beginning. Number 2, James comes to the Lord by resurrection appearance. Number 3, the creeds begin, and they are bombastic. Jesus existed before he was born. He received, every knee will bow, every tongue will confess. He was worshipped. He sat on the right hand of God. He shared the nature of God. Philippians 2:6, Hebrews 1:3. He shared the nature of God. These things were bombastic. Paul hated them, and that's why he was imprisoning them. Number 3, in response to the creeds, Paul takes off to Damascus, and he meets the risen Jesus. That's 4. And 5, 3 years later, he confirms this message with Peter and James, the eyewitnesses. So we started by saying, in order to do good history, you need early and eyewitnesses. That's the best possible thing you can have. Early eyewitnesses. And Paul's going to Jerusalem. You've got them all here. The homologia, James' conversion, which is cemented, by the way, the 1 Corinthians 15 creed. So homologia, James' conversion, the creeds.
Where are you early witnesses of James's conversion? You have a story that you concocted from stringing together fragments from Gospels that where the authors are like intentionally changing the texts because they don't cohere well together. And then you have an apocryphal gospel that's dated to early 2nd century. Those are not early witnesses. Again, he's doing a yellow brick road apologetics. He cannot distinguish between the texts and the content of the texts.
He spends 15 days with Peter and James. Now he went back there. It was 14 years later, but still before the book of 1 Thessalonians. He goes back 14 years later, and in Galatians 2:2, he laid.
I mean, this question is funnier than it seems, but have you listened to this video twice, or is it Habermas repeating himself a lot? He both is repeating himself a lot in the video, and also the new evidence, right? Yeah,
it's not polished. Like he could probably give his minimal facts much more effectively. Probably not much more, but like this a little bit effectively. But for him, this is completely new. So he's
I think if he had a couple of slides, if he had slides with these points on, and he just went through them, it would take 5 minutes maybe.
Before the other apostles, the gospel he was preaching, and to see if he was preaching the right gospel. Who's there? Peter, James, and now John is there. The big 4. And I don't count that second meeting because it was 14 years later. It gets me outside my 6 years later. But 14 years later, the big 4 are together, and they agreed on the definition of the gospel. Don't forget, 80% of the creeds: death, burial, resurrection of Jesus. So that's the 6. Now, the only thing we haven't done,
because Christianity is just that simple, right? As we see by the thousands of denominations that exist today.
According to my watch, we still got 7 minutes. We'll get there by our hour. But here's the canon. What was the wick that they lit to shoot this stuff up? The answer is, and it's in the creeds, the answer is the resurrection. Jesus is saying all these things. You'll know when I'm raised from the dead. I'm going to go to Jerusalem, I'm going to die, I'm going to be raised. And Peter goes, not on my watch, you're not. I'm bringing a sword. He cuts the guy's ear off. I mean, they didn't get the point, but they heard the preaching. It's all the resurrection. It's all the resurrection. It's all the resurrection. The angels at the tomb say you're going to see him. Probably with.
Well, the guy who got his ear cut off didn't hear the preaching. But
well, Jesus actually miraculously reattached it.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that.
That's also, I think that's also a detail that's in only one of the Gospels, right? So I think the
it's in the Passion of the Christ, though, so it definitely happened.
I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that it's in the Gospel of Mark. No, actually, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not going to say anything. Yeah, let's go on.
They heard these things before Jesus died, but they didn't realize them till he was raised from the dead. And that's when the wick was lit, when he was raised. And that's why the Christology was so explosive right from the very beginning. That's why the earliest Christology was the highest Christology. Does that make sense?
So I think you would still put this
when he was raised, or when they came to believe he was raised, because so everything Gary said, right, only requires them to form the belief he was raised. And so that's why I don't find this threatening whatsoever to natural hypotheses, which seek to explain how they formed the belief he was raised, right? The ones that I subscribe to, at least.
And how they formed specifically a high Christology as opposed to low, you know?
Yes.
We can also explain that very easily. And Gary Habermas gave a naturalistic explanation. He just thinks that he's explaining the Trinity and how it was in the Old Testament all along.
This in terms of like, this is still just evidence, right? It's not any kind of like 100% proof of the resurrection. This is just some evidence in favor of it.
No, none of the sciences, either the hard sciences or the soft sciences, like history, psychology.
How'd you prove your naturalism, Cameron?
Sociology, anthropology, neither the hard sciences nor the soft sciences, they don't produce proof. They can only produce probability. That's how biology works. That's how history works. So yes, if your comment is, this is just a probable argument, I'd say, really, just a probable argument? What do you do when you tell me another religion, another history, another anything, where there's 5 backups in the first 6 years? Yeah, Mark's great at plus 40. Something's going on in 1 Thessalonians at plus 20 because he's using all this high Christological language and everyone's going, no one's going.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what are you more confident of, Gary? Like the findings of the sciences or that sees across the Rubicon? Like, you know, I think that's something that's important to think about.
Or like results in experimental physics or the resurrection, you know.
But I mean, even less contentious historical points, right, that Gary might be signed up to. It's like, okay, yeah, we're making we could say we're making probabilistic inferences in each case, but I mean, which ones are you more confident in, those historical ones, or you know, like I'm less confident about my understanding of like Weimar Germany and the causes of like Hitler's rise to power being the correct, like actually true, than I am of like certain things about genetic theory or whatever. And
yeah, but it could be interesting to ask him these kinds of questions, right? Like, so how probable do you think it is that Jesus was raised? Are you more confident that Jesus was raised than of some like trivial claim
right.
The Roman Empire existed?
Yes, yeah.
Surely, like that must be more probable.
There's a parity there, and then you could ask the difference between those ones and the sciences.
Yeah. But the problem is that we don't have a personal relationship with Julius Caesar, so we don't have that like additional boost to the confidence, right?
Yeah.
Even though
we don't have the experiential knowledge. We have
maybe Dr. Kip and him and the teacher of righteousness are like best buddies, right? They have a personal relationship, but that's exceptional.
Come again, Paul, we don't even know what these words mean. They already knew it, so it had been out there and about before 50 AD. So it was out there. But that phrase, the earliest Christology we started with, the earliest Christology is the highest Christology. It's because it all clicked when the canon of the resurrection went off. And they said, oh my gosh, he's the Son of God. And somebody else goes, he's the Lord of the Old Testament. And somebody else goes.
Again, I actually do agree with what Gary's saying. Like, I think that they went, oh my gosh, he's the... And yet I don't believe in the resurrection. And can Gary understand why that is?
He should be worshipped. And somebody else goes, he's seated at the right hand of God. He said so himself before the high priest.
This is actually perfect. Like, this needs to be clipped next to what do you think the best naturalistic explanation is of like the evidence that we see as
metaphor? But it really happened because it's all kind of a metaphor until the shot of the canon, which of the resurrection, which is utterly unique, and it gave shoe leather to all 5 of these. And there's no message like this. I'll tell you this one, Paul Bardet.
It's all kind of a metaphor until the shock of the resurrection belief, right?
An Australian historian said, no figure in the ancient world has this much of early evidence in their earliest projected life after they lived. No other figure in history has this amount of evidence.
Well, you got about 3 minutes left, and we had a super chat that was sent in.
Do you want me to bring in all the books that we have that were actually written by Cicero? Are you serious? Like, okay, like to be extremely
but for Jesus, if the world were filled with all the books, you know, like there'd still be space left over. What's the phrase?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, let's be extremely charitable, right? Like, he's saying that we don't have that many sources that are that early after the person died.
Yeah, for any other figure than Jesus.
But we actually have much better evidence for when the people were alive. That's the key distinction, right? Like, we have a lot of writings of Cicero, for example. Like, seriously, if someone asks you who is the person from the who is the person from the ancient world that we know the best, it's Cicero. And the reason why we know him the best is because we have a lot of writings that were written by him and a lot of writings that were written from him or about him. And we have, when it comes to his writings, we have a lot of different kinds of writings. We have his philosophical writings, we have his political writings, we have his letters, personal letters, poetic letters. So we actually have a fairly good, we have his speeches, we have fairly good, you could create like a plausible psychological profile of the kind of person that Cicero was. And that's something that you can't really do for almost any other figure in the ancient world. The psychological profile is not very flattering. I think Cicero was kind of an asshole. But yeah, like, why we don't have that for Jesus? That's just a fact.
Or like,
So-
I've read Augustine's autobiography, right? I can't read Jesus's autobiography.
Yeah, that's another excellent point. Confessions by Augustine was extremely important and extremely influential book in the history of world literature, because it was one of the first deep, genuine, sincere, introspective works, right? Like, ancient authors, ancient philosophers were not that interested in introspection and in thinking about themselves and their own like mind, soul, and stuff like that. And Confessions by Augustine pretty much revolutionized that. There are some precursors like Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, for example, but really, like, it's an extremely influential and extremely important work in world's literature. We don't have that for Jesus, you know. Like, we don't know Jesus nearly as good as we know, for example, Augustine and his like internal mental world.
A while ago from Cranman Photo Cinema, he says, Gary, can you say the Bears?
The Bears. What's that mean? Is that the Chicago Bears?
Yeah, it's the Chicago Bears, but it's from a SNL skit, I think, from years ago with Chris Farley.
Oh, I don't know.
The
All I know is
Bears.
I'm a Green Bay Packer.
Yeah, he's a. You got a little bit. You got a little one. Yeah.
No, nobody sounds to us like they have accents. You know, we don't have an accent. That's what they always say. The national news sounds like us. I'm not. I don't have any time. I'm doing this MO, and my first volume is due in March, and I'm working my head off. I'm working 80 hours a week. I haven't stopped for years. 80 hours a week. What do you think about those 5 as being shot out
So
of a cannon?
what does it mean? Does it mean that it will actually be like available to purchase in March?
I have no idea.
That would be sweet.
Because didn't he say it in the next 5 years at some point?
No, that's something that Mike Lacona wrote in an email.
Oh yeah, that was what Michael. Yeah, right.
That was probably like a stock email from 5 years ago that he sends to everyone who asks about the list of scholars that Gary Habermas supposedly has, right? And he just hasn't updated it. No, but like, if it comes out in a month, that would be awesome. I can't wait to. Yeah.
Oh yeah, damn! I was still thinking it was last year. I was like, yeah, March. That's like, spring next year. It almost is spring.
Been anticipating this for a long time. We didn't unpack as much as we could have, but are these kind of? I mean, they're not proof, but are they kind of stunning in how they all fit together?
Yeah. So my assessment off the cuff of what I just heard, and still processing it. Obviously, I've got to it's going to take some time to really think about it clearly. But the creedal part is the part that really stands out to me. Are the high Christology that you find in the very early creeds, and that's another thing that like a lot of these scholars, Barterman.
What does it stands out to me mean? Does it mean that it makes the resurrection more likely?
I think that's yeah. Like, he thinks this is interesting, and that like further. I think if we were to ask him, he would probably say like the fact that they developed this high Christology so early, and the fact that it was so high, is like evidence of the resurrection, because the resurrection is like the best explanation of how they came up with it so early and so high.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Which is new. Like, seriously, I haven't seen that argument being made. So, all right, mission accomplished. But Gary and us, with reference to Philo, managed to give a very solid naturalistic explanation for how that happens. So next.
I don't know who else. I mean, you would probably know, but a lot of these guys date these creeds really, really early, back to the very early church. And that's what really sticks out to me, is that high Christology that's there in these early creeds. And then
what about James and Paul becoming Christians, which puts the shoe leather on the creeds?
Yeah. And so Paul, I mean, that is because he was preaching the creeds, after his conversion. So that's interesting. It's very interesting to think about the connection.
We haven't talked about Romans 1, 3, and 4. But Romans 1, 3, and 4, it says he was shown to be Messiah, Son of God, and Lord by virtue of his resurrection. So what I mean is the creed in Romans 1, 3, and 4 says that the impetus, the canon, was the resurrection. There's a creed that says it was all shot out of a cannon, and that cannon was the resurrection.
And that creed is basically your argument. Okay.
Or for the naturalist, the belief in the resurrection. Easy.
Yeah, and also, like, so think of all the two most important creeds that are like probably pre-Pauline: 1 Corinthians 15 and Philippians 2. So what is missing in 1 Corinthians 15 is Jesus's high exaltation. It just says that Jesus was raised, and then he appeared to people. But in 1 Corinthians 15, you don't actually get to learn how Jesus was highly exalted, how he was seated at the right-hand side of Jesus.
He grasped equality with God.
And what is missing in Philippians 2? What is not included in the creed?
Sorry, are you asking me what is in Philippians 2 but not in the creed?
No, what is missing in the Philippians 2 creed? What is not included in it?
Oh, like the sightings of the people who saw Jesus physically.
Another very important thing.
Oh, I'm not going to get it.
The resurrection. So,
right.
And I think that, and a lot of scholars actually think that this is significant because they think that for the earliest Christians, Jesus' exaltation in heaven, him being given the title Kyrios and him being seated at the right-hand side of Yahweh, was actually what they meant by resurrection. So for them, this heavenly exaltation and resurrection.
It doesn't mean physical appearances or anything like that.
Because now it's the part of the Orthodox Christian story that there are these separate stages, that Jesus was killed, he was put in a tomb, then he exited the tomb, and then there was this period of time when he was kind of popping in and out on earth in a physical body, and after the Pentecost, and only then, he ascended to heaven. But this is actually first described in Luke and Acts. But if you read all of the earlier literature all the way up until that point, with the view that for these people, Jesus' exaltation in heaven and his resurrection were identical, that it meant the same thing, you are not going to have any trouble. And there's actually a lot of scholars who say that this is a development. That there originally wasn't any distinction between resurrection and ascension and heavenly exaltation, and that there wasn't any period in time when Jesus was appearing to different people in a physical body that you can touch. That this is first introduced only in the Gospel of Luke.
But if you think, I think that this could be just how like Habermas is thinking about it, because from his point of view, you know, if Jesus is at the right hand of the Father, how else did he get there other than by the ascension, right? Like, how's he going to get from here to there? Like,
what happened to Jesus is very similar to what happened in many other, in the second, specifically in the Second Temple period lore, right? So Enoch, in First Enoch, is transformed from a human into an angel, divine being. Elijah is taken physically, where his body disappears from earth, right? He's taken up and is exalted in heaven. Moses, in some writings, is also exalted in heaven after his death. The difference between,
especially when they tabernacle at the Transfiguration, right?
Well, the key difference between characters like Enoch or Elijah is that they don't die. So there isn't the element of resurrection, right? That their bodies are not taken. And I think this is very significant because if you look at the Greco-Roman beliefs, missing body, not just a corpse, but also the people physically going missing, is actually an indication of them being taken into heaven to live among the gods. And you see that pattern repeating over and over. It's like a literary trope, right? Kalirhoe, you have Heracles, his bones are not found on his funeral pyre because he ascended and he's now in heaven as a deity, new deity. Achilles is taken from his funeral pyre, so he's not present. Even historical people, like Plutarch says that Alexander the Great, and this is probably made up, but it illustrates the point, how people are thinking about it. Alexander the Great, Plutarch says, when he was suffering from his terminal disease, and it was clear that he's going to die, he had a plan that he's going to jump into the Euphrates River and drown himself, so that, and this is what Plutarch says, so that his body goes missing. So he wanted to fabricate a missing body.
Right.
Why? So that he knew he's going to die, right? So it doesn't matter if he like commits suicide or dies 2 days later from like a high fever, right? Because he wanted to solidify the belief that he was actually a son of God, son of Zeus, Ammon. Yeah, there are stories and stories like that. There was a guy who like killed a bunch of children. He was like a mass murderer of children. And when he was chased, this is Cleomenes, he hid in a box in a temple. And when the authorities opened the box, his body was missing. So he disappeared. They asked the oracle at Delphi what happened to him. And like, what the fuck, right? And the oracle, based on the fact that his body disappeared, issued an oracle saying this guy was the last heros, the last divine being, this being that's like a liminal between the gods and humans, and you have to set up a cult to worship him. It doesn't matter that he was a murderer of children. The fact that his body disappeared is proof that he wasn't a mere mortal. He was a divine being, and you have to start worshiping him. Yeah, and like I could just name story after story, right? It would be really weird if Jesus was the only exception,
What's kind of interesting is that rather than the mythicists thinking that that is what happened, they think that the people who wrote it looked at that and then decided to copy what they were doing in order, like, that's sort of strange to me, rather than actually just positing a guy whose body was. But yeah,
I mean, if you want to troll Habermas, you can go mythicist accelerationism, and you can, for example, point out that in these earliest creeds, we don't have anything that concretely places Jesus on earth. We have Jesus taking a human form, but that's accounted for on Carrier's hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
Because Carrier thinks that Christians believe that Jesus had a human body that you could touch. The only difference between Carrier and me is how many meters above sea level he thinks Christians imagine the crucifixion taking place, right? Like he thinks they imagine it in lower heavens. And I think his hypothesis has issues, but this isn't one of them. It's true that in the earliest creeds, you don't have Pilate, you don't have Mary, you don't have you don't have him being active on earth. Probably because that wasn't
what I'm
that
saying
important,
is,
right?
all this was just a teaching that people didn't know what to do with until he was raised from the dead, and then it came together quickly. That's why they started preaching the message immediately.
Okay, I think that's going to do it on our time. You've got other things to do. I've got other things to do, but this has been really, really great. I want you to let me know what you think in the comments. If this has been...
And all I change is all that was just a teaching that people didn't know what to do with until they formed the belief that he was risen from the dead.
So do you want to look at some of the comments? I don't have anything in mind.
Yeah,
but it would be
we can. I've not had a look yet. Let's just.
Interesting to you. If it hasn't been interesting, if you think that this is all just wrong, then let me know in the comments. I really do appreciate you taking time.
I can't. I'm banned, Cameron.
From the comment section?
Yeah, my chats don't show up, or neither do my super chats. I have to log into a different account if I want.
But you can comment. You can comment here, right? Like under the video.
I can write a comment, but no one will see it.
How? Yeah, I didn't even know that this is like technically possible to shadow ban people in your comment section. I mean, it makes sense, right? But wow, okay.
This was one of the shortest hours of my life. Gary is so engaging. 80 hours a week. He has 4 times the energy I have, and deeply knowledgeable. He speaks on the 5 basic facts for Jesus and the elaboration so often, yet is always so excited about it. I have learned so much from him over the years. May God continue to bless. I pray for boldness to witness to non-believers and believers. Oh, gee, I remember when I used to pray stuff like this for boldness to witness, because of information shared in the video.
Well, I'm going to.
I'm sure Cameron could relay that, right? If
I'm going to pray for Cameron's boldness to unblock you, so that he can preach to.
Here's a good video over at the side. I shouldn't have put McClatchy in the miracles thing because you didn't really respond to him on anything, but amazing info, proof after proof of what though? And didn't Gary even repudiate the use of the word proof in the video?
That's a good point. Can you go newest first so that we get like a more representative sample?
Yeah, that's a good point. Judaism was the Apostle Paul's religion. They knew the Old Testament and the prophets, blah, blah, blah.
That could actually be skeptic or someone arguing pushing against them.
Yeah, I think it was. But I just didn't find it that interesting. Are we being trolled? So, no new evidence. This is all 100 years old. This has been answered in the literature ages ago. Watching Cameron deflate as Gary bloviates is pitiable. Gary's minimal facts have been refuted by Christians enough to be dismissed, much less by counter-apologists. This is a scientific discussion and scientific proof. I mean, again, did you listen to what Gary said? For very good history.
Scientific proof. I think this is poorly trained AI. I think Christian.
Yeah, it just listened to the
scientific proof for very good history.
Logic with a K cannot be explained. Event which, hang on, obviously the resurrection was a supernatural event which cannot be explained by human logic. What? How does that even follow from any? How does high Christology, and logically entail Jesus, a man resurrected from the dead? The Bible is a book, the supernatural. I mean, I think English is probably not this person's first language, to be fair, which is why some of it might be a bit messed up. And the logic with a K. Yeshua is Lord. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to bother reading that one. Well, oh, look, here we've got some bullet points. 1, unified message. 2, James, brother of Jesus, becomes believer. 3, creeds, learning tool. 4, Paul becomes a believer. 5, Paul studies with Peter and James for history of the resurrection. And then he's got 4 again, but with... No, I mean, that's strange. But I mean, I think that this is actually good because that is what was said. And there wasn't anything else said. I mean, it wasn't really linked into how it raises the probability of a resurrection or anything like that very well. So, I mean... great work. I'm excited to read your work. Ha 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 ha. Blessings from Scotland. This was so awesome. Not long after all. That's brother Sam Shamoon's thing. I'll be rewatching this a few times, as it all makes sense. I struggled with Jesus' brothers and sisters not knowing, and sometimes the Blessed Mother. But it makes sense when you have a good teacher. For many, no proof is required. But for the rest, no amount of proof will suffice. They do not want to believe. God bless. Viva Christi.
So Jesus' mother didn't want to believe? Have you read the Gospel of Luke?
Oh no, I am not. I think no. I don't think he means Jesus. I think he means like that. I think this sentence is about non-believers. No amount of proof will suffice. They do not want.
No,
to
but
believe.
I think he is using it as an explanation for why is it the case that in the Gospels, in Mark and John, Jesus' brothers and even his own mother didn't believe him.
Sisters? Wait, according to what traditions does Jesus have sisters?
That's a good question.
I wept. Thank you. I mean, that's got to be a joke, right? That can't be. I mean, it could be real. What the fuck? Christian concept of evidence equal the most absurd special pleading and I think that's a biased comment.
Well, when you sort by newest, it's interesting to see that like not all of the comments are actually supportive.
Yeah, they're definitely not all supportive. But I mean, a lot of them are just pretty dumb, to be honest. I wish this was on a book as opposed to in a book. I mean, don't we all? If Bart Ehrman can accept all these things and even make positive contributions, what objections stop him from accepting it all as truth? Now that could be a Christian asking genuinely, or it could be someone like the kind of question that someone like me would ask.
Yeah, have you tried asking him?
And look at this answer. Presupposed denial of any possibility that supernatural miracles of God can exist seems to be the answer. Seems.
Yeah, I think Ehrman actually doesn't deny miracles. He just says they are like the least probable explanation by default, because otherwise they wouldn't be miracles, right? Which isn't very sophisticated position, but yeah.
Dr. Habermas had me on the edge of my seat. I love how he unpacked these five main points of the new evidence. I could have even listened to him even longer.
Have they watched the same conversation?
Yeah, very different ways. It's all in the worldview. Did anyone see Pine Creek's interview with him? Lol. I'd love to see an analysis of it. Oh, is that Craig Reed trying to get Cameron to engage? And Cameron's never going to do anything that gives Pine Creek any, or me any, or James, or you. You see, like, this is not proof, only claims, prove the Bible with the Bible. Like, I actually just hate it when people just say these kind of aphorisms, because it's unhelpful, and all it's going to do is, Christians are going to just read it and they're going to think, well, yeah, look, they're all evil, and then they're not going to bother to try and think about the ways they could be wrong.
Can you click on the view reply?
To which?
To
this one?
This one, yeah. The Sony something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a person who claims that. Yeah. So this is a person who claims that they did a master thesis on the 1 Corinthians 15 Creed, and I tried to engage in a conversation with them, and basically, because he did a master thesis on the Creed, he writes this long post, and at the end of the post, he asks, what's Gary Habermas's evidence that the Creed is dated early? Like, how can you? So I was trying to ask him, like, what aspects of the Creed, because it could genuinely be the case that he wrote a master thesis on some aspect of the Creed where dating is not relevant. So maybe like a theology of it, or reception of it, or how it's used today, or whatever, right? But it's actually really interesting, because you would kind of expect that someone who's writing a thesis on the Creed is going to be familiar with what the evidence is for the early dating, right? And so I think there isn't any. That's just like one hypothesis is that it's early and that it originated in Jerusalem. And people kind of go with that because that's like plausible, right? Yeah.
Well, it's also I there's also an element of, how many people are coming to that conclusion based off of their own sort of reasoning, I suppose, and how many people are coming to that conclusion just because it's sort of something that's said quite a lot as you kind of familiarize yourself with.
Especially if you can craft like a narrative of Bart Ehrman saying that, if you piece together like his disparate, it's going to be really interesting. I would love to ask Ehrman, honestly, like what his position is on that, because it wouldn't surprise me if his views were not properly represented.
Okay, let's see. Fantastic exegesis. This has been very encouraging, listening to Gary Habermas with such enthusiasm after all these years of loving Jesus.
Fantastic exegesis? Like he doesn't know that morphe doesn't mean nature?
This will take some going over the scriptures to place these subtle connections, so like our Heavenly Father's style, and put them... I love how this guy thinks like God's got little hidden messages for him that aren't obvious. Anyway, and put them a repeatable manner. Thank you, Cameron, for this podcast. Just amazing. Wonderful. Common sense. Of course, they had a high Christology. The impartation of the Holy Spirit. They were on fire. But what exactly do you understand by high Christology? Dr. Habermas was vague. The original confession of faith was that Jesus was the Messiah, the Son of God.
Yeah, I think what's really going to what this is really going to come down to is pre-existence and him being like a divine being prior to incarnation, right? Which I can give you like that this is formulated in Philippians 2. But Unitarian Christians are going to not all of them, but some Unitarian Christians are going to dispute that.
He's delivering a paper on this for his bachelor's degree in April. Was Gary drunk when he gave this rambling lecture? Oh, I've seen this person comment around before. They've left mean comments on mine before, I think. Dr. Habermas has been a staple apologist for me. I read his book, The Risen Jesus and Future Hope. It changed my life. This 5 points of the Homologia is a fantastic... It wasn't 5 points. The Homologia was one of the points, wasn't it? It's not 5 points of the Homologia. I did not hear all the creeds mentioned, so I searched and found some online. Okay, not going to read that.
Yeah, what's the next one? That sounds interesting. The question Dr. Habermas uses Bart Ehrman on Christian.
Where are you looking? Sorry.
Mr. Boo.
Oh, Mr. Boo. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
McBoo. Christian as a source, which is great. But did he say, or did you ask him where Ehrman states always?
Yeah.
I mean, is like if he's going for an hour, he's not going to have the time to nuance that and cite it, right? That's what the book is for.
Here's another. At 2715, Gary Habermas asserts that Bartman has dated the creeds in Paul's epistles to the 30s and some to within 2 years of the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth. Citation needed. I have heard Dr. Ehrman state the opposite. What's the opposite of that? Like minus 30? And wondering what the evidence for such assertions is.
Yeah, this is the standard view. Exactly. That's what you're gonna hear, but it's not actually based on anything.
Yeah. And this person, this person commented something mean and nasty about maybe 13 times on my channel over the past month, and I was this close before I started the stream this morning to actually banning them on my channel. So it's interesting to see the same people.
Who?
This Jaskit Stepkit. They've over the past month or so, they've been getting very irate in the comments. This one, I found this episode puzzling. I was waiting for the new evidence mentioned in the title, but I didn't hear anything I didn't already know, except for his gospel to the Hebrews. Is it his packaging of these 5 points into one new book that's new? I mean, he said that at the start, though. I haven't really seen people give this argument before. I guess maybe you could call that new, but I don't think the evidence itself is new. Like, it's all always been there, right? So maybe that's what he means by the ordering is different. What is the best book on healing from?
What's the video that the person with the this one?
Let me have a look. The main reason Christianity probably isn't true, with 416 views, by someone called T.W. Anderson.
Okay.
Do you know who T.W. Anderson is? No.
Neo from the Matrix.
It's a 27 second long video, so can you hear it?
No.
No, it doesn't matter. I didn't know if the sound would carry between tabs, but I guess it doesn't when you're sharing the screen from one tab. I am taking a master's level apologetics class on miracle. Oh, Jesus Christ. And Dr. Habermas literally wrote books with a capital S on this topic. If a Christian isn't aware of the issues that make up the arguments for/against miracles, specifically the resurrection of Jesus, he can get shut down very quickly. Why does it matter how quickly you get shut down?
Yeah, I'm wondering how much that's going to cost.
Yeah. How much is it going to cost to have 10 conversations throughout your life that go 5 minutes longer? Because you don't want to get shut down quickly.
Why? If you save souls, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously it makes sense within the thingy, within the world.
Clickbait alert.
I mean, it's quite addictive scrolling through the comments, just sort of reading people's unhinged takes. I mean, some of them, they're not all like terrible, but
yeah, I'm actually surprised how diverse the audience is, because there's been quite a few people who don't think this was particularly good.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a selection effect for us going on in terms of the people we engage with.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Jesus, a guy called Junaid says Jesus was never crucified.
What do people say to that?
Oh, I mean, it's just going to be like, yeah, Allah's stupid or something. Yeah, Allah just wanted to confuse everyone. He's the master of confusion. That's a bold claim. I mean, I think that's to the original one. That's false. Nice. Prove it, because I've read the Quran and the Hadith, so Muslims need to back up these baseless claims with evidence, or keep those lies in your head. And then the same person responds again with something. This is demonstrably false. The most important Bible verse for you to read is "Before Abraham was, I am." I mean, that works on both Islam and Christianity and Judaism.
Yeah,
Here's Brent. Brent likes to comment on my videos as well, but he's not usually mean. Cameron, thanks for all the work you do to remind the YouTube world of the difference between artfully packaged pablum for video entertainers and a rigorously worked out position. He does do this buttering up though, and that does piss me off a bit in the comments. But CC's presence, when he says this stuff, I think he's just got to be blind. Like, you look at Cameron's channel and the sort of like hogwash, Americanized bullshit with all the colors and the clickbaity stuff, and it's like, yeah, I mean, okay, he occasionally has scholars on, but
I'm actually wondering whether at some point Cameron is going to invite Muslim apologists on to discuss like philosophical arguments that are applicable in both religions. Because people like for example, I think Doug has a hypothesis that he's leaning more towards Roman Catholicism, but I'm of course more cynical.
I think that's where he'll go before he deconverts, if he's going to.
I think my explanation for why is it the case that he invites crazy exorcists on is because he's going after a Roman Catholic audience. He's trying to be more like ecumenical to get more views, because like Roman Catholic YouTube is a thing, and those channels are large, and it makes sense for them to collaborate because there is going to be more audience members that you gain than audience members that you lose that think that Roman Catholicism is like idolatry, right? So I'm wondering if this is going to at some point go one step further, and they will start inviting like reasonable Muslim apologists, like, I don't know, the Muslim metaphysician, to just talk about the Kalam or the
Muslim metaphysician just made this is like the weird way that YouTube is. So months and months ago, Jake asked me if Cameron and what's his face, Loke, were talking about me behind my back or something. So I just sent him those screenshots that someone sent me, and he recently made a video about it, and then I got sent a bunch of messages. I don't think he'll go on Cameron's now or be invited on because of this video he made, basically calling Cameron like a coward and all these things.
Not him, but maybe someone else,
Yeah, I mean, he has recently. What was he doing? He was like pushing back against Ali Dawar and stuff like that. And I mean, and he seems kind of confused because on the one hand, it seems like he's trying to build bridges and how he's like, hey, here's this way that you can make your contingency argument stronger or something. But then, I mean, I don't know that he's aware of this, but he's also sort of trying to introduce himself to the other person in like this power move way that can set up this kind of like teacher-student relationship thing, that's going to put his YouTube channel in this position of and make him look good in this particular way. And obviously, I mean, the Muslims, being as insecure as they are not going to accept that dynamic from a Christian as well. But yeah, so hang on, spoiler alert, Christianity's true. Okay, yeah, might as well call it there then. I don't think there's going to be much more.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Thanks everyone for watching. If people are watching this and they want to wait, has Bread of Life just, or has this just popped up now? Why would perfect? No, you missed. No one said perfect theology. It was clear theology, right? Clear.
No,
there being a clear message.
I think that's a comment from like 4 hours ago.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, I've just randomly scrolled. Yeah. That's right. Okay, so everyone, if you've enjoyed the video, like it, share it around with people. Leave a comment as well, just to rig the algorithm to get it into all of the Christians recommended videos. And hopefully I'll get the timestamps in soon as well. If you've got timestamps that you want in there, then comment them, because it helps me to compile them all together and not have to spend like 9 hours going back and listening to it all. Yeah, check out James's channel, James Fodor. Brian has his own channel. I forget if it's called Brian Blaze or not, but he has his own blog as well. And he's got like a little book.
put it in the video description so that I can subscribe to it?
Yeah, I will do. It's on the Bad Apologetics we did with him before, so I'll get it from there. But he also has like books on statistics and probability and physics and stuff as well. Obviously, you've got your channel, Cam and Cam, also. So I'll get all that in the description for people. So yeah, thanks everyone. Anything you want to say?
Bye.
Bye.